Hello everyone and welcome to this AWS Full Course by Intellipaat. Just recently, AWS and NVIDIA teamed up in a big way, where AWS will now be using NVIDIA chips to build some of the most powerful AI and cloud systems in the world. And this move in itself is enough to make it clear how the future will be led by AI and cloud hand in hand. And with this, the demand for the AWS cloud skills naturally goes up across the industry. And because of this rapid cloud adoption, AWS opportunities are increasing too. By 2030, AWS plans to invest $12.7 billion in India, creating over 131,700 jobs annually and driving huge digital transformation across the industries. Now, for you, this means career opportunities like never before, as the AWS entry-level salaries in India start around 4 to 8 LP and grow exponentially as you gain the experience. And that's why Intellipaat has designed this AWS full course for you, where we will begin with the fundamentals of cloud computing, dive into core AWS services like IAM, EC2, S3, RDS, and then move to the advanced topics like VPC, load balancing, auto-scaling, and much more. You will also explore the AWS security best practices, and lastly, you will get a solid project that you can showcase on your portfolio. So, by the end of this journey, you will not only understand AWS, but you will be ready enough to apply it and showcase your skills on the portfolio confidently. So without any further ado, let's get started.
In 2006, Amazon took a bold step that completely changed the world of technology. They launched Amazon Web Services, or AWS, with a simple idea. What if businesses could rent computing power and storage over the internet, just like electricity or water? Now, it might sound very obvious today, but back then it was revolutionary. Before AWS, companies had to buy expensive hardware, set it up, maintain it, and they still faced challenges if the demand suddenly increased. With AWS, businesses could scale up or down instantly, paying only for what they used. This marked the true beginning of modern cloud computing as we know it today. Today, AWS is not just a service, it's the market leader in the cloud space, powering startups, Fortune 500 companies, governments, and even global platforms you use daily like Netflix, Spotify, and Airbnb. AWS alone commands nearly one-third of the global cloud market share, which is more than Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud combined. But why is this important for you? Because as cloud adoption grows, so does the demand for AWS professionals. According to recent reports, India is facing a major skill gap. By 2026, the demand for cloud computing professionals could be almost 60% higher than the available supply. That is why in this roadmap, I will guide you step by step covering the technical skills, services, projects, and certifications you need to become an AWS cloud engineer. I will also share some free resources in the end to help you get started. So let's get started with this No BS AWS roadmap for 2025. Step 1 is core technical skills. Now, before we directly get started with AWS, you need to understand some basics as these are your building blocks of cloud. Start with Linux commands. Since most AWS workloads run on Linux, knowing navigation and basic commands is a must if you want to clear interviews and actually work on servers. Then move to networking fundamentals like IPs, DNS, request response cycles, security groups. These are core concepts, and without them, troubleshooting AWS might feel difficult. Add some basic Python programming to help with scripting and automation, which would also give you an edge in projects and interviews. And finally, learn virtualization because it's the foundation of cloud computing itself. Once you understand this, AWS services will make much more sense. Spend 2 to 3 weeks here. It'll help you understand AWS better, making interviews and hands-on practice way smoother even if you're a beginner. Once the technical concepts are clear, we move on to step 2, which is cloud and AWS fundamentals. Now, this is the time to start developing an understanding of what cloud is, what cloud computing means, why businesses are using it, and the key benefits like cost savings, scalability, and speed. So we start with the fundamentals of cloud, like how virtualization in the cloud works, then understand 3 main cloud types: public, private, and hybrid. We also get familiar with the big 3 cloud deployment models, that is IaaS, infrastructure as a service, PaaS, that is platform as a service, and SaaS, that is software as a service. After this, start exploring AWS global infrastructure, regions, availability zones, and edge locations. Understanding this will help you make smart architecture decisions later on. Now that we understand the basics, it's time we move forward with setting up our free tier AWS account, explore the console, and get comfortable with dashboards like EC2, S3, and IAM. And then we also get an overview of the overall layout. This step is important as it provides you with the vocabulary of the cloud. Now, completing this step could take another 2 to 3 weeks. The next step on our roadmap to becoming an AWS cloud engineer is learning the core service domains of cloud. This brings us to our step 3. This is where your AWS journey really begins, with understanding the building blocks that hold everything together. This foundation is made up of 4 core pillars: compute, storage, networking, and security. These pillars define how your applications run, how your data is stored, how resources communicate with each other, and how everything remains protected. Once you have a clear understanding of these, learning the rest of AWS will become much easier because almost every other service is built on top of them. Let's start with compute. This is your execution engine where your applications actually run, using services like EC2 and Lambda. Here you focus on learning EC2 instance types, AMIs, auto-scaling, and use load balancers to keep your application stable and handle traffic efficiently. Next is storage, which helps organize and protect your data through services like S3 and EBS. Make sure you understand S3 lifecycle policies, versioning, hosting, and EBS snapshots. A practical project here could be deploying a blog application on EC2 while storing files in S3, giving you real experience in managing scalability and storage. Then comes networking, which ensures your resources communicate efficiently. Learn about VPCs, subnets, security groups, and Route 53 for DNS management, and use CloudFront for faster content delivery. Once you're comfortable with networking, move on to security. Here you practice creating IAM roles with least privilege access, encrypt S3 buckets using KMS, monitor activity with CloudTrail, and detect threats with GuardDuty and Security Hub. Alongside these services, it's important to understand the AWS shared responsibility model, which clarifies what AWS manages versus what you're responsible for. You should also learn the well-architected framework, which guides you in designing systems that are secure, reliable, and scalable. This stage will again take around 4 to 5 weeks, but by the end, you'll understand what each service does, how they interact, and why they exist. You'll be able to confidently build resilient, secure, and scalable basic AWS systems. These are the skills that directly translate to hands-on experience and make you interview ready. So once your applications are securely connected, the next big challenge is managing data efficiently, which brings us to our step 4, databases and serverless architectures. Databases organize your data efficiently, while serverless lets you run code without managing servers or infrastructure. Here you learn RDS for relational databases, DynamoDB for NoSQL, which helps in handling data, while serverless computes with Lambda and API Gateway. A practical project is a serverless photo uploader using Lambda, API Gateway, S3, and DynamoDB, giving you real-world experience with modern cloud architectures. Learning all the skills we just talked about could take anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks. The foundational concepts and core services we have covered so far are enough to get you ready for the Cloud Practitioner certification. If you're aiming higher, you can start preparing for Solutions Architect Associate or Developer Associate, depending on whether you want to focus on infrastructure or application development. Moving on to step 5, infrastructure as code and monitoring. This is where you shift into DevOps and automation, thinking with services like CloudFormation, which lets you define infrastructure as templates, build once, and recreate anywhere, while CloudWatch continuously monitors metrics, logs, and alarms. Also learn AWS Config for compliance, and you're now operating at enterprise-grade reliability with DevOps-level practices. You can practice this by automating a full application setup with CloudFormation and monitor it with CloudWatch alarms. Completing this step, you're solidifying your solutions architect skills and moving closer to the DevOps engineer professional certification. And once you're able to automate your workflows, the next step is integrating them into advanced architectures. So moving on to step 6, where we discuss advanced architectures and CI/CD. Now we move beyond individual services and start designing production-grade systems and thinking like a real cloud architect. We will now learn to build multi-tier architectures and implement CI/CD pipelines with services like Code Pipeline, Code Build, and Code Deploy. And then we experiment with hybrid cloud setups connecting on-premise systems with AWS for larger organizations. A perfect project could be deploying a 3-tier web app fully automated with CI/CD. By this point, you're ready to position yourself for Solutions Architect Associate certification and be preparing for DevOps Engineer Professional and almost job ready with all the necessary hands on experience required. And finally, once you've built the foundation, it's time to choose your specialization, tailoring your skills to the career path you want to pursue in the cloud. Finally, the last step for our 7-step roadmap, which is specialization paths. AWS is vast and your path can be tailored to your interests and career goals. That means whether you want to become a cloud architect, a DevOps engineer, a data specialist, or a security expert, AWS has specialized services and learning paths. If you like automation and streamlining workflows, specialize in DevOps. If security excites you, pursue the AWS security specialty. For data focused roles, go with data analytics, and if AI system interests you, take the machine learning specialty certification. The goal of this step is to help you identify your area of interest, align it with the right AWS learning path, and start building expertise in that direction. And finally, as promised, some career tips and free resources to help you in your learning journey. Build your portfolio and showcase your work. What I mean by that? Upload CloudFormation templates to GitHub, record short demo videos of your projects, and share articles on LinkedIn or Medium. Add certifications to your profile, join AWS user groups, and participate in forums. This visibility will help you set apart and demonstrate your expertise. And now, some free resources. So, if you're looking to just learn and train, then AWS Skill Builder is a great platform. But if you are looking for creative ways to learn, you can do so through game modes by visiting AWS Cloud Quest. Here, you will be required to complete actual cloud challenges through games. And for the projects, we have workshops.aws, which helps you build beginner to advanced projects for free. And if you're a student or switching careers, AWS Educate will give you credits, simplified consoles, and a beginner friendly path. And right when you're ready to go deeper, well architected labs and ramp up guides let you practice real world architectures and follow role based paths like solutions architect, DevOps, or security. So, we have covered everything from absolute fundamentals all the way to specialization. Each stage builds on the last, combining concepts, certification, and hands on projects. Follow it consistently, and within a year, you'll have the skills, the portfolio, and the credibility to work confidently with AWS in real world environments. Remember, the goal isn't to learn every service, it's to master the right ones in the right order and prove your expertise with projects and certifications.
So hello and welcome to this AWS Fundamental course. So before we directly dive into AWS, let's understand why do we even need the cloud computing and the AWS, okay? And for that, let's consider a scenario where suppose that you have a brilliant idea that solves a major problem and you decided to build an application to build up on that idea, okay? Maybe it's a social media, or maybe it's a smart tool for students, or maybe it's just your portfolio. Okay, now you're excited. The coding for that project is also going great. Everything seems to be on the track. But now, the main question here is where should I build this app and where should I run this app? And what are the resources that will be required for building that application? Would that be costly? Traditionally, before cloud computing, the answer for this was not easy, as you would have to buy the physical servers, then set them up into the data centers, make sure that they have electricity, cooling, internet connectivity, backup systems, and someone to call upon, and also a huge maintenance team that takes care that if something breaks, the things can be handled immediately. Right? Now, all of this wouldn't just be expensive, but it would be also high maintenance, messy, and super slow. So, what should we do for that? Then came cloud computing as a solution for this problem, where you don't need to worry about buying, maintaining, or upgrading any kind of physical servers or any kind of hardware, like database, even if you want. You just need to rent what you need and when you need via the services provided by the cloud provider. In this case, we are going to study about AWS. So the cloud provider we have here is AWS. Okay. Here, whatever you want will be on the basis of pay as you go. And Amazon Web Services was the pioneer that changed the entire game. And suddenly, instead of owning the hardware like physical servers or databases, you could just rent whatever the services required. For example, compute, storage, databases, security, networking, etc. Whatever you need, you can just rent it over the internet. And that is what is the power of cloud. And that's what AWS is all about. Suppose that you need a server, launch it in just 2 minutes with the EC2 compute service. Then suppose you need now 100 servers, cool, no problem, just scale them up with the auto scaling. That is a feature of EC2 instance itself. And now suppose that you're done with the work and you don't require the servers anymore. Just shut them up and no worries of extra upfront costs or any kind of headaches of maintenance, right? And that's how easy it is to work with AWS. So the simple idea behind all of this was just renting IT resources, like you rent electricity or water over the prices of whatever amount you use, just like that, instead of owning them up. So this was the thing that transformed the tech industry forever, because now you have all the resources that you want, such as compute, storage, networking, security, databases, etc. on your hands, that you can scale up or down according to your needs and as per your specifications. Now let's see AWS in more detailed manner, okay? So AWS or Amazon Web Services is Amazon's cloud computing platform that provides on-demand pay-as-you-go access to a wide range of IT resources and services over the internet, such as computing power, storage, databases, and much more. So AWS was launched by Amazon in 2006 and it offers over 200 plus services. And very soon it became the market leader, holding the largest share of the cloud market, around 30% over the total cloud market. And it offers a vast range of cloud services that is used by startups, enterprises, and governments worldwide, including Netflix, Airbnb, Samsung, NASA, and even some small startups. And guess what? If you're watching Netflix or ordering the Zomato, chances are you're already using the cloud behind it. Or you're using AWS to be specific, without even realizing that everything this is powered by AWS itself. That's why learning AWS skills can be a power move in 2025, as it offers real opportunities and you can apply to the job roles like cloud engineers, DevOps engineers, backend engineers, site reliability engineers, data engineers, because all of them expect AWS skills in their criteria. And that's what we are building here. Okay, so before directly dive into the hands-on part, let's look at the four main types of AWS core service domains. So the core cloud service domains provide foundational IT resources, primarily compute, storage, alongside services like databases, security, management tools to power cloud applications and infrastructure. So why this plays a major role? Let me explain you that first. Now AWS has over 200 plus services, and for a beginner, all of the services at the beginning can feel like overwhelming, right? But now here's the trick. Instead of memorizing all of these 200 services, which is of course impossible, you should know the four main core service categories so that you can categorize everything else based on these four core domain skills. Okay, so once you get this service domains right, you will know exactly where each service fits in the bigger AWS picture, and instead of confusing in all the 200 services, you know that which one to focus on and which are the most important ones. Okay, so the first one we have is compute, or the compute service, which is called as the brain of your AWS cloud. Now, to understand the compute in a better way, think of it as a processing power. And whenever you need to run the code, host an application, or process certain kind of data, you use the compute services. And now the main AWS compute services are: first is EC2, which is Elastic Compute Cloud, which acts as a virtual machines in the cloud. So after EC2, we have AWS Lambda, which is a serverless service that lets the functions run only and only when they are triggered by external events or external factors. After that, we have ECS and EKS. So ECS is an Elastic Container Service and EKS is an Elastic Kubernetes Service, which are the container services like running the Docker containers at the scale, or you can use it for the container services that are in the cloud. Okay. After that, we have Elastic Beanstalk, which is a simplified app deployment service that handles scaling and infrastructure completely by AWS. So these are used for hosting the website's backend, running a machine learning model, or even streaming or video processing. After that, we have storage, which is the memory of your AWS cloud. This acts like a storage for data, files, assets, etc. that you run on the cloud. So this service domain contains all kind of services that are used to store your files, backups, and the data that is live. And AWS gives you multiple storage options for different kinds of need. So first we have S3, which is an object storage used for storing files, images, videos, backups. Okay, so in this we also have a sub object storage that is called as S3 Glacier, which is a long-term archive storage, which is both cheap as well as reliable. After that, the next storage option we have is EBS or elastic block storage, that is attached to the EC2 like a hard drive or kind of extended type of volume. Like you have SSDs, HDDs, memory cards, just like that. It's the extended version of your storage that you can attach to your EC2 instances or any kind of compute thing that you want to store data in. And lastly, we have EFS, which is the elastic file storage that is used for sharing multiple kind of EC2s at a single time. Okay, so this is used for storing product images for an e-commerce site or keeping the backups or even hosting a static website with the help of S3. I hope that is clear about the storage. Moving further, we have network and content delivery service domain. So to understand this in a better way, networking is the invisible road system connecting all your services together, and content delivery is the courier service that brings your content closer to the users. So the main AWS networking and CDN services are, first is VPC, which is virtual private cloud. That is basically your isolated AWS network. After that, we have Route 53, which is a domain name system or DNS and traffic routing. After Route 53, we have elastic load balancing, which distributes the traffic equally to multiple servers so that no server gets overloaded and get crashed. Okay, and lastly, we have CloudFront as a content delivery network or CDN, which provides us fast delivery of files over the globe. Now, this is used for routing traffic from any kind of website to your EC2 server in the specified region that you want to select. And while delivering images from nearest edge location, we use the CloudFront. And lastly, we have security and identity management, which is the guard of your AWS cloud, or basically it protects your AWS cloud from all kind of possible risks. So now to understand this in a better way, think of this as a lock and key system which is used for controlling. So basically it helps you to control that who has access to your system and what they can do or what permissions they have with that. And the AWS security and identity services are, first is IAM, which is identity and access management, that is used to manage the users, roles and policies inside your cloud network or inside your infrastructure. Then we have KMS or key management service, which is used for the data encryption purpose, that is protecting your data by encrypting it. So that is the work KMS or key management service does. And then we have AWS Shield, which is used for DDoS protection and tightening the security of your entire cloud infrastructure. And then lastly, we have WAF or Web Application Firewall, which acts as a shield to your entire cloud infrastructure. And security and identity access management domain is all about giving developers access to S3, but they're not allowed to any other services apart from S3, which is a storage service. Thus, it helps us encrypt the sensitive customer data and secure all the necessary services properly. Now, to wrap this main core service domains, so compute is basically the brain of your entire cloud infrastructure. Then storage is the memory device or memory storage for your entire cloud infrastructure. Then networking is basically the routes and kind of the thing that gives you access, that from where the data can be passed, who can access your data, what kind of permissions you want to grant, who can view your website contents. All these things are handled in the networking service domain. And lastly, security acts as a guard of your cloud infrastructure, or basically it protects your cloud infrastructure from the potential risks for the cloud native systems. Now, each one of the 200 plus cloud services will fall into one of these categories. Okay, like we saw what are the major services inside of this core service domains. And this way, instead of getting lost in all this big 200 plus services, you will always know where you are in the AWS and which are the main services that you should always keep track about. Alright, so now that you have understood this core service domains, what AWS is and why there is need for AWS so much in today's tech landscape, let's now understand how you can set up the AWS account and the configuration regarding that. Okay, so I'll be guiding you for that step by step. Now for that, let's first go to AWS Management Console. You can just type here. Just like that, and now click on this first link that you will see. So now let's create an account. So click on this. Now this will redirect you to the sign up page. So now the thing is, previously the free tier account or free tier version was up to of 1 year, but now it has reduced to 6 months. But there's something new they have added which was not there previously when I started working on AWS. So now they're providing $1,000 USD AWS credits which you can use. Plus you can also earn 100 more USD dollars by completing various activities maybe on the dashboard. So let's see that. Now for the account creation, here use your root email address, whatever it is. Since I've already used this one, I'll use a different one. And account name, yeah, you can keep the same. So now it will ask us to verify the email address. Let's click on it. Okay, so now let's see if we have received the email. Yeah, as you can see here, this is the verification code of that we received. Now we need to copy this and paste it over there. 982956. So this will obviously not work for yours. So repeat, paste, verify. So now it said it's you, your email address has been successfully verified. Okay, after that we need to set a password. So now since this is your root account, you need to set a very strong password over here, because if something happened or if you entered a weak password, this account can be at risk of very harmful things. It can be used by someone you don't even know. That's why it's very important to set the password right. Now let's move forward. So I will set the password. So this is my password now. I'm setting. Yeah, and the password has been set, and now it is asking us to choose the plan. So we are going to go with the free plan since we are going to practice it and we are a beginner, right? So now here it is asking you whether how do you plan to use this AWS account. So select on the personal one as you are going to use it for your own projects. After that, enter your full name, select your country code, India, here it is, type your number, your country or state, that will be India for us. Provide your address, city, state, province, like whatever your state is, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, whatever it is, just provide it. Your city will be here. Then your postal code, which is the pin code of your area, will be here. Then you have to click. Okay, we have to fill this. So I will just type randomly anything. Now agree and continue. After that, it will ask you for the billing information. Now for the billing purpose, like choose the country. Now here mention your debit card number that is written on the debit card or even credit card, whichever you want to. Then mention the expiration date, the year of it. After that, mention the security code, whatever the card holder's name, like whatever your name or your father's name, mother's name, anything can be okay. So then save card and charge. No, don't click this, okay? Just leave it as it is, blank. And do you have a PAN card number? If yes, then click this, or else you can just skip this. So obviously cannot go to the next step, but the further two steps are really easy. Since I don't have the payment details right now here, I can't do that. So yeah, that was it. Now here you can just go ahead. Now they will ask for certain two three documents like your PAN card, photo, your image, etc. Just provide that and you're set with it. Okay. And initially you will charge for 2 rupees, which afterwards, once the account has been properly activated, after 1 month you will receive that 2 rupees back in your account. Okay. That was it for the account creation. So alright, now that we have seen the 4 core service domains of AWS, now let's see the AWS dashboard or AWS management console and how to navigate it. Okay. So as I said, AWS offers over 200 plus services. And now this here that are displayed over here, these are the recently visited services by me. So if you want to view all the services inside AWS or AWS provides, this is the list of it. Here it is written all services. Now services by category like compute, container, storage, quantum technologies, management and governance, security, identity and compliance management. So here we also have databases, media services, migration and transfer, machine learning, networking and content delivery, business applications, developer tools, end user computing, Internet of Things, analytics, and much more. Right? Now, as we have explored already, the main or core service domains are compute. The containers are again the part of the compute only. We have saw that already. After that, we have storage, database, and then security, identity and compliance, and the networking part lies over here. So I hope that it is clear. And now suppose that you're working with analytics or your domain is particular to the analytics or data analytics, business analytics, whatever it is. We have the services such as AWS Athena, AWS Redshift, Cloud Search, Kinesis. These are the most used analytics services. Okay. And apart from, if you're a developer, we have a developer tools here as well, such as code commit, build, deploy pipelines. So this is used for the DevOps pipelines, maintenance, as well as building and deploying the applications or web applications as well. Okay. Now apart from that, for the networking purpose, VPC and CloudFront are the most used one. And when it comes to machine learning, Amazon SageMaker and Amazon Bedrock are the most used services as per my knowledge. And when it comes to front-end web and mobile application development, you can use AWS Amplify, AWS AppSync, okay, as per the requirements and specifications. And for the basic or the core services, we have databases for SQL, Aurora, and RDS. When it comes to the NoSQL or NoSQL databases, we have DynamoDB for that. And for the storage, as we already discussed, that S3 is for the object storage, EFS and FSX is for the file storage. Then S3 Glacier is again the subservice of S3 as well. And for the containers, we have already studied what ECS, EKS are, right? And then we have also studied that what compute services are there, how it helps us, and what kind of power it provides us, as it helps us in processing whatever the processing work is there. Okay. Now again, let's go back to the console home. Again, the most important thing is the regions. So we have a lot of regions over here, and there are 17 regions that are not enabled for this account. It means there are more regions for this. So now why it is so important to focus or be aware of which region you're working on? Because whatever resources you create, it is specific only and only to that region. For example, the first we have here is Northern Virginia. So suppose we go into this this region. Now this region is enabled for my console, like management console. Now whatever resources I create on EC2, whatever the things or billing management or budgets I create on billing and cost management, or whatever services, permissions that I enable, whatever roles I create on IAM or store some kind of files, assets or data on S3 will be specific to Northern Virginia region only. You won't be able to see or access it through the Mumbai region. You understand that? And that's why it is so important to be specific to one region only. Since I'm working from India or I live in India, Mumbai is the one that would be the most suitable for me. So I have chosen it to be Mumbai. And here you can see each one has a code. Mumbai has a AP South one, and you can see in the URL it is mentioned clearly over here, https ap-south -1, which means I'm working entirely into the Mumbai region. And you can select the regions as per the latency. So latency means, suppose that I'm living in India, thus the nearest region or nearest location to me is Mumbai. If you're working from Korea or South Korea, then Seoul will be the one for you. If you're working from Japan, Tokyo would be the one for you. So whatever location country wise you're working or you live in that country, please select the regions as per that. So the less the latency, the more faster everything gets. Okay, I hope that this is clear. And one more thing, you should be specific to that region only, because suppose now you have created some resources in the Northern Virginia region, and after that you switch to the Mumbai region, and now what happens is when you're working on the Mumbai region, you forgot about the resources or the instances that you might have created on Northern Virginia, right? And now the cost, the billing and charges are coming for that resources which are active in Northern Virginia region. Since that now you have switched to the Mumbai region, you are completely unaware that you have some resources over here. So that might create an issue and might incur some extra or additional charges. So we don't want that. To make this things easier, just choose one specific region according to your workstation and be specific to that only. Okay, I hope this region thing is clear as well. Apart from that, here you can track your costs and usages per month as per the month. Now I was doing some work on Kubernetes, so I needed the T2 medium instance, and that's why it costed me some of the charges. All right, so it totally depends on what kind of resources or what kind of services you're using, and monitor whatever the things you're using with the cost and usage metrics. Okay, and that's why I said be specific to the region. Since I'm working with Mumbai region only and only, I'm aware that okay, these are the costs that I have to manage, or these are the costs that are being charged. Okay, now that is it. Apart from that, nothing is important much as per my knowledge. Nothing is required, but this services, the region, that is very very important. Apart from that, this cost and usage. Okay, so these three things are the most important, and you should always monitor these things. Okay, that's a good practice. So since we are clear for the dashboard things, and if you're working on AWS, you won't be needing a lot of services. There are few services like 30 to 40 which are used in day-to-day works or day-to-day projects. Apart from that, it totally depends on the specification and requirement as per the tech stack of it. Okay, now with that all said, let's go to billing and cost management, because this is very important to set the budget for your AWS account, so that whenever you're working on something extra services and you have forgotten to turn it off or terminate the instances, you can be aware that okay, the charges are incurring from that specific service or that specific region. Okay, so for that, go to the billing and cost management. After that, scroll down in the budgets and planning section, select budgets, and from there go to create budget. Once you are here, you have an option to choose budget type. Now in the budget setup, you have two options: user template or customize. That is the advanced option, so I'm going with the customize option, and it is recommended as well. So in the budget types, we have four, and out of this four, cost budget is the one recommended by the AWS itself, and it's considered as a standard one. So click on this, then click on next, and then you are here to set your budget. So name your budget as 0 budget. Okay, and now you can set the period for budget amount. Now it is very easy to track when it is monthly, so that you can pay as per the month, because the billing charges or the bills you receive are monthly. Okay, so it's better to select on monthly, and then recurring budget, keep it as it is. Starting months you can select as your preference. After that, keep everything as it is, then enter your budgeted amount. I will keep it as $1. Okay, so keep everything as it is, click on next. Now that this is done, again add an extra alert notification threshold, so click here one. So summary is, when your actual cost is greater than $1 or 1%, that is $0.01 of your budgeted amount, that is $1, the alert threshold will be exceeded. So now this helps us to track the expenses, as well as it gives an alert that some of your free tier eligible services has been started charging you because you have exhausted the free limit. Okay, and now here, so I'm giving here my email. So now you can type here the email that you always check on or stay updated with. That should be the email over here, because that would be easier for you to track your expenses. Okay, so now click on next, and now here you can view everything that you have configured here. And since everything is good to go, click on next, and again a last review or last preview of it, and then just go with it, create budget, and that's it. Your zero budget has been created, as you can see over here. Now just refresh it, and you're good to go. See, everything is set now. So now whenever you will cross free tier eligible limits, or exhaust the free limited, or exhaust the free tier limitations and started getting charged for that, this will notify you. Okay, so that you can be saved in time before you are charged with heavy amount. So that's it. Now let's go to our console now. So that was the billing and cost management. And after that, let's go with our IAM, which is a security service. And since AWS is really sensitive to some of the services kept open, or you forgot to switch off or terminate the instances, you can be billed heavily, or sometimes a lot than you can expect. So if you don't want a big bill on your name, it's very important to keep everything on check, and that is where we have IAM, or identity and access management. So IAM basically answers two questions, that is who are you, that is the authentication, and what you can do, that is the authorization. So what you are authorized to do inside an AWS console, like what are the permissions you have, what are the policies you have. And the next is authentication, that is your user or role. Like, okay, this is given to you, you are the user for this, and that is your role kind of, or authentication. Okay, so since we are set with that, let's understand IAM in an easier way. So IAM is mainly used for setting and management users, roles, policies, and then like creating user groups. Okay, so to understand it in a better way, just imagine it as a corporate office where the employee are the users, or IAM users specifically, and then we have different kinds of departments. Those are the IAM groups. Okay, after that there is a job description, and that is what IAM rules. Now different kinds of departments require different kind of employees with different tech stacks, different job roles, and different kind of permissions. For example, the guy who works in the accounts cannot be roaming around into the IT sector or IT department where everything technical is going on, right? He has the work with the accounts, and he is solely tied up with that department. Or you're not allowed to go to the computer department or IT department and see what stuff they are using or what resources they have access to. And that is what is the job description or IAM policies. Like, you're only aligned with that policy. Your policy is that you should be focused totally to the resources and services regarding the finance department, while the other guy who is working in the IT department should be aligned with the policies and resources, services aligned with the IT department. Okay, that is what is the IAM policies. And now apart from that, everyone has a job role. For example, someone might be a DevOps engineer, someone might be the finance auditor, someone might be something else like growth performance or growth associate. Okay, anything. So that is it. Now to understand this in a proper way, that why we need IAM basically what it does is, there are certain kind of job roles, or there are certain kind of roles that are assigned to that user and with the aligned policies. Now that user is only allowed to access those services, those resources. He cannot just go to any kind of service and do whatever he wants. No, he cannot do that. And that is what is privileged by identity and access management. So the basic idea behind identity and access management, that it only gives you whatever that is required. Anything that is not needed or that is not required for you, it doesn't allow you to do that. If you are supposed to do totally on S3 and EC2, you are not allowed any kind of extra service access. You are only and only allowed to work on S3 and EC2 because that is what is required for you. Anything else apart from that which is not in your requirement list is not given to you. Okay, I hope this is clear to you. So now there are certain kind of concepts that should be clear for you. So first is the user. And user is an individual with credentials to log into the system or log into that user account. Okay. Apart from that, we have groups, that is user groups. So in the user groups, there is a set of users with the shared permissions. Okay. For example, there are 3 or 5 people who are using the same resources, same services. Now that all 4 or 5 people are put in a group where they have access to the similar kind of services and similar kind of resources and similar kind of permissions. Okay, so that is what is a user group. Apart from that, we have policies. So a policy is a JSON document defining allowed or denied actions. Like suppose that finance department guys or the finance group can only perform the audits, the logs, and they can only view the financial data or whatever the companies having in their transactions or audits. Apart from the finance group, no other person from any other departments can view it. Okay, and that is what is called as policies. So there are policies that okay, these are allowed for you, but other people cannot have access to it. And if you're allowed, you're only allowed to that particular thing. You're not allowed to any other things. Okay, so basically it is specific to the user group, specific to the user only. And apart from that, we have roles. Now roles is a temporary permission assigned to AWS resources or users. Now we are going to see that in the practical so that it becomes very easier for you to understand. And then we have identity providers. So identity providers is like providing you an identity that okay, you are this and you are like admin, or take it as example for admin. Okay, he is the identity provider. So you are given with specific identities and you're only allowed to work with that identities. Okay, so I hope that these concepts are clear for you. Now apart from this, there are certain best practices that you should follow that we'll see later. So let's get on the practical side for a better understanding. Now that we are already inside the identity and access management, let's go to the users. And okay, so these are the previously used things. Apart from this, we are going to create a new one. So create user, then name it as, suppose you are working as a developer user hyphen user. So here we have an option that provide user access to the AWS management console. Now this option, if you clicked on this, it gives you an access of entire management console. Everything that is in the AWS, you get access to it. But we are not going to do that. So let me tell you in what cases you can do that. So suppose that now that you have seen that we have logged in by our root account or root user. Now if you want to use a shadow account to log into your AWS account to reduce the potential risks of data tampering or whatever the potential risks are, to avoid that, you can use this. You can create an user based on your name. Whatever the permissions you require, you can give yourself, or you can even provide the complete access to the AWS management console, because obviously you are the one who is going to work there. If you're solo or if you're working just for the learning phase, you can do this. Okay, so since we are going to assign a user here, we are not going to do that because this gives you all the admin privileges. So as soon as I unchecked it, the options reduced. But see here, are you providing console access to a person? Specify a user in identity center that is recommended. And I want to create an IAM user. That would be for US. Okay, so since we are not going to use that, we'll just skip that. So then next, So now it is asking for the permission options. So now it is asking you permissions that should we add user to a group or just copy permissions or attach policies directly. Whatever it is, you can do that. For now, I'm going to do is, okay, add user to the group or copy permissions. Like these are the previous permissions that I gave to the users. Are we going to copy the permissions from the previous users? No, we are not going to do that. Apart from that, we have third option, that is attach policies directly. Now when we configure the user, we can do that later, like we can assign the policies, but you can here directly assign the policies as well. So what we are going to do is add user to the group. Now have you created the groups? No, we have not created any groups. So let's create a group as well. So the group name will be developers. Okay, and then for the policies, as you can see that you can even search for it. So what is required is developers mainly work on EC2, Amazon EC2. So as you can see, administrative access, full access, apart from that, access to pull images from the EC2, only read-only access, policy to enable task auto-scaling. We have multiple options just for the EC2 service. You saw that? Okay. Apart from all this, we are going to provide the full access of EC2. And apart from EC2, we also require the VPC as well. So AWS VPC. Okay, just let me search VPC. Now we have a lot of options over here. From that, we are going to go for the full access again. So yeah, and that is given. Okay, so just create user group. So as you can see here, we have attached the policies for Amazon, just a minute, for Amazon EC2 instance as well as VPC full access. Okay, now as we have created the developer user and a group name called as developers, so this both of them can only work with this. Okay, the user is not yet added to this. So now we are going to click on this and yeah, next. So now this is done as permission summary, that is group name developers. Okay, so there's no need of tag, just create user. And now we have a user called as developer. Okay, now let's refresh this. And now as you can see, our developer user is in the group, that is the developers group, and whatever policies or permissions they have. So the permissions policies they have is VPC full access. It got ticked on the wrong option. Okay, we will add more policies. So it went on and got assigned with Amazon EC2 container registry power user. So we can add the permissions from here as well. So we'll click on add permissions, and now from here we'll click on this, search for the EC2 full access, and here it is. And then next, add permission, and that is it. Now you can see here EC2 and VPC. So EC2 is our compute service that we are going to see next after this, and then we have a VPC full access. So EC2 is the compute and VPC is the networking. So yeah, that is it. That was the requirement for us for now as per the specifications again. So that was it for the user role. Apart from that, now this developer user can only work with these three policies. He cannot access other services at all. He can only access these three, and not only the user but also the group. As we have created the developer, Now, okay, so I guess that we should add the policies over here too. So I hope that you understood how to do this. So add permissions again, attach policies. Now search for EC2 full access. And here it is. Click attach policies. It's that easy. Okay? And now we have the developers group and the same permissions which are assigned to the user. Alright? So I hope that this thing is clear for you. So now that we are clear with the user groups and user, let's move forward with the rules. So click on the rules. Now here, these are the previously created rules. Now go to the create rule. Now here, you can select on AWS service from the trusted entity type. So once you've selected this trusted entity type and AWS service, for the use case, choose EC2. Then, okay, we'll use it completely. Don't need any scheduled instances. So once you're inside the policies, now here we are going to again go for the Amazon VPC. Full access and Amazon S3, that is the bucket storage. Yes, object storage. So attach this as well. Now name the rule. Okay, so what are the services we selected here? First we went for the EC2. Okay, EC2 VPC S3 rule. Alright, so now the description says allows EC2 instances to call AWS services on behalf of on your behalf. So these are the selected or trusted entities, that is the assume rule and EC2. Okay, so what are the permissions we have allowed here? S3 full access and VPC full access. So then this is real and now this is ready. So now any EC2 with this role can read from S3 and VPC without storing any kind of keys. So this is secure as well as keyless. Then you can directly access S3 as well as VPC from any kind of EC2 instance where this role is been called out. Okay, so click on create role. So this role has been created. Okay, now that we have understood what policies are, what users are, we have already created the user and a user group, and we also created a role for that. Okay, now let's move forward and now click on the security credentials. Okay, for that we'll go to the developer. Then we'll go to the security credentials. And this is what the security part now. Now we are done with the identity management, right? And the access management. Now it comes to the security part. And right here, when you click on the user, you can see there is a block called as security credentials. From here, you can enable the MFA, that is the multi-factor authentication. Now, it totally depends on if you want to do, but it's a good practice. So now go to here, and now here you can go with the passkey or security key, and without that not a single person or a user can access this user. And that is why it is always and always recommended when you're working with a lot of sensitive or confidential information, confidential projects, and high-end security or mega projects. So as you can see, passkey, authenticator app, hardware, TO2P token. So click on this as we are going with it. So it here asks for the device name. Now, whatever the device name you want to give, you can give, and then click on next, and you're set up with that device. Okay, so that is it, nothing much. Now, whenever you will try to log in into this account or the assigned account to you as per the user specifications, you will need both password plus one time code that will be here on this device. Okay, now that was it for the IAM as for the beginner perspective. And now here's one interview question that is majorly asked by the interviews, and kind of it's a favorite question, I must say. So the question is, what is the default behavior of IAM? Now the answer for this is IAM denies everything, literally everything. And that is why you must explicitly mention and allow that what you want or what you want to allow. Okay? So make sure that you remember or keep this in your mind because this is mostly asked in the interviews. With the wrap for this IAM model, with IAM you can decide exactly who can do what in your AWS account, and what kind of permissions they have, what kind of policies they have, what kind of access and what services they can access to, and what kind of groups they belong to. Okay, so this is what is designed or assigned or managed completely by the IAM, and that is why it is named as identity and access management. Okay, so I hope that this is clear. Now let's move to the next service, that is compute. So once we are done with the security, next is naturally comes to compute service. So now let's move forward with the EC2 or Amazon Elastic Compute Cloud. Now this is the compute service provided by AWS. Repeat, EC2 offers ultimate scalability and control, and it is best in case where you want the highest level of control of the entire tech stack, allowing the full integration with the AWS services, and it has the widest variety of service size options as well. There are variety of instances that you will get based on the preferences, availability, and the kind of resource you want. Okay, the major and the most important benefit is that it provides you the utmost level of freedom as well as control over the tech stack that you want, as EC2 provides the servers where you can install different types of databases, where you can install different types of softwares, and then you can run everything we are manually installing on the EC2 servers, no matter which tech stack you want to use. Okay, and that is why EC2 is the main or the core compute service that is provided by the AWS. Now let's see the related services as well. As I said that EC2 is a compute service. Now there are again four kind of compute services. So we also have AWS Lightsail. This is the best in case you want a completely managed infrastructure, such as that is managed by completely AWS, that is provided for simple web applications, websites, or even development environments at a fixed monthly price. Okay, so for the lightweighted applications or for the simple web applications, Lightsail or AWS Lightsail is the best in that case. Apart from that, we have AWS Lambda. Now this is a serverless option. Now here also everything is managed by the AWS itself, and it is the go-to compute service when it comes to the serverless architecture. Now what is serverless architecture? So serverless architecture is the type of architecture where you don't have to manage everything or have to worry about scaling up and downs of the servers. Everything that is required is already provided by the AWS itself. Okay, and here you can run the code without even thinking about servers, and you can also build the event driven architectures here. Okay, after that we have Elastic Beanstalk. Now Elastic Beanstalk is another kind of compute service which is mostly used for deploying Node.js applications as per my experience. And speaking of what is in the documentation, then if you want to write and deploy code for web applications with JavaScript, or write your own code in Java, .NET, Go, Ruby, PHP, Node.js, or even Python, for that Elastic Beanstalk is the best one for it. Okay, and if you want to build merge stack applications, mean stack applications, this is the go-to compute service in that scenario. Okay, now coming to the last one, that is Elastic Container Service. Now in this criteria we have two, that is Elastic Container Service as well as EKS, which is also known as Elastic Kubernetes Service. Okay, Now, this option is best if you want a completely managed container as well as container orchestration platforms with global scalability. So, Elastic Container Service is basically uh, similar to the Docker but in the AWS. As well as when it comes to the EKS or Elastic Kubernetes Service, it is similar to the Kubernetes but for the cloud purpose, and that is why it is called as EKS or Elastic Kubernetes Service. And now that you have got a proper understanding of the types of compute services, let's move with the main one, that is EC2. Alright, now let's click on launch instance since we are going to create an instance on EC2 instance. So for the name purpose, let's name it as my first EC2 server. Okay, now coming to the next, that is application and OS images. So what is it? Now Amazon Machine Image or AMIs basically provide you with the OS or operating system images, application server and applications for your instances. And there are a lot of available AMIs over here, and you can select any of it based on the preferences as well as the specification for what kind of project or tech stack you're building this for. It also provides Amazon Linux, Mac OS, Ubuntu, Windows, Red Hat, SUSE Linux, Debian, and more flavors of Linux as well. Okay. So since I'm going to go with the Linux one because that is what it is, because I have practice on that. So Amazon Linux, like select it and make sure that you select the only one that is eligible for the free tier version. Okay, so since this is default one, I'm going to keep it as it is. After that, you can see the description for that over here, and it provides everything, that is the OS which is used, operating system, and 5 years long-term support, optimized for AWS and designed to provide secure, scalable, etc, etc. And after that, look for the architecture. Now choose the architecture based on the system you're working on, as per the compatibility you have. Okay, so I'm going to use it as it is, like 64-bit x86 as it is. Now as I said, there are multiple types of instances provided by the EC2 dashboard or provided by the EC2 service. When you will scroll it down, you will see multiple instances over here. Okay, so you have to choose it based on your preferences or your requirements, and make sure that since you're practicing or you're a beginner, or support repeat, or if you're a beginner, make sure to click on the free tier eligible instances only, because there are some instances, okay, AWS has changed its plans now, there is only one free tier eligible instance. So yeah, keep this in mind that you should only use the free tier ones, or else if you use any other, that may charge you or cost you really a lot of money. So the last time on my experience, I'm telling you, I used this T2 medium. I had a requirement for a Kubernetes setup, and it costed me a lot of money. So make sure that you select the free tier ones. Okay, so that was it for the instance type. Now moving forward with the key pair, uh, since I've created this previously, it is showing over there, but we are going to create a new one. So create a new key pair, and now what should I name this now? Okay, so I'm going to name it as server key. Okay, you can name it anything that you want. So click on create key pair, and as you can see, it has downloaded. Okay, so once you are done with the key pair, next is the network settings, and this is really important because that decides what kind of traffic is going to come to your website or hosted site. Okay, so as you can see here, there's a VPC. Now this is providing a new VPC that is created by default with the instance. We don't have to do that specifically, but you can edit that if you want by choosing here. Like if you have created any of yours, you can choose it. Okay, since we are going to go with the default, let's keep it as it is. Okay, so there's no preferences, everything should be as it is. You can also choose availability zones, subnets, everything according to your specifications. So now coming to the firewall or security groups, Now there are two options, either use our existing one or either create a new one. Since we are starting from the scratch, let's create a new one. Okay, so click this create security group and you can name anything for the security group. Let's take it as EC2 server SG, which means security group. Okay, so let's name that. Apart from that, keep everything as it is. Now I hope that everything is okay. Yeah, so this is the SSH one and keep it as it is. Don't do anything over here. You can add security group rules such as we will add HTTP and HTTPS, okay, since they are required for bringing the traffic from all over the internet to your website so that we will be able to see it from anywhere of the world. Now keep it as anywhere. We'll require one more, that is HTTPS. And what is the full form of HTTP and HTTPS? Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and this stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure. Okay, source type, we want traffic from anywhere. Okay, so with that said, now coming to the configuration of storage, here the maximum limit is 30, like 30 GB of storage. But since we don't want to exhaust all the quota given by the free tier version at once, we will keep it as 8 since that is minimum requirement. So apart from that, keep everything as it is, and with this configuration you will also get 3000 input output processes, so that is enough for us. So this is an advanced option and it completely depends upon how much experience you have with the AWS and what kind of project you're working on. So for now we are going to skip this. Okay, and now again here you will have a summary of whatever configuration you have configured in this instance, and then if everything seems right, go with the launch instance. And it says successfully initiated launch of instance. Now go to instances. Yeah, and now this is our instance that we created just now. Now here you cannot just connect, because unless and until this status check has passed both of the checks that we will see how they connects, after that only the instance is ready to use. Okay, so until then just wait. You can keep refreshing this so it can update the status. Okay, now as you can see, so now that our instance is ready to use, we will go to this, that is connect. Now with the help of this we can connect our EC2 instance. Now here we have two options, that is first option is we will SSH, but for this you will have a requirement of putty, and since we don't want to go in that details, we'll go by the easier option that we have is, now keep everything as it is and just click on connect. And so now that you can see on the screen, our EC2 server, that is basically a Linux server we have created on EC2 instance, is ready to use. So okay, let's go with the first command, that is sudo yum, okay, yum update first hyphen yes. So sudo basically means that it gives you all the admin privileges, or it makes you a root user in this. Okay, and then we have sudo yum install httpd -y. So http is basically an apache server. As you can see here, everything is installing, all the dependencies, and yeah, here it is completed. So after that we are going to say sudo system control, that is systemctl start httpd, that is the start the apache server that we just installed. And next is sudo system control enable httpd, so it will start the Apache server, and now it is enabling the Apache server. Okay, and yeah, the system link has been created and it is ready to use. But still, just for the verification, let's check the status of the Apache server. So you can use any kind of server, Nginx, Apache, or whatever you want. So sudo system control, that is systemctl status of Apache server, that is httpd, and yeah, it is active and running. Now that our server is ready to use, let's just display a message first. Okay, for that the command is echo inverted commas and then a little bit of HTML, that is the heading tag, and hello. This is Suna here, and it's my first EC2 server. Hi, and that's it. Okay, and this is ready to use. Okay, so after that we'll give it a sudo t command with path, that is variable. Now www, since we are doing it in HTML, and that name the file. Okay, let's see what happens. And yeah, here you can see the message has been displayed, but again we have did a mistake, we haven't closed the tag yet. Okay, so for that we'll go and give it the command again, and this time we'll do it properly. So h1, after that h1 tag closed, and then we'll display the message, that is hello. This is Suna here, and this is our first EC2 server. Hi. Yep, good to go. And then let's give it the path, that sudo t var www hyphen html index.html. Okay, and now let's enter this, and yeah, that is it. So now let's see if it is visible on the server. So now copy this, let's see this if it is visible on the browser as well. For that, copy the public IP from here and then open a new tab. Okay, let's see if it still works. And yes, our message has been displayed on the browser. That means, yeah, everything is working just fine. And we just deployed a live web page from a server you created in the cloud, especially the EC2 one. Okay, and yes, you can write it anything here. You can even display your index pages over there. And for that, let's see you in the next tutorial. For now, this is the fundamentals, so we have to keep it to the basics. So that was it with the deployment of a live web page right from the EC2 instance. Okay, and that means even though the session has been cleared, it has all the data. It means everything is working just fine. And that is why cloud deployments are always and always a plus point in the development. Okay, now that you're set with the EC2 instance and everything is just working fine, don't forget to come here on the instance state and click this option, that is terminate, means deleting the instances, because if you didn't, it might go on just like that. Okay, so make sure you delete all the resources you create after practicing. Okay, that is a major thing you should keep in your mind. And just like that, you went from knowing zero about cloud to having your own live web server and application running in AWS. And this is the first test of what cloud engineers do daily, and you just did it yourself. Though they do it on the major or a big level, we have just stepped into the ocean. Okay, so now this is done. Now let's move forward with the storage, that is S3, and it is also called as the Google Drive for developers. Let's see what it means. So then we are coming to the S3 or simple storage service. The short form for that is S3. Now let's see that. Now let me introduce you S3 or Amazon Simple Storage Service. Now as the name suggests, this is used for the storage, and specifically this is used for the object storage. Now what I mean the objects is files, documents, backups, data, that kind of things. Okay, now yeah, so here are the benefits, features, use cases, case studies, everything related to this. So how it works, we also have a short video by AWS itself. If you want, you can watch that. Okay, so the very fundamental you should do is create an account. Know all of the things that it might cost you heavily, or it might give you the unwanted charges. All are myth, nothing like that. It will just cost you 2 rupees and everything will be properly done without any kind of whatever the confusions that may be in your mind. There's nothing like that. Everything is smooth with the AWS. Just go and create your account and start working and exploring in that. It's that simple. Once you start exploring it, you will find it very easy to understand and grasp it. Okay, and of course AWS has a lot of promising opportunities coming forward. So since I hope that you understood what S3 is, I mean, just for the introduction, store and retrieve any amount of data from anywhere of the world. Okay, now enough for the theory part or introduction. Let's dive into the practical implementation of this. So click on this create bucket, and trust me, just now we hosted a website over here, right? So now that we are done with the EC2, we can deploy the websites or host websites on S3 as well, and that too in a simpler and faster way. How? Let's see that. Now for that, since we are already creating a bucket, now keep it as it is. Now the name of the bucket should be in small letters only, as you can see over here. It's a good practice that all the things that you name in the AWS should be in the small letters. Okay, keep this in your mind. So we will give it as demo. We'll name it as demo bucket. I hope that this name is available. Let's see if it is. Okay, then you can also copy the settings from existing bucket if you have created some buckets earlier, and if you want to choose the same settings for that, you can just copy it. Okay, so since we don't want to do that, we are going to skip that option. And then the object ownership, that is the ACLs, or ACLs, the full form for that is access control lists. Now ACLs, what is the role of it? It provides the object ownership and defines who can access your objects. Okay, since we don't require this, we are going to keep everything as it is. And now again, so this by default is public access for your bucket that you are creating. By default it is blocked for all the public access. Now we are going to turn it off, or you can turn it on as well based on your preferences, but since we are going to use it to host a website, we are going to turn it off. Okay, not here, afterwards you can turn it off here also, but yeah, turning it off means your buckets become public. And yeah, I want my bucket to be public because I have a website to host over there. So since I know all the things, I'm going to click on it. And you can also select the specification like public access to buckets and objects granted through new public bucket or access point policies. There are a lot of things that we can modify over here. So since I'm going to keep everything as it is for now and just turn off the public block public access and acknowledges, then bucket versioning, we are going to enable it because this is the plus point of using S3. Now how? So versioning, it means keeping multiple variants of an object in the same bucket. In the simple words, if I have to explain this, so what it does is all the versions that you have uploaded or created of your websites or maybe your files, even if you update it, all the versions that you uploaded previously remain there even after you deleted them. And that is what is versioning. And that is why it is very, very important to enable the bucket versioning. If you want all the versions that you have uploaded or all the versions of an application that you have deployed or hosted on S3 to be there, you will enable it. Okay, I hope this is clear to you. Now, apart from that, we are coming back to the default encryption. Now, since S3 is used to store the objects like files, backups, data, or documents, assets, etc., it is very, very important to encrypt it since there might be some kind of confidential or some kind of very, very sensitive data in that files. Okay, so you can choose that. That is server side encryption with Amazon S3, managed keys, and then we have encryption with KMS, that is key management service, and dual layer side encryption with key management service keys as well. So you can select it as per your thing. I'm going to keep everything as it is. And then we have this bucket key option. So using an S3 bucket key for this one reduces cost by lowering calls to KMS. Like it connects it to the KMS and then the cost for that is reduced. Okay, nothing so hard in this. And you can also lock the object that if you want it to be accessed only and only by you. So since there's nothing important for now in this, we are going to keep it as it is and just move forward and create bucket. And make sure the region you select is the same one. Okay, I told you there is a name issue with this. So this name already exists. That means we have to search for another name. That is demo bucket of S3. Now let's check if it is available. That name is again taken, as you can see. To make your bucket name unique, you can try adding your account ID to be specific. That would take a lot of time. Now, what should we do it? Something unique. Bucket name. Demos. Demos 3. I hope this is not taken by anyone. This is also taken. Okay, as it says, let's add the ID. Now my bucket hyphen the last digits of our ID, that is 8831. Alright, now let's check if this is available. And yeah, that name was available. So from here we are going to click on this one since this is our preferred bucket. Now that we have created our bucket successfully, our next step is to upload the objects that or the files that we want to host. So if you want to host a website, what will be your uploads over here? The I'm going to upload a static because S3 is used only for the static website hosting. So if you think about it, we need HTML file, that is index.html, CSS, .js file, and then whatever the assets we have used for hosting the website, right? So now let's do that. Let's go back and upload, like click on the upload. Then okay, so these are the files. So I'm going to keep it at the side window and upload all the assets over here. Then the images, index file, the script.js file, the styling files, and that's it. All the required files and folders are into our upload folder now. So now let's upload them. Click on upload, and yeah, it is taking time, but everything is getting uploaded. So this is a static website that I have used for this tutorial purpose, or for the, showing you how should we host the websites, or specifically speaking static websites in S3. Okay, because S3 is only used for hosting the static websites. The dynamic ones such as MERN stack or with the React or even the mean stack, we cannot upload or host over here. Okay, so keep that in your mind. Sorry, deploy. Yeah, so as you can see, all the files are already here. Now what we will do is we'll go to the properties, then we'll go to the bottom of this, yeah, then edit, click on edit since we are going to host this. So yeah, static website hosting. If your static website hosting is disabled, make sure to click on the enable, or else you won't be able to see all the further options. Okay, so once you are done with that, next type over here, like it should be index.html, your main file here, or in whatever the static website you are going to deploy over S3, it's the main document should be index.html. Okay, the one that holds all the integrations together. So apart from that, keep everything as it is, save changes. Okay, so this is also done. Now what we are going to do, now all the steps are done, the last thing is updating the bucket policy. Okay, and make sure that this block all public access is off, because without that your website won't be accessed through the browser. Okay, so now for the bucket policy, go here. Now here, just go to ChatGPT, ask it to generate a bucket policy for making it public, and it will give you. Just replace the name with your name. Okay, and just paste it here. Yeah, so this is my bucket name. So make sure that you replace this name with whatever the bucket name you have given to your bucket. Okay, yes, so we are done, and then again move forward with the save changes, and everything is smooth. So now again go to the properties and just refresh it once. Okay, now click over here, and right here we have our website live and running. So this is basically a McLaren landing page I have used to just showcase the S3 capabilities. So as you can see, everything is running smooth, everything is going great until now. Yeah, all the effects or whatever the things are, they are great as well. Okay, the experience is smooth as well. So that was it for the S3. I hope that you understood and liked how to do this, and it's easier, right, compared to the EC2 ones. Yep. So yeah, now let's move back to our bucket, and now I'll show you what is bucket versioning. Now let's go to the objects, and now listen carefully. If you want the previous uploaded versions of your website and all the assets that were paired with that, folders, files, whatever the things are, that can be accessed even after deleting the objects. And to view that objects, Just click on show versions and see here this delete marker. This delete marker tells you that these files were there previously, then they were updated. I uploaded it previously just to show you how the versioning works, and since you can see this and also the time over here. Okay, so I hope that you are clear with how versioning works, and this can be really helpful to preserve your older version so that something breaks or something, some of the features that you want from the previous version, that can be stored immediately without any kind of hassle. Okay, so that was it for the S3, and there are a lot of things into this also, but since it's just for the fundamental purpose, that was it for the S3. Now I hope that you understood S3 bucket really well. And just like that, within just few clicks, we hosted our website globally without managing any kind of servers, updates, or scaling, just with the help of S3. So S3 is not just for files, it's the backbone for storing as well as delivering the static assets for millions of apps. Okay, now if you want to go for React or Angular based, you can go for the Amplify as well as the Elastic Beanstalk ones. Okay, with the help of them, you can deploy those applications over there. Now that you can store and serve the files over here, let's talk about where your data can be stored, like the database or the structured storage, and see that how you can also manage your databases with the zero maintenance. And for that, we have two databases. For the SQL type of databases, we have RDS as well as Aurora, which is a clustered form of database. And then for the NoSQL, for something kind of like MongoDB, we have DynamoDB and document database. Okay, in the AWS. Now let's see those now. So you can search over here RDS, that is relational database system. Yeah, Aurora and RDS. Okay, everything is going great. So far, you have launched a web server now and hosted the static website on S3 as well. But now, what if your application needs to store user data like usernames, passwords, orders, messages, the things like that, or pictures maybe? So, for that, you could install a database manually on your EC2. So that we are already gone through the EC2. I told you that on the EC2 server, you can install the softwares, the languages, the databases, everything that you want over there, right? So, suppose that you are installing a database like MySQL over the EC2 instance, or PostgreSQL or MariaDB, but installing the database over the EC2 server, that means you have to configure it yourself. You have to manage the backups yourself. You have to handle the scaling of the database as well by yourself, and also fix the crashes if it occurred. And that is where we need a handled and properly managed database by AWS, and that is RDS, or Relational Database System, or Database Service, or AWS. Okay, so here AWS takes care of all of it by itself. Now, if I have to give a real life analogy to make you understand you in a better way, that why installing the databases on the EC2 can be harder than manually operating or manually configuring. Now, to make this a little bit more simpler, like what is the difference between the database that you install and manage and configure on the EC2 server, everything manually, and the RDS or Aurora that is provided by the AWS as a database service. Okay, now to understand this, think of like cooking everything yourself at home when you are very hungry. So that is what is similar to installing database over EC2 server. Of course, EC2 is great when you want the total control of the full whatever the tech stack you're going to use it for your project or development. Okay, but when it comes to fast and easy retrievals and easy integrations, RDS is best in this case. Think of this like hiring a full-time chef for cooking you whatever you like, just like that. You will decide the recipes, like your data structure, but AWS handles everything on its own, like cooking, cleaning, and keeping the kitchen running. Okay, now to launch the RDS instance over here. Now, since we are already in the database or Aurora and RDS dashboard, as you can see, there's an option create a database. Click over there. Now, in this, all of it, you can choose whichever engine type you want, And the database creation method, keep it as standard create, because that lets you choose more options, and it can be really repeat, and it can be helpful when you want to configure it everything carefully. Okay, now for the engine options, since we are going to go with the MySQL, you can use anyone like Aurora, PostgreSQL, MariaDB. As I said, everything is available over here. Oracle, etc. We are going to go with the simple MySQL, okay? And the standard one it is also. Now for the version ones, keep it as default because this would be the latest one and the recommended one. So the engine version, that is of MySQL, that is 8.0.42. Okay, now keep this as it is. So once you are done with this, when it comes to templates, it depends, like you want the database for production level, development or testing level, or just for trying out, and that is what is used for free tier. Okay, and as you can see, once you click this both options disabled by itself, and that is why it is safe to use for free tier, and it won't cost any kind of charges to you. So yeah, availability and durability is default selected now since we choose the free tier version. So now coming to the naming point or identifiers, let's name it as my first RDS database. Okay, now once the name is given, the master username, that is given by default as admin, keep it as it is. Apart from that, now coming to the credential management, make sure that this is self-managed because that would be easier to track your activity on your database and it's easier to control everything. Okay, so now coming to the password, you can type randomly anything that you want, password being password, it should be like that. So yeah, it accepted it, so it doesn't take @ symbol, and this is done. So the instance configuration, it is done by default, I guess, but yeah, we have options to choose from. I will keep it as it is for the default. And when it comes to the storage, allocated storage, it's not required that much, 8 would be enough, 8 GB of course. And general purpose SSD, good to go. Connectivity, don't connect to an EC2 compute resource, and if you want to connect, you can also select on this. Since we have already kept that instance running, and I have kept that purposely so that we could connect it. Now that connect to an EC2 compute resource is already selected, now you can choose the instance, and this is the instance we created previously, right? Now see how simple it is to integrate your database with your EC2 instance or with your compute service. Basically compute is your service, okay? So it's easier, and this is the one we created, so we'll select that. Some VPC settings can be changed when a compute resource is added. Okay, that's fine. And now the DB subnet group, we'll keep it default requirement. Then the public access, okay, so we'll keep this as it is. And then again, security group, choose existence, and existing one, we'll choose this one, EC2 server, since all of it is connected. Okay, and default one, okay, that will work. So everything is done, I guess. As for authentication, okay. And if you want to keep the logs as well, you can use CloudTrail for that, but okay, for now we don't need that. So we'll just keep it as it is, and you can even do the enhanced monitoring on the database, because database is obviously a sensitive kind of service, right? The Amazon RDS free tier is available for you for 12 months. Each calendar month, the free tier will allow you to use. Okay, so I created the account 6 months back, so I have the 12 months. The ones who will create now will only have 6 months, as we already saw that. So once we are done with that, we'll click on the create database. Now it is asking, should I save your password? You should never save your passwords, so never. And now this, we don't require this. And yeah, the status is it is being created, so we'll click on this and keep refreshing it, because that is how we'll know that our database has been created successfully. Okay, so as you can see on the screen, the database has been successfully created and it's configuring. So now as you can see, the database has been created and the status is available. So now our database is available for the use. Now let's click on this. So yeah, you can observe everything is active, running, and available. And MySQL always runs on the port 3306. If this is not available, it runs on 3307. So remember this. This is commonly asked in interviews. Yeah. So monitor is also enabled and everything is going just right. The CPU utilization, current activity connections, everything has been displayed properly. Cool. Okay, now you can also modify this and even delete it, like set up a EC2 connection, set up a Lambda connection, or migrate data from EC2 database as well over here. A lot of things you can do actually. Okay, or exports in Amazon S3, everything is possible. So now let's see the connection details. Now this endpoint is very important for us. Okay, so make sure that you copy this and paste it somewhere safe because we are going to need this further. And now that was it for the fundamentals of AWS, where we had the basic understanding of cloud computing, got hands-on with the core services like IAM, EC2, S3 and RDS, and now you're ready for the next step in the course. So up next, our industry expert trainers will guide you deeper into AWS, where we will dive into advanced AWS concepts like VPC, load balancing, auto-scaling, serverless computing. We will also explore the AWS security best practices, where you can design robust, scalable and secure cloud solutions. And this is where your learning moves from foundational knowledge to real-world application, bridging theory with the skills companies are actually looking for. And on top of it, you will also get to work on hands-on project that you can showcase on your portfolio.
Regions and availability zones. So why is it important to know about regions and availability zones? Because there will be few services which will be region specific and there will be few services which are global. Let us say if you are interacting with EC2 service, then that particular service is an regional service. But let us say if you are interacting with S3 service, then that particular service is going to be global. So now let us understand what exactly is a region. So you can see these are the particular regions that have been available for the time being. In the green color you can see these things and the red are the ones that are going to come up. So a lot of new regions are being and going to be enrolled by the AWS. So now let's try to understand what exactly is a region. Let us say here is a particular name that is known as North Virginia, North California, Mumbai, Frankfurt or Tokyo. So those are known as regions. So what happens in region? Regions are those geographical locations where our AWS data center lies. Now the things come, what is in particular availability zones? Let us say in North Virginia, you can see it is also known as US East 1. There we will be having availability zones. So what are the availability zones? You can say US East 1A, US East 1B, US East 1C, 1D, 1E and 1F are known as availability zones. So each region is independent of one another. So we are having availability zone because let us say if one particular availability zone goes down, then there will be other availability zones to maintain the flow of the state of whatever architecture we are having, so that basically our particular website does not goes down or our architecture is available for most of the time. Let us say if we want to reduce the latency, then we can do it. If we are having our particular servers running in different availability zones, if one of the availability zones goes down, then the other will come into the picture and we will be getting an uninterrupted service for whatever thing we are using. So this is what region and availability zones are. EC2 instance type. So before that, let us understand what exactly is an instance type. So instance type is a combination of CPU, memory, storage and networking capacity. It gives you the flexibility to choose the approximate minimum resource for your particular application. Let us say if you are having a physical machine. So in a physical machine, apart from your operating system, you have a lot of different specifications. Like you might be having the storage options that is being available to you. You will be having the networking setting option that is being given to you. Similarly, you will be also having CPUs running. So let us say if you are trying to create a virtual machine. So while creating a virtual machine, you need to specify all of these things, because we have seen, let us say if you are creating a virtual machine, so you get the option of choosing an AMI. Similarly, you will be also getting the option of choosing the particular specifications for your particular machine. So now if we will move forward and if we will see here, then in instance type, we get 5 different type of instance type: general purpose, memory optimized, storage optimized, accelerated computing, and compute optimized. Now if we will go for the general purpose instance type, here you will get a mixture of everything. It can be memory, you will get relatively storage options, you will also get the option of managing the particular load. So in general purpose, you basically get a mixture of memory, storage, networking, everything you get, not very much, but yeah, in a limit it will be, in a packed manner it will be available to you. And if we will go for the memory optimized, from its name it is very much explanatory. If you are going for the memory optimized, then the memory that you will be getting will be pretty much more as compared to the other instance type that is being available. Similarly, if you go for storage optimized, then the storage class you will get a lot as compared to the other particular aspects. Now if we will look into the accelerated computing, here we basically use it for let us say if there is a sudden spike in the particular users that is coming to your architecture or to your traffic. Let us say now currently with your website 2 users are interacting, and in next 2 minutes 10,000 users came up. So suddenly the interaction of the user has gone tremendously up. So there you can use your accelerated computing. Now comes when exactly do we use compute optimized? We use compute optimized in those particular scenarios where we need a high performing CPUs. So if you need a high performing architecture, then you can definitely go for compute optimized. So what is an AMI? AMI is basically Amazon Machine Image. So you can think AMI is like an ISO file, or in more layman term, you can think AMI is like an operating system that you choose for your particular machine. Let us say if you are having your physical machine, so there you have the operating system that is being working upon, and because of this operating system you are able to interact with the hardware and you are able to do the things. Definitely GUI will be also there. So if you are choosing the AMI, then basically you are specifying what type of operating system your particular machine should be having. It can be Mac OS, it can be Windows, it can be Red Hat Linux, it can be Ubuntu, or it can be Amazon Linux as well. So if you are choosing the AMI, not only you are choosing the operating system, but also you are choosing the architecture. It can be 64-bit architecture or your 32-bit architecture, or ARM 64 is also being supported. So that depends upon what type of AMI you are choosing, and upon that it will be given. If you are selecting the AMI, with that AMI, a particular storage options also get attached with it. Storage in this sense, you can say a root volume will be there, and this particular root volume will be a EBS type only. And let us say if you are choosing this AMI, so based upon this AMI, it will dictate how exactly will you be using the things. So this AMI you can say is an important aspect if you are going to choose a particular machine. How exactly? Let us say right now you are upon your particular system and suddenly your requirement changes. Now let us say in your physical system you are having Windows and now you want to use Mac OS. So there are two ways out to use that. Either you can install the virtual box and you can basically install the Mac OS in that, or else you have to entirely buy a new system for using the Mac OS. But let us say if you are having the access to the cloud, then simply you can choose the AMI and start using a particular machine of your type. So whatever way, whatever thing you want to have, you can use that. So now if we will look in creating and copying an AMI. So if you will be able to launch an instance, then you will get the option of creating an AMI out of the particular instance. So now the question comes, why exactly are we creating the AMI? Let us say if you are having a particular machine and your machine is somehow due to some error it is not working. But if you could somehow able to trace back your particular operating systems or whatever architecture it was in, then let us say if you take that operating system, put it in some other system, then you can say that you have actually replicated your previous machine which was not working. So that is the particular advantage that we get if we are able to copy our AMI, because instance replication is not supported in the AWS. But let us say if you are able to create the AMI of an instance, then you can do the replication. Let us say if your particular instance is present in one region, then you can with the help of the AMI you can launch another instance in different region with the help of AMI. Public IP and elastic IP. So what exactly is an public IP? So let us say if you have launched an instance and it is in the public subnet, then you are going to get the public IP. This public IP is not associated with your account, but let us say if you are using an elastic IP, then that particular elastic IP is going to be associated with your particular account. Now comes the thing that if you are using public IP, then it can be basically get freed once you stop your instances. Let us say if you are having a particular IP and it is associated with your particular instance, you stop your instance, it get freed up, and once it is free it can be used by other. But let us say if you have associated a particular elastic IP with your instance, till the time you don't free it, it will not get free. So if you are using in elastic IP as it is being available to you every time till the time you don't release it, so it is also chargeable, but the public IP is not chargeable. So now let us try to understand why exactly are we in need of elastic IP. Let us say if there is a particular company, AWS, and they have a domain aws.com. Let us say if they are having a particular elastic IP, they can basically map their domain name to that particular to that elastic IP. So whenever someone will type aws.com, or even if let us say if they in the future changes their domain name to something else, let us say to aws.com to aws.tk, if they are having that elastic IP, they can map n number of domain name to that particular elastic IP, and all of the traffic will be then redirected to the particular website they want. But let us say if you are using the public IP, every time they stop their instance of, or you can say if their particular website does not function properly, so public IP can get lost. Then the direction of the particular traffic can go to anywhere, and they will not be able to properly manage it. So if you are having a particular elastic IP associated with your particular domain name, so you can map n number of domain names to the particular architecture you want. So that is what public IP do and your elastic IP do. Now if we will move forward and if we will see here, now let us see what exactly is an elastic network interface. It doesn't matter whether it is your physical machine or your virtual machine, you will be having an elastic network interface. So basically let us say this is the particular first point of interaction of your machine to the internet. If you are trying to get the internet, or you can say if you are trying to make the connection, then from your particular machine the first point of connection will be done through the network interface card only. Your network interface contain elastic IP, public IP, private IP, and the security group of your machine. We have already discussed what is elastic IP, a particular elastic IP which is static. It does not get released till the time you don't release it. Public IP is attached with your machine. If you stop your machines, then it will going to get free and it is going to be allocated to someone else. Private IP is the internal IP of your particular machine. And what are security groups? Security groups are nothing but the virtual firewall that is being present in your machine. So EC2 is a particular service that is being available to us, and in this service I am going to use this instance resource. So basically this instance is nothing but a virtual machine. So if I want to work with anything, let us say if I want to work with my website, then I need a virtual machine available with me. Then only I'll be able to work. So what I'll do, I'll go into instance, and right now I don't have any instance running, so I will create an instance of mine. I'll click on this launch instance. At the very beginning I have to specify the name. Let me give it a name, let us say Shubh. After this, what I'll do, I have to choose an AMI. So before moving forward, we need to understand what exactly is this an AMI is. So basically this AMI is nothing but a type of an ISO file. You can think like that, or you can think like it as like an operating system that you are choosing for your machines. I get different types of operating system. I can choose Amazon Linux, I can choose Mac OS, I can choose Ubuntu, or I can even choose Windows. But in this session I'll be choosing Ubuntu. This AMI contains every information that we require for launching an instance. Just like, let us say, if you are having a physical system, there you have operating system. It can be either Windows or it can be upon Mac OS. So similarly, when we will be launching our virtual machine, we also have to specify the type of particular virtual machine operating system we want. And here I will be choosing Ubuntu. After this, I'll move forward. I will not do any changes to here, and make sure to choose the type of AMI which are having this free tier eligible criteria only, or else you might get charged. So if I will choose of Ubuntu, you can see in Ubuntu I am having this as free tier eligible. This type of architecture is also having a free tier eligible. If I'll move to the end, I am also having Ubuntu Server 1804 LTS as also my free tier eligible. Similarly, if I would have chosen Amazon Linux, so here also I might be getting 2 or 3 different types of free tier eligible. So if you are choosing any of those, make sure to choose a free tier eligible only, or else you might get billed. Yeah, so let me show you. Yes, so here it is. You can choose only the free tier. You can definitely choose other one, but it's better to go with the free tier eligible, or else you might get charged. After this, similarly, just like we have architectures, here also in the virtual machines the architecture comes up. We will not do any changes here. Now we will come into an instance type. Now before selecting an instance type, we need to understand what exactly is an instance type. So instance type is nothing but a combination of, you can say, CPU, memory, storage and networking capacity. Okay, so let us say if you are having a virtual server, so there, let us say if you are working on a Windows operating system, so apart from operating system, you have a lot of different things that is being, you can say, fixed in your machines, like the type of processors you go, like you can have i5, i7 processor, you can have some generations based upon that. So similarly, instance type will do that work. If you are choosing a particular instance type, you can get different types of virtual CPUs, you will be getting different types of memories, and depending upon your need, you can choose. In this demo session, we will be choosing T2.micro. Why? Because it is comes under free tier eligible criteria. Apart from this, you don't get any other instance type having free tier eligible criteria. After this, what I'll do, I will have to make a key pair. So now let us understand what is a key pair. Basically, key pair is a type of security credentials that you get. Let us say if you are creating instance, then you have to specify this key pair. Only if you have this key pair, then only you will be able to log in into your instance, or else you will not be able to do. The type of key pair, let us say if I will move into here, create a new key pair. If I will move here, then you can see I have to type a particular key pair name. So let me write a name. Let us say Shubh. I'm working in North Virginia, so I'll specify that North Virginia demo key 1. Okay, so this is the name of my key pair. Here also you can see the thing. You will need it later to connect to an instance. So whenever you will try to connect to your instance, you need this key pair, and the key type that I will have is RSA, and the particular format of my private key file will be .pem. Okay, and this ppk is for putty. When we will be working with putty, we will see how to convert this PEM into putty. So this key pair that I am creating right now is the private key. Okay, and there are two types of key that I will be having. One is public and one is private. I will be having this private key with me, and the particular public key will be there with AWS, and it will resides in my machine. Whenever I will try to connect to my machine, then AWS will check whether my private key is matching with my public key or not. If everything goes well and fine, then only I'll be able to connect it. After this, I will click on create key pair. So right now this particular PAM file has been downloaded. After this, what I'll do, I will move into this. I'll move into network settings. For the time being, I will not do any changes here, but yes, in the security group, what I will do, I'll move here, and in the type, I will keep it all traffic. So why exactly I am keeping all traffic? Because now you need to understand, if I am having all traffic, that means I am allowing connection of my machine through any port, and it will be able to connect from anywhere. Okay, so for the timing you can choose this. Once we will move forward, then you will be able to understand much more better that why exactly these security groups are having different types of port. But for the timing, you can just keep in mind that security groups are nothing but they act like a virtual firewall for your machine. So here I am specifying, okay, through whatever ports I want my machine to get connected, it can get connected. After this, what I'll do, I'll go down, I'll not do any changes. Here is the summary of the thing. If you want, you can review it, and after reviewing the things, you can simply click on launch instance and it will get launched. Yeah, so now it has got launched. If I'll click on view all instance, then you can see right now it will be in pending state, and after some time it will be available. How to connect our EC2 instance using directly from the AWS management console, and we will also look in how to connect our EC2 instance from a putty. So let us start. Right now in the previous session we have already launched an instance. At that time the instance state was not in available, but now it is running, you can see. Moreover, the status checks has also been passed. It will take some time. For that, you can wait for that, and once it is passed, now we can move forward. So after launching the instance, you can see a lot of information that is being available to you, like the public IP, the private IP, and the instance ID is also being provided to you. Moreover, whatever VPC it is in, those things will be also visible to you. The instance type that we have chosen, there will be also now visible to you, the VPC ID and everything you can see. After this, the security group, if you will move in, you can see that this was the security group which we have chosen, launch wizard 13. Here we have allowed all traffic, so that is also now available. Similarly, you can choose each and everything available here. So let us see how exactly to connect this EC2 instance. So simply I will choose my instance. After choosing it, I will go into connect. And here I will be getting 4 different types of options, but I'll be choosing EC2 instance connect. After that, I'll click on connect. Now the things will be now connected. Yeah, so now I have successfully connected it. And now after connecting, the very first step that you should be doing after connecting your machine is updating it. How to update it? You can type a particular command sudo apt get update. And this will particularly update your machine, just like in your virtual in your physical machines you do refresh once you start a new session. Similarly, we will be updating our machine. What is the significance of this step? Let us say if you are having a physical machine, so why do we exactly refresh our machine? So that if any port or if any terminal is busy in some work, and if the efficacy of our machine is not that much, if we want to restore that efficacy or efficiency, we can use that. Similarly, if I want my machines to be available, if any updates are being there, it should be updated. If any port is not working properly, if all the connections I want to have properly, then I can use this command sudo apt get update. The significance of this particular thing sudo is that let us say if I'm using a particular software, there are two options. Either you can straight away open it and start using it, or there is another option of run as an administrator. So why do we get the option of run as an administrator while working with any of our software? Because there are certain privileges, those are being reserved only for the administrator. Similarly, if I will try to update the machine without this sudo, it will tell me, okay, you don't have the permissions to do that. That's why I will type here sudo, so that I will specify to my machine that okay, I am a super user do. Basically, I am an administrator and I should get the particular, you can say, facility to update my machine, and to update it, the package from where I will be updating it. Okay, the thing from which I will get the update is being residing upon here, apt get update. After this, what I'll do, I'll hit enter, so it will update my machine. So now my machine is being updated. Now let us see how to connect our machine using Putty. Basically, Putty is a third-party software that you get. Okay, so if you want to use Putty, then you have to download Putty. Once you will download Putty, with that Putty Gen by default will come. So what I'll do, first I will show you what exactly will Putty Gen do. This is Putty Gen. Okay, you have to download this thing. Putty, you have to download from the web browser. You can download it, and once you download it, then you have to basically put your PEM file here. If you people might be remembering, the particular type of file that we have chosen for our machine is a .pem file. Okay, this one will be having a .pem file extension at the end when we have downloaded it. But if you want to work with your Putty, then we need to have a .ppk file, because ppk stands for Putty private key file. So my PEM file, I have to convert it into .ppk file, and once I convert it, then only I'll be able to use it. So what I have to do, I will go to my Putty Gen. After moving into Putty Gen, I'll click on load, and once I will click on load, I will go into downloads, and here I will do it all files. So once I'll do it all files, I will be able to see the .pem file that I have created. I'll click on open. After this, a pop-up will happen. I'll click on OK. And here what I'll do, I'll click on a save private key. After this, it will ask again, a pop-up will happen. I'll click on yes, and after this I have to save it. Okay, the particular name that I have given for that, the same one I'll keep it. And the only thing that I will change here is I will not have a .pem here, because I need a particular ppk file. Yeah, so it is here. After this, I'll click it save, and it has now got saved. Okay, so after this, what I'll do, I'll open my Putty. So this is the Putty that I need to open. So after opening Putty, what I need to give the public IP of my machine. So I will take the public IP of my machine. I will select my machine. After selecting it, I will take the public IP of my machine. After that, I'll paste it here. And after pasting it, I'll move into SSH. From here, I will move into authorization. And from here, I'll browse in, and I'll be able to see it. Make it all files. Okay. Let me check in where exactly it is. Okay, so here it is. So I'll choose it. I'll click on open. And after this, I'll click on open. So I'll be getting this pop-up, and that means that everything is successfully done. So I'll then click on accept. After this, I will type here Ubuntu as my login. Why I am typing here Ubuntu? It is because the type of machine that I have chosen here is Ubuntu. And if you want to know how to see the username, you can go into connect, and here you will be able to find the username, that is Ubuntu. So after this, I will hit enter, and I have successfully logged in into my Ubuntu. If you want, we have already updated our machine. So if you are getting into the Putty and this is the first time you are trying to log in into your instance, then you should update it. Then the same command you have to paste here, sudo apt get update. After that, you have to hit enter. So it will update our machine. The small updation has only come because we have already done the updation earlier. So I have logged in into my AWS Management Console, and now I will be moving into resources of instance. So here I will create an entirely new instance. So I'll first move into launch an instance. After moving into launch an instance, I'll be specifying a name. Let us say I am doing it for Windows. So let me choose Windows. So after choosing the name, here comes the important aspect that we need to see, the AMI. In this session, we will be going with Windows AMI. And what is an AMI? If we will look, AMI is nothing but it is a type of an operating system that you choose for your machine. AMI also contain every information that you require for launching an instance. Similarly, this is because an virtual server, so we are choosing the AMI. If it would have been a physical server that you people or me will be working upon, we can also have this same type of operating system that you want. Either you can go with Mac OS, Windows, or whatever you like. So here I am choosing Windows. After that, I will keep it under the free tier eligible criteria only, or else I might get billed. So I will not do any changes here. I want the latest version to be enabled, so I will go with whatever default setting it is be. After this, the instance type, I'll be choosing t2.micro only, because this is the only instance type which is available under free tier eligible criteria. And what is an instance type? Instance type is basically a combination of CPU, storage, and other lot of things. Let us say if you are having a virtual machine, and if you are purchasing a physical machine having an Windows operating system, after that you see a lot of specification. What are those specifications? It can have i5 or i7 processor, it can be a 9th gen or a 7th gen operating system enabled machine. Similarly, if you want to have a lot of different types of virtual CPUs, memories, that thing you can choose using instance type. But currently we'll be working on with t2.micro because it is present under free tier eligible criteria. After this, we will be looking into key pairs. What is a key pair? Basically, when we will go in and create a new key pair, let me give a name. Let us say it is Windows. So what basically is this key pair is, basically it is a private key pair that is being given to me in the PAM format. Okay. So what is the significance of this key pair? Let us say if I am launching my machine, then this key pair will be matched with my public key. The particular key pair that I will download now will be a private key pair. Okay, private key file it will be. But whenever I will try to launch an instance, then this private key file will be checked on with a public key file. So there will be two type of file. One will be public, one will be private. The private will be with me and the public will reside with my instance. So whenever I will specify this private key, then the particular AWS will check whether the private key and the public key are matching or not. Basically, you can remember key pair is a type of a credential that has been given to us, and if you want to launch an instance, then you need to specify the particular key pair. If you are not having a key pair, you can click on simply create a key pair. Okay, you can click on it, and after this it will get downloaded. After this, I will not do any more further changes. I will keep whatever it is in the default setting. After that, I will just go down and I'll click on launch instance. How to connect our EC2 of Windows type. So I'll refresh it. So you are able to see that currently the instance state is running and the status check has also been got passed. So after this, what I'll do, I'll select my particular machine. After selecting it, I'll go into connect. So here I have to go into RDP client. After going into RDP client, for connecting our machine, I need an remote desktop file. So I will click on download. So my remote desktop file has now got download. What I'll do, I'll open it. So after opening it, I will click on connect. But before connecting it, what I'll do is that I will get the password of it. So what I'll do, I'll click on get password. So if I'll click on password, then it will ask me, okay, upload your private key file. So I'll click on upload, and once I'll click on upload, I will move into the particular location where I am having the particular key. So this is the particular private key that I require, windows.pem. So I'll select it, and after this I'll click on open. So this private key will get pasted here. After this I'll click on decrypt password. So after this, if you will see, I have got the password. So after this I will come back to my remote desktop connection, and after that I'll click on connect. So it will open up with all of the things that it requires, and after it what I have to do, I have to specify the password only. Here you can see the public DNS is already taken care of, and the username is administrator. So if you people can see here, the username is administrator, and that is also being reflected. So after this, all I have to do is to give it the password. I have copied the password. I will go into a remote desktop file. I'll just simply paste it, and after that I'll click on OK. And after that it will ask me for a few verifications, and I'll do that. And once I select every yes option, then I'll be able to connect into my particular Windows EC2. So now it will prepare up. So this is a major benefit of, you can say, of cloud. Here if I would have taken some other thing, let us say VirtualBox, or what if I would have tried to install an operating system of Windows type, then it would be consuming my resources. But here you can see this is the major benefit that I get using cloud. I am using an AWS account, and upon browser I am running this particular you can say the operating system based upon Windows. This is my EC2, and here I am running my Windows. And after this you can basically give the permissions, and after this you can just move in and do whatever you want. If you want to open the Chrome, you can open it. So whatever work you want to do, you can do it starting from here. So you can open your Chrome, and you can do whatever you want. There is another way also to connect to your particular RDP. Okay, I'll show you that also. So let me minimize this. In my system, if you people are using Windows, then you people will be having a remote desktop file. You can either open it. So this is another way of connecting to your machine. You can take the public DNS. After taking the public DNS, you can paste it here. After pasting the public DNS, you can just simply click on connect. So it will ask for the password. You can take the password, and once you take the password, you just paste it here, and then you can click on OK. And if you are having a remote desktop file, if you are using Windows, then you will be definitely having a remote desktop file. So you can also connect it using this. Okay, so another connection was in progress, so that's why I'm not able to do it. So let me show you that also. Let me stop the previous connection that I'm having. Okay, let me try it again. Okay, so let me try to connect it once again. I will be pasting the password again. After that, I'll click on OK. Now I have successfully logged in using this RDP also. So these are the two ways through which you can connect. If anyone is using macOS, then what they have to do, they have to go to the iStore, and from there they have to download the remote desktop file, because in macOS the particular remote desktop file is not downloaded by default. You have to download it, and after that you have to give the public DNS name, and you have to give the username. After that you have to give the password, and you will be able to connect it. How to create an AMI, and how to copy it into another region. So for doing that, what I'll do, I'll go into launch instance. So let me launch a particular machine of Ubuntu type. So I will name it as Ubuntu. After naming it as Ubuntu, I'll choose the Ubuntu AMI. After choosing the Ubuntu AMI, I will choose a key pair. So let me choose the key pair that I have created. So here it is. So I'll choose it. And after choosing the key pair, I'll not do any other changes. So I don't require it. So after that, I will click on launch instance. So now I'll go into view all instance. So right now it is in pending state, this one. So once it will be in running state, then I shall be moving forward. So now the thing comes is that why actually are we trying to copy an AMI? It is basically because we cannot take a machine from one region to another region. But just think, let us say if I am having a machine, though I cannot take it from one region. This is I am currently working in North Virginia. Let us say if I want to take this machine into another region. Though I cannot take it, but if I will be somehow able to take the operating system of this machine, or you can say AMI of this machine, then you can say that I am able to replicate this machine into another region. So that is what the significance of AMI copying will do. So I will select my machine. After that, I'll go into action. Here in the action, I get an option of image and template. I'll go into image and I will click on create image. After that, I will give it a name. Let me give it a name somewhat like Ubuntu AMI copy. After that, if you want to give a description, you can give it. Let me give it copying AMI. And after that, we need not to do any other things. So what I'll do, I'll click on create image. So after clicking on create image, if I will now move into AMI, you are able to see this is the image that we have just created. Okay, so here you can see the AMI name that we have given, Ubuntu AMI copy. I misspelled the copy, no worries in that. So right now the state is pending. You can see other details right out there. So let me give it a name. Let us say Ubuntu copy. To copy, and I'll save it. Now currently the state is in pending, so I shall wait. Once it will be available, then we will look in for more things. Okay, so I waited for a few minutes and now the particular state is available. Okay, so once you have the AMI, you can do a lot of different things. You can simply launch an instance if you want, but before doing that, what I'll do, I will try to copy the AMI. So I'll click on copy AMI. So the AMI name will come automatically. So now you have to choose the destination region. Let me choose destination region of Oregon. I will choose it, and after that I'll click on copy AMI. So you can see the AMI copy operation for the particular AMI ID is initiated. It can take few minutes for AMI to get copied. So if now I'll move into Oregon region, so you will be able to see the particular AMI that we have created there is being available here. So if I will name it, let us say Ubuntu AMI. So I'll save it now. I shall okay, so the state is pending right now. If now what I can do, if I want to launch the instance from the AMI, I will be able to do it, but it will not allow me because for the timing, if I'll go and if I'll start launching it, it will give me an error because the state is currently in the pending state. Okay, the AMI state is now in pending. So now what I'll do is that I shall wait, and once the AMI will be in the available state I shall then see. So I waited for a few minutes and now you can see that it is available. So once it is available, then I shall go and launch an instance from the AMI. So here the very significant step that you will notice here is that let us say if I am creating a particular instance, let me give it a name, Ubuntu. So if I'll try to create an AMI, this time I don't get the option of selecting any AMI because I already have an AMI that is being selected. So this is what you get when you already have an AMI. Apart from that, you have to give an key pair, and after giving the key pair, you can simply click on launch instance. So let me do the things. I think I already have a key pair in this region. So yeah, so let me select it, and after that what you can do, you can simply launch an instance, and the particular instance will be available to you. So if I go here and view all instance, so this particular instance is now available to me. So this is how you can copy an AMI and you can launch the instance. So EBS is Elastic Block Store, or you can also say it Elastic Block Storage. So basically this is an raw and unformatted storage option that is being available to you. Let us say if you are having your physical machine, in your physical machine you are having a RAM. So RAM, as we all know, is the fast accessible memory that is being available to your machine. Similarly, EBS acts like a RAM to your virtual machine. It is the fast accessible memory to your virtual machine. So that is what EBS is. So and other thing that, let us say if you want to use your EBS, then at the beginning you have to format it because it does not comes with the formatted option. So you have to format it, then only you will be able to start using it. Let us say if you are using your root volume which is being attached to your machine while launching your instance, then that root volume is already in the formatted manner. But let us say if you attach the EBS manually, then you have to format the EBS first, then only you will be able to use it. Now if we will look into the feature of EBS, then there are a lot of features. The first feature that comes up is that depending upon the IOPS and throughput, you can choose what type of EBS you want to have. Other than that, you can have your EBS in the same availability zone of your machine is there. So basically the accessibility will be faster. Apart from that, let us say if you are using your EBS, then you can also specify the particular storage option that you want to achieve in. Now let us say if you are having a particular physical machine, so there you will be having a storage option. After that what you do, you just do the partitioning of that storage. So that thing has been demonstrated you here. Let us say if you are having a storage option, then you can partition it to different types of drives, C drive, D drive, E drive, whatever you want. And once you have made that partitioning, then you can move into that drives and start making the particular folder inside it. And once you make the folder inside it, then you can start storing any number of data you want. It may be a file, it may be a txt, or it may be a video, whatever way you want to have it, you can have all those things. Now if we will look into the Linux or Unix file system, this is how the things are there. There will be a root volume, and upon that root volume you create a directory. So whatever thing we refer folder in the Windows file system, that is we basically go with the name of directory in our Linux or Unix. Once you create the directory, then you can go to that particular location and start having the particular data you want to store it. So this is how the things look in the Unix. We already know that EBS is a raw and unformatted storage option that is being made available to us. Now let us say if you are using the storage options, then upon two things you will be looking at. One is throughput and one is IOPS. Now what exactly is an throughput? So throughput is basically a parameter upon which you decide that what is the amount of data that is being transferred either from or to the storage device per seconds, or you can say in minutes. So based upon that you can decide that how much of data transferring are you able to do. And the other aspect that you check in is the IOPS. So what exactly is an IOPS? IOPS is basically input output per second. So it basically gives you a particular number that upon per second how much of input and output can be done upon your particular storage options that is being available, that is basically upon an EBS, how much of the input and output can be done. Now if we will move forward, so here we are going to have the 4 different types of EBS volumes that are being available to us. Now if we will see the first two, general purpose and the provisioned IOPS, they are having SSD. Now what exactly is an SSD? SSD is basically a storage option that is being available to us. So if we will see what is SSD stands for, SSD stands for solid state drive. And what does HDD stands for? HDD stands for hard disk drive. HDD is also a storage option that is being available to us. Let us say if you are having small or random input output, then you will be preferring SSD over the HDD because it performs better when it comes to small or random input output. But let us say if you are having a large streaming workload, then definitely you will be performing HDD. And let us say if you are using SSD, then the performance attribute is IOPS. And if you are using HDD, then the performance attribute is going to be throughput. Now coming on to general purpose SSD, then the baseline performance is 3 IOPS GB with a minimum of 100 IOPS and a maximum of 10,000 IOPS. The burst performance that it can give you is 3000. Now let us understand what is an burst performance. Let us say if there is a particular, you can say mean for the particular performance, and if your particular machine is unable to reach that much of mean level, so whatever is being you can say the mean is 10 and your machine is able to perform up to 8 only because there is not much more workload, then that 2 units is being reserved. And when in the future your machine is going to need more number of performance, then that 2 unit is going to be get released. Similarly, if you are using general purpose, then you will get a mixture of everything. But let us say if you want a little bit high performance as compared to the general purpose, then definitely you can look for the provisioned SSD. It will be performing, it will be giving you the performance far better as compared to the general purpose SSD. Then we are having the throughput optimized HDD. Then as you already know that being in HDD storage option, the major focus of this particular storage is upon the throughput. If you want the more throughput, you can definitely go for throughput optimized HDD. And we are having cloud storage HDD. Let us say if there is a particular data whose retrieval is not that much frequent, and if you want the particular attribute in that particular storage is throughput, then definitely you can use the cold storage HDD. Now as we already know that EBS, if you want to use, then your particular machine and your particular EBS have to be in the same availability zones, and you can attach one EBS with only one machine. But let us say if you want to attach multiple EBS, then definitely you can use provisioned IOPS IO1 volume, and for using that the particular machine configuration has to be AWS Nitro system based Amazon EC2, and that also have to be present in the same availability zone. If it is there, then definitely you can go for the multi-attach of your EBS. Now let us say if you are having this multi-attach feature being available to you, then you can perform better sharing of the data, and the accessibility is also be good because those things are present in the same availability zone. Now let us see what exactly is an EBS snapshot. So snapshots are nothing but the backup of your particular volume. So EBS, we already know that it is similar to our RAM storage that we get in our physical system. Let us say if there is some of the data present in my EBS, and let us say due to some chaos or due to some problem I lost my EBS volume, then how will I be able to retrieve it back? Only if I have taken the backup, then only I'll be able to do it. So you get the option of taking the snapshots of your particular EBS. All the snapshots are incremental except the first one. And where exactly is your snapshot being stored? It is stored in the Amazon S3. Now let us say if you are having the EBS snapshot, then you can basically copy your particular snapshot or your backups from one region to another region, and you can even use that particular backup. How exactly? Let us say if you are having your particular snapshot in US East 1, you take the particular backup to the US West 2. There you retrieve it back into the volume form, and then you attach that volume to your machine. So then you will be able to use your particular EBS volume there. So that is how you can copy the things. And after that you also get the option of managing your EBS by using data lifecycle managers. So basically you can define when exactly the backups needed to be taken, not manually. You can do all of those things. You can automate every of the thing, and the best part about this thing is that it is free of cost. So you can schedule that, okay, in what how many number of days a particular scheduled backups would be happening, and all of those things then will be stored up. So if you are taking the particular snapshots in a regular interval of time, then you are protecting your data, and whenever you want you can just take it, or you can say you can just put it back into your machine if you want it. It will also help you in auditors or in internal compliance whenever if anything comes out. And let us say if you want to reduce the storage cost, then you can do it by deleting the outdated backups. If you don't need any particular backup, you can simply delete that. And if you will look to the quotas of AWS Data Lifecycle Manager, then you can create up to 100 lifecycle policies per region. You can attach 45 tags to your resource, and you can create one schedule per lifecycle policy. So basically you are getting a lot of options. So you can definitely use the Data Lifecycle Manager for managing your EBS. So now let us see what is EBS encryption. Let us see if you are having a particular volume, then you can encrypt it, and whenever you will require it, you can decrypt it. So if you are using the things in this particular fashion, then you are protecting your data from any of the malware attacks. So you can protect your data and you can keep it very safe. And the one thing that needed to be noted is that it is supported only for the volumes, not for any of the instances. If you will see, this is an Ubuntu machine that I have already created. So after this, what I'll do, if I'll move into storage, so you will be able to see that I am already having a particular EBS volume. So this is the root volume, and it doesn't matter whether it is root or not. It is your EBS volume only. So this is the by default EBS volume that's get attached to your machine when you will be trying to create your machine. But let us say if I need to attach more EBS volume, then how can I do it? So that thing we will look in. So here you can see the root device type, and it is an EBS volume. So EBS volume is what? EBS volume acts like a primary memory to your particular machine. It will be the fast accessible memory, but with that we also have a limitation in EBS that it provides you with limited storage capacity only. And if you will see another thing while working with EBS is that, let us say if you want to attach any of your EBS volume with your machine, then you need to specify your EBS volume in the same availability zone as of your machine. So right now if you will see, our machine is currently is in US East 1B. So while creating an EBS, I will specify my EBS volume also in the same availability zone. So for creating a EBS volume, I'll move into this volume sections. Here I will get an option of create volume. I will click on that, and after that I will go on to the type of size. Okay, size that I want to specify. Let me specify this size as 5. After that, as I already told you, the particular availability zone that I need to specify has to be the one in which my machine is there, because I'll be attaching this EBS volume to that machine only. So I will select the availability zone. After selecting the availability zone, what I'll do, I'll go and click on create volume. So right now, if you will see, with the available volume, this is the only volume that is having 5 GIB, and I just created it. Just because I created it right now and I have not attached it to any of my machine, you can see the current volume state is available. So first of all, let me name it. Let me name it as Ubuntu EBS. Ubuntu EBS. I'll do that and I'll save it. So after doing that, what I'll do, I'll attach this EBS volume to my machine. So I'll go into action, and here I will get an option of attach volume. So I'll click on attach volume, and here if I will type, I will get the particular machine name that I want to attach with. So I will select Ubuntu, and once I select the Ubuntu, a particular device name will come up, that is dev/sdf. Okay, and after that, what I'll do, I'll click on attach volume. So right now, if I will go in here, you can see this is currently in use. So the same thing will also be reflected in my instance. If I will move back to here, and if I will select my machine, and if I will go into storage, earlier I was just having one volume, but now I have two volume. This is the particular volume having the 5 GIB is the volume that I have recently attached it. So after attaching my volume, I have a lot of other things to do. What is that? I have to properly format it, because EBS is an raw and unformatted storage type. So I have to format it. After formatting it, I have to mount it upon a particular folder. Then only I'll be able to use the thing. So how to do that? If I will select my machine, after that I'll go on to connect. I will move into EC2 instance connect. After moving that, I'll click on connect. So after connecting, the very first step that I will be performing here is sudo updating it. Okay, sudo, I'll type for that, I'll type sudo apt get update, and I'll hit enter. So now my machine is updated. So after updating my machine, I will type a particular command lsblk to see the available storage options to me. So you can see this particular, under this name section, I am having a particular storage, that is XVDA. This is nothing but your default root volume that you have attached while creating your machine. And after that, if you will see, this XVDF is the particular, you can say, is the particular EBS volume that you have attached. Okay, and from the size also you can verify it. It's 5G. So after doing that, what we need to see is that whether this particular volume is unformatted or in format option. So how to check that? For checking that, we can do one thing. First of all, we will try checking the XVDA, which is our root volume. So by default, though root volume is EBS volume type, but it is already in the formatted manner. So how to check that? For that, we will type a command file -s /dev/xvda. So after that, if I'll hit enter, okay, so it is telling me I don't have the permission. So for that, what I'll do, I will type here. After that, I'll hit enter. So you can see it is telling something like DOS MBR boot sector extended partition table. So what does this signify? That my particular EBS volume of root volume is particularly, you can say, in a particular formatted manner. But if I will do the same thing for my XVDF, for my EBS volume that I have just attached, if I will do the same, you will see something written as data. So what does this signify? That signifies that our system is telling, yes, there is a particular volume that is being associated with us, but I exactly don't know in what format it is available. So for that, what we will be doing, we will be basically making it in a particular format option. So how to do that? For that, we will type a command sudo mkfs. After that, we will type here -t ext4 /dev/xvdf. So what does this doing? This is basically making a particular format option. ext4 is a particular formatted option that we get, and we are trying to format our particular xvdf. After that, I will hit enter. So now you can see the things like allocating group tables done, creating generals done, and whatever backups and all it needed to do for the formatting, it has been done. Now if I'll go back and if I'll paste this same file, same command that I was using earlier when I used the same command sudo file -s /dev/xvdf, it was telling okay, something is there, but I don't exactly know in what format option is it available. Now if I will type this same particular command and if I'll hit enter, you can see that the things it is in this particular things tells us that yes, now the things are been properly formatted, and now we can start working upon it. So after this, what is the step that we have to do? We have to create a directory and we have to mount this volume onto that directory. So how to do that? For that, I will type a command sudo mkdir and the particular of directory name that I will give is EBS volume. After that, I'll hit enter. So if I'll do here ls command to see whether this directory is available or not, you will be able to see EBS volume is available. So once this EBS volume is available to me, what I'll do now? Now I will start mounting my particular EBS volume. So how to mount it? I will type a command sudo mount. After that, I have to specify the particular EBS volume that I want to mount on xvdf. After that, I will just simply write the directory name upon which I want to mount it. After that, I will hit enter. So now here if I will do ls blk and if I'll hit enter, you can see my xvdf is now being mounted upon this EBS volume. Okay, and if I would go back and if I would see here, earlier this same thing was not there, but right now it is available. So with this we are able to see that yes, now we are successfully able to do the things. Now the another thing that we would be looking in is that, let us say if I'm typing here another command df-h to see exactly how much things are been available, to see that okay, in this xvdf, though it has been specified that I'll be getting 5G of storage option, but in exact, if you want to see how much is being actually allocated to my particular xvdf, you can see this using this command df-h, and it is 4.6G only. So let us say if you want to increase it, how you can do that? If you want to have the particular size that is being specified, for that you can type a command size 2fs. After that, you can type here dev/xvdf. Okay, and if you will hit enter, now you can see okay, permission denied because I have not written sudo here. So let me type here sudo. If I'll hit enter, now nothing do, the file is already long block. Okay, so whatever things it needed to do, it is already has been given, that's why it is showing me. But let us say if there is some particular scenario where the things are not given, but the storage option whatever it needed to give you is not available, if you want to make it available, then you can use this command sudo resize 2fs /dev/xvdf, and you can just hit enter and you will be able to do the things. And after this, the last thing that we need to see is that, let us say if you want to unmount this particular EBS volume from this particular directory, how to do that? For that you have to type another command sudo umount. Though we are unmounting, but the command will be umount. After that you have to specify the device name, or you can say the particular volume that you want to disassociate, and after that you can hit enter. After that, if I will do here ls blk and if I'll hit enter, you'll be able to see that we have successfully unmounted. How to attach our EBS volume to our Windows machine. So I already have a Windows machine running. You can see this. And what now I'll do is that I will create a particular EBS volume and I will attach it, and then I will try to do the mounting upon this particular machine. Okay, so before creating an EBS volume, I need to check out what is the availability zone of my machine, because EBS needs to be in the same availability zone as of my machine. So my machine is available in US East 1B. So I'll create a volume and I will keep that particular EBS volume in the same availability zone. I will go into create volume. After that, this size that I'll specify here, let us say it is 10. And after this, let me choose an availability zone. Let me go for US East 1B. After that, I'll click on create volume. So if you will see, this is the particular volume that I have just created. You can see the time from that also you can know, and from the volume state it is creating right now. So I'll select it. After that, I will name it. Let me name it as Windows EBS. After that, I'll click on save. So let me check. Yeah, so now it is available. So what I'll do now is that I'll select the EBS and I will go into action, and here I will click on attach volume. So I will choose the instance that I want to attach with. I will choose the Windows. So the device name will come up, and after that I'll click on attach volume. So successfully I have now attached it. Now if I'll move into my particular machine, and now if I'll go into storage, I should be able to see it. Yeah, you can see this particular machine that I've just attached. After this, what I'll do, I'll go into connect option. I'll go into RDP client. I will basically download the RDP for it. I'll open it. But before connecting, what I need to have the password. So I'll get the password. This is the particular, you can say, the file that I require, windows.pem. After that, I'll click on open. So this file will get open. After that, I'll click on decrypt password. So now I will be having the password. So for that, what I'll do, I'll open the RDP again, and after that, I'll click on connect. So it will ask me for the password. I will copy the password. After that, I'll paste the password here. After that, I will click on OK. Click on yes. Okay, so now I have successfully connected into my RDP. The RDP I'm in. So for the time being, I don't require it. Data. Okay, so I don't require all those things right now. So what I'll do, I'll close it. If you want to set it up, this is how you should set it up. I'll close it. Okay. So what I'll do is that as I have successfully mounted the thing, now if I'll come into this PC, you will be able to see this particular thing in this local disk C, and this is the root volume that is being attached to it. The particular root volume having a size of 30 GB. Now here it is showing 29. So this is what our root volume is. But now I am unable to see the particular volume, the particular EBS volume that I just mounted. So what I'll do, I will, though I have attached it, now I need to bring it here. So I can do it. I'll search disk management. I'll click on disk management. Yeah. So it will open up. First of all, you can see this is the particular root EBS volume that is being available to me. So now, and this is the another volume, the particular EBS volume that I just attached. So before doing anything, what I'll do, I'll first bring it into online. Yeah. So it will now be online. Okay, so it is taking time. We shall wait. And once this will be available, what I'll do, I'll click on new simple volume, and after that I need to do few steps, and this particular volume will also be reflected there. Okay, let me click on initialize disk. Okay, I'll click on OK. Okay, so now it is present. Okay, so now it has gone to online. This was the thing that I was missing. Out of this, I'll go on to new simple volumes. I'll click on new simple volume, and after that what I have to do, I have to just click on next, and I'll be clicking on next. I'll not do any other changes. Yeah, I'll be doing it, assigning the following drive letter as D. Okay, whatever you want you can do it, but I'm happy with D. After this I'll click on next. After this I will go with NTFS only. I'll not do any changes. I'll click on next. After this I'll click on finish. And now if I'll go back here, you will be able to see the D drive is also available. How to create an snapshot, how to encrypt our EBS volume. So if you could see, I already having a particular instance running. Okay, it is of Ubuntu type. So basically the AMI that I have chosen here is Ubuntu. So if I will select my machine, and if I will go here, you can see the particular platform is Ubuntu, and apart from that, in the security group I have allowed all traffic. So now if I'll move into storage, now here you can see only one particular volume is present, that is my root volume, that is also of EBS type. And now what I'll do, I'll attach, and I'll also show you once I modify the EBS volume, this same will be reflected here. So for attaching my EBS volume, I need to be aware of where exactly is my machine available. So you can see it is available in the availability zone US East 1C. This is my machine. After this what I'll do, I'll go down and then I'll move into volumes. So here I'll be creating a volume. I'll click on create volume. So volume type will be general purpose SSD. This size that I'll have here will be 6 GB. After that, the availability zone that I'll be choosing here is US East 1C, because my machine is available in the same availability zone. And after this I will encrypt my volume. How to encrypt your volume? You have to click on encrypt this volume. Once you click on that, it will ask you for the KMS key. If you want to have it, you can give a specific custom KMS key. Otherwise, you can go with default AWS EBS KMS key also. Once you select it, all these things will be available. Your KMS key description will be there. KMS key that protect my EBS volume when no other key is defined, and all other particular thing will be available to you. Okay, so these are the things that you will get. And what exactly is this KMS key will do? Basically, it is a service that is being available to you. It is key management service. And why is this service being created? So that you can in a better way control and cryptograph your keys, so that you can protect your data. And once we are done with that, I will click on create volume, and now my volume is being created. Okay, so this is the volume. It is right now in creating state. If I'll refresh it, you will be able to see this is available. Okay, this is the 6 GB size that I have specified. So if I'll refresh it, you can see it is now available. So I will give it a name, Ubuntu EBS. After that I will save it. So this is how you can encrypt your particular key. You can see the particular KMS key thing is also available to you. You can see it, and the KMS key ID is also been associated now. So after this, what we will do, you can also see the encryption thing that is being also leveled here is encrypted. So after this, what we will do, we will attach it into a machine. So let me select my volume. After that, I'll move into action and I'll click on attach volume. Here I will have to choose the particular instance that I want to attach with. Ubuntu EBS is the one machine that I want to attach it with. After that, I'll click on attach volume. So now my volume is being attached with my machine. Now if I will move back into my machine, so now if I'll refresh the thing, you will be able to see Ubuntu EBS. I'll go in here, I'll go into storage. You can see this is available. Okay, and you can see whatever thing was there, it is also present here. Encrypted, yes. KMS key ID is also available. And after this, what I'll do, let us say if I want to modify this EBS volume, how I can do that? I will simply select my EBS volume. I'll then go into action. I'll then click on modify volumes. And one thing that you should know is that you cannot reduce this size of the volume that you have specified at the beginning. You can only increase it. If I'll try to decrease it, let us say, you can see this particular pop-up will happen. The size of the volume can only be increased, not decreased. So what I'll do, I will then just increase it. Let me increase it to, let us say, 9. After that, I'll click on modify, and here it will ask, do you want to modify it? I'll click on yes, modify it. Now you can see, if I'll refresh it here, you can see it has been successfully modified. Now if I'll go back to my instance, and if I'll refresh here, now you will be able to see the updated thing here. If I'll move into storage, you can see the volume size is now 9. Okay. Now what I will do, if I will now let us create a snapshot and let's look in that. Let me select my EBS volume. After that, what I'll do, I'll go into action, and here I'll get an option of create snapshot. I will click on create snapshot. After that, I will be giving a particular description. Let me give it a description, which is say it is Ubuntu. It is Ubuntu snapshot. Ubuntu EBS snapshot. After giving the description, I'll click on create snapshot. If you want to give the tag, you can give it. Let us say if you have any key, you can give it. I don't have, so let me give it a name. And after that, if you want to give some value, let me give it a name as EBS snapshot. After that, you can simply click on create snapshot. So you can see successfully created snapshot from volume. This is the volume ID, and this is your snapshot ID. After that, if I'll move into snapshot, so here you can see from the description, this is the snapshot that I have created. It is Ubuntu EBS snapshot. You can see snapshot status and everything. You can even see the encryption was enabled for my EBS, but that thing also got reflected here also. And what is this snapshot? Snapshot is nothing but a backup of your volume. Let us say if you created a volume and you want to have a backup of that, so you can basically create a snapshot. So let us say if your EBS volume get deleted mistakenly, then you can restore this snapshot and you can get your data back. So you can see here, this is my particular snapshot that I have created. Let us do the thing. Let me give it a name, Ubuntu snapshot. Ubuntu snapshot. After that, let me save it. Now let us say if I am having my volume this, if I go to here and let us say, let me force detach it. Now if I will go here, successfully force detach a volume. Now let us say if by mistakenly this volume of mine got deleted. Okay, let us say by mistakenly this volume of mine now got deleted. So what I can do now, the thing that I can do here is I can bring this same volume back from this snapshot if I am having. So how to restore the particular EBS volume that has just got deleted mistakenly? You can select your snapshot. After that, you can go into action, and here you get an option of create volume from snapshot. So you have to click on that. Okay, everything will come in the manner that you have specified, and after that you can just have to select the availability zone. Let me select it 1C. Able to select the snapshot, first snapshot restore. No need to do any other things. You just have to click on create snapshot, and this snapshot will be becoming your particular EBS volume. So you can see here snapshot ID, that is 051, And this is our Ubuntu snapshot that we have just created. After that, if I'll click on create volume, and now if I will move in here, you will be able to see the snapshot that we have just created. Okay, so let me go in and show you. So basically, this is the snapshot that we have created, and right now it is available, and it is having everything same. Encryption is encrypted. You can say the encryption thing has been specified as encrypted. It is having the KMS ID. So our exactly same EBS volume we are able to restore if somehow you delete it. So this is the major benefit if we are creating snapshot. So if we will see elastic load balancer, what exactly it do. Let us say if any traffic is coming to your particular website or to architecture, then the distribution of the traffic is entirely dependent upon your load balancer. So load balancer will distribute the traffic, and it will send the traffic only to those instances which are healthy. So with this, load balancer will increase your availability and the fault tolerance of your particular application. Now if you will look into the elastic load balancer, then elastic load balancer is the single point of contact for your client. If any of the request is coming to, or if any of the request is going out of your architecture, then it has to first of all reach the load balancer, then only either it can go out or it can come in. So elastic load balancer even scale itself for necessarily to handle the load. So that is what elastic load balancer basically do. It basically monitors the traffic, and those traffic which are having the particular rules specified, which are able to pass the particular protocols which has been specified, it will let only those particular traffics to either come in or to go out of the architecture. So that is what elastic load balancer will do. So if we will see, primarily there are 4 types of load balancer. Classic load balancer is there, network load balancer is there, application load balancer is there, and gateway load balancer is also there. If you will see, classic load balancer has now been deprecated, so it is not available. Recently AWS basically you can say retired classic load balancer out of its services. So now majorly we are having 3 types of load balancers, that is a network load balancer, application load balancer, and the gateway load balancer. Now if we would see, when the classic load balancer was operating, it was operating at the layer 7 of the OSI model. So basically the amount of traffic that it can handle was not that much enormous, but yes, at that time when it was launched, it was doing pretty much good work. Now if you will see into the application load balancer, now this is the you can say load balancer which is still in use. It functioned at the 7th layer of the OSI model. Let us say if you are interacting with a website, or your architecture or your website does not require heavy usage of the traffic, you are not in need of high performance for your particular architecture, the amount of traffic that is coming to your architecture is not that huge, then definitely you can go on with the application load balancer. So it will whatever the load balancer will do, all those feature is being there in the application load balancer. So it will direct the traffic, it will check the particular traffic is following the particular protocols or not. So the only thing that application load balancer will do is that it will not give you a high performance, or it will not be able to handle enormous traffic if it comes up. So let us say if you want to handle a particular website where enormous traffic is coming, then what you can do, you can definitely choose a network load balancer. So network load balancer will provide you high performance, and it can even handle a lot of request. You can see that it can handle million of requests per second and maintain low latency. So the latency also that you will get will be pretty low. So you can expect a good performance out of the network load balancer. So ideal for the load balancing TCP traffic, and support elastic and static IP. So that is also the thing with the network load balancer. Now if we will move in, then we will be able to see another type of load balancer, that is gateway load balancer. Now, if we will see to the gateway load balancer, what it does from the previous two load balancer, that is application load balancer and our network load balancer, is that gateway load balancer can help us to deploy or scale or manage our third party virtual appliances. Let us say if there is any third party virtual appliance, then for that purpose we will be using gateway load balancer. You can basically test, you can find out what is the problem, or even you can buy the virtual appliances from the third party vendor directly in AWS marketplace, and after that you can integrate it with the gateway load balancer and you can see what exactly it is doing. Also, gateway load balancer gives you the distributing traffic across the virtual appliances while scaling them up or down based upon the demand. So it will check the demand and it will then do the scaling up. And with this, what gateway load balancer is that it eventually decreases the potential point of failure in the network, and it also increases the availability. Now, if we will see, these are the benefits of our gateway load balancer that we have already discussed. That is, deploy third-party virtual appliances more quickly. We can scale them up. It increases the availability. And in gateway load balancer, the another feature that is not present if you look into the previous two is that gateway load balancer works upon an endpoint. So if you are using an endpoint, so then what you will be having is a sort of a private network, or you can expect a private tunnel to be available. This particular endpoints are being provided to you from the AWS, so the availability, the security and the reliability will be you can say is far more superior as compared to the other things that you will be getting from the network load balancer or from the application load balancer. So the connection, or you can say that you will get for the gateway load balancer will be far more superior. So if you are getting a particular endpoint for working, then you can expect that the connection will be not hampered. If gateway load balancer is working, then it will be majority of the times it will be available for you, so you can do whatever work you wanted to do. Now, if we will look into the steps of creating a gateway load balancer, it is pretty much easy. You just have to go to create a load balancer. There you will get an option of gateway load balancer. You have to click upon that. You can give a name to that, and once you do that, then you can choose the client for communicating. It has to be IPv4 address. You have to select the service provider VPC, and after that you can select all of the availability zones so that majority of the times the gateway load balancer will be available and it will be sending the traffics to the particular instances. After that you can choose a target group upon which your traffic will be routed, and the protocol that you need to specify in your target group is going to be Geneve protocol because upon that only gateway load balancer work. After that you can review the things and you can simply create a load balancer. So creating this particular gateway load balancer will be far more available as compared to network load balancer and application load balancer because of the endpoint, because endpoint is like a private network that is being sponsored by the AWS. And why exactly is AWS providing you that endpoint? Because AWS charges you more for that particular option. How to create an application load balancer and how exactly does it work? So before that, what we have to do, we have to create instances for that. So let me create an instance. So let me name it as Ubuntu APL application load balancer, and for that I'll choose the AMI as Ubuntu type. After that I will choose keep here. So let me do the things quickly. After that I'll move into edit option, and here in the security groups I will make it all traffic, and after that I'll go down and I'll click on launch instance, but the number of instance that I require here will be 2. After that I'll click on launch instance. Okay, so these are the 2 instances that are currently in pending state. So let me do few things here. I will name it, I'll rename it so that things will become more clear. I will name it as Apache 2. Why exactly am I naming it as Apache 2? Because I will be running Apache 2 web server in it, and here in this machine I'll be launching Nginx. So these are the two machines. So now it will take time before they become available to us. So in the meantime, what we will do, we will go into load balancing options and we will explore. So in this particular demo session, we will look in creating a application load balancer. So if I will click on create load balancer here, at the first I have to give the load balancer name, and the another thing that I have to give here is the target group. Either you can create the target group here, or you can have a target group and just associate it with your load balancer. So we will do the last option. So let me create a target group. Now what exactly is a target group, you need to understand. Now before that, you should be knowing what does this load balancer work is do. Load balancer has primarily two work. One is to check whether the traffic coming on is following the protocols or not. Let us say if a request has been made, whether that request is having valid permissions or not. So that thing our load balancer will check. And the second work that the load balancer will do is that routing the particular traffic only to those instances whose health checks are fine. So now let us understand why are we in need of this target group. Let us say if I am having 100 number of instances. Right now what I have did, I have only launched 2 instances. But let us say in real time scenario, I am having 100 number of instances. So if I will associate 100 instances with my load balancer, then my load balancer have to do a lot of other work and it will not be able to work in that much efficiency, and its efficiency will decrease. So for better management of this instances, what idea we came up with? We came up with something known as target group. So what will this target group do? Basically, we can associate our instances with this target group, and then the target group will do the health checks of our instances, and this target group will be associated with our load balancer, and if any request, or you can say if any particular traffic needed to be routed, then load balancer will be doing it through the help of target group. So let us create a target group, but before that we'll be waiting so that our machines are okay. So now our machines have also got the status check passed. So let us go and let us associate our machines with target group. So here I'll go in and I'll click on create target group. So choose a target type. So we will be going with instances because we will be attaching our instances with our target group. So here I need to specify the target group name. So let me give it a name as application target group. Application target group. And here the protocol that it needed to be chose is HTTP. Why? Because upon this only it is going to check whether our instances are running fine or not. If you could recall, then while creating our particular instance, I have allowed all traffic. So if you allow all traffic, by default HTTP will be also enabled. So we don't need to do anything. And the VPC that we will choose will be default type because we are having our machine in this VPC only. After that, you can also see the health check protocol is going to be HTTP. So we'll keep it whatever it is. After that, I will click on next. So let me remove the underscores. Let me give the hyphen. After that, I'll click on next. Okay. So now this number of instances have been running. So what we will do? We will select those instances which we have launched. Okay, so this is Ubuntu Apache 2 and Ubuntu Nginx. So we'll click on that and we'll then click on include as pending below. So now these two things are there, and after that I'll click on create target group. And now my target group is available. You can see application target group. After creating this, what I'll do, I'll go to load balancer and here I will create a load balancer. The load balancer that I'll create is application load balancer. I have to give a name. Let me give it a name. Application load balancer. So after giving the name, The schema that I'll have is internet facing and the IP address will be IPv4. The VPC that I'll choose is default, and after this I want the mapping to done to each and every subnet, so that in whatever instance or in whatever availability zone will be my instances in, they will be attached to it. So I'll select each and every one. After that I have to choose the security group. By default is there, but I will choose the security group which is being attached with my machine. Okay, so 21 was the security group that is being attached with my machine. After that, what I have to do, I have to choose a target group. This is the target group that I have created, so I'll choose it. And upon this listener, what it is trying to signify that how will the traffic will be routed. Let us say if some traffic needed to be routed. So to where it should be routed? It should be routed to target group. From target group, it will be moving on into the instances in a round robin manner. After this, what I'll do, I'll go down and I'll click on create load balancer. I'll click on view load balancer. Now it will take time, so that only after that the states will be inactive. And if we go down into our target groups and if we will refresh it, now here if I'll choose the target group that we have just created, so now the health checks are also been performed. So we need to wait. So till the time, what we can do, we can go back to our instances and we can launch the web servers that we want. So first of all, let us go to Ubuntu Apache 2. Let me select it. Let me click on connect. After that, I'll move on into connect. So before installing, what I'll do, I'll update my machine. Sudo apt get update. So this is an Ubuntu type A my machine. So I'll type this sudo apt get update and it will basically update everything. So after the updation, what I'll do, I will install the Apache default web page here. So if I'll go back here and if I'll take the public IP and let us say if I'm pasting it here, and now if I'll hit enter, then nothing will come up because we are not running our default web page. But now let us say if I install our default web page, how to install it? Sudo apt get install Apache 2, and if I hit enter, so now my Apache web page is running. So if I'll go back here and after I'll refresh it, you can see Apache default web page. Similarly, what I'll do, I'll go back. This time I will install Nginx. I'll click on connect. After that, I'll click on connect. So here, if I will take this instance public IP and if I'll paste it here, you will be able to see nothing coming up because we are not running our default web page. So here, let me update my machine first. So after updating my machine, I will install Nginx here. So why I'm exactly having two different web server? Because I need to show it in the application load balancer is that if I will take the DNS name of my application load balancer and if I will refresh it, then in the round robin manner, it will distribute its traffic to two different instances. So that thing I want to demonstrate. So let me install here Nginx. So now my Nginx has also been installed. So now if I'll refresh it, you'll be able to see the Nginx page. Now let's do one thing. Let me go into EC2 here and then let me go to application load balancer. So if I'll go back to application load balancer, I'll go into load balancer. This is the load balancer that we have just created. The state is active. And in the target group, if we will move into our target group, and we can see the health checks has been also been passed and both of our machine are healthy. Now if I will go back to the load balancer and if I will take the DNS name From here, if I'll take it and if I'll paste it here and if I'll hit enter, you'll be able to see this time Apache is coming. If I'll refresh it, Nginx will come. So in the round robin manner, now our application load balancer is sending its traffic. Okay. Let me take the DNS name again. Okay. So maybe due to internet connectivity issue, that was the problem that we are facing. But now you can see it is coming in round robin manner. So our application load balancer, what it is doing, it is sending the traffic to two of our instances which have been registered. In one instance I am running default Apache web page, in the other I am running Nginx. So you can see when I am refreshing it, it is sending the traffic in an alternate fashion. So I am having two of my instances already running. In one I am running Apache 2 web server and in the another one I am running Nginx. So now let us go and create a network load balancer. So I will basically associate those two load balancers, those two instances with my target group. So now the question comes up is when we will be using application load balancer and when we will be using network load balancer. Let us say if the traffic that is coming to your website or to architecture is more, then you should definitely go with network load balancer. And if the traffic is less, then you can go with application load balancer. Moreover, if you need more high performance, then definitely you can go with network load balancer. You can see here also ultra high performance can be provided to you from your network load balancer. Now let's click on create. After that we have to give a load balancer name. Let me give it as network load balancer only. Network load balancer. After that the scheme I'll have it as internet facing. The IP address I'll keep it as IPv4 only. Then the VPC that you should be going on is default because the machines are also running in the same default VPC only. So I'll choose all of the availability zones in the mapping. After that, if you will come here, then you can see in the protocol it is going for port 80. So basically in your machines you should be allowing all traffic. In that all of the ports will be getting covered up. So I have not created a target group. So we have to create a target group. I'll click on create target group. So a new tab will open up. Now I'll be creating a target group for network load balancer. So the basic configuration, choose a target type. I'll choose it as instance. After that I'll give a name, network load balancer target group. Here the protocol that is being given by default is TCP. So I'll not do any other changes. I will keep it as TCP only. After that the health checks will be also performed on TCP. So in your machines you should be enabling all traffic, or if you want only specific thing then do allow TCP. After that I'll click on next. So here whatever machines will be running, they will pop up. So I'll choose the two machines that are of mine, that is Ubuntu Apache 2 and Ubuntu Nginx. After that I'll click on include as pending below. After that I'll click on create target group. So successfully I have created my target group. Now it will take some time for all the health checkups, but in the meantime let me associate this target group with my load balancer. So I'll select the target group. This is the target group that I just created. I will have it. After that I'll go down and I'll click on create load balancer. Okay, you already have a okay. So let me create another one, network load balancer demo. Let me give it a name. After that I'll click on create load balancer. So now my load balancer is also ready. Okay, I have created it. Now it will take some time for coming up in the active state, and the health checks will also going to take some time. In the meantime let us explore what we have in our EC2. Okay, if I'll go back here, then in this instance if you will see I am having the VPC that is default, and in the security group you can see the VPC is default. That's why I have selected default VPC in both of my target group and in the load balancer. And if I'll move into security, you can see launch user 21 is there and all traffic is being enabled. Similarly, if I'll go into Nginx, there also the security group that is being attached is launch wizard 21 only, and the VPC is also default. So this thing you need to keep in mind if you are trying to launch and load balancer. So it will take time. After that only it will be having all the health check passed up. Now you can see the health checks is been going on. Similarly, here also it will be in provisioning state. Once the provisioning will change into active state, then I'll take the DNS name and then I'll paste it there. And after that we will see that network load balancer will be transferring the particular traffic into our EC2 instances, and in my machines I am running, in one machine I am running Nginx, and in the other I am running Ubuntu as my default web servers. So we will be able to see it, but the traffic will not be routed in round robin manner as it was happening in network load balancer. Now we shall wait, and once the things are in available state, then we will move on. So I waited for a few more minutes, and right now you can see the health checks have been performed, and after that you can also see my load balancer is also available. Now if I will take the DNS name and if I will paste it in the web browser, you will be able to see either Nginx or Ubuntu will pop up, but it is going to take some time. So if I'll hit enter, it will take time to come up. Okay, it came quickly. Now if I'll refresh it, Nginx will not come up directly. So the things are not done here in round robin manner. So I need to refresh it a lot of time, then Nginx will appear. Yeah. So let me keep it on refreshing. Then a time will come when Nginx will pop up. So let me paste the thing again. Now let me keep on refreshing it. Yeah, so now Nginx came up. Load balancer architecture, weighted routing and connection training. So if we will see the load balancer architecture, what it basically does, let us say if you are having a particular website, then it will reside at the top, and whatever request will be coming depending upon the healthy instances, whether if any instance is healthy or not, it will check it first, and if any instance is healthy, then it will start sending the particular traffic to those instances. So instances can be present at different availability zones. So it will check in what particular availability zones those are available, and depending upon that, it will start sending the particular traffic to those instances, and the instances will be handling those traffic. Now we get an option of you can say traffic management in the load balancer. That is what we say either blue-green deployment, you can say, or you can also say it as weighted routing. What basically it does, let us say if 10 number of requests, or you can say 10 traffic is coming to your website. So basically you can define to whom majority of traffic should go. Let us say if you want a majority of your traffic to go onto a particular target group, so you can define those things in the load balancer. So that option you will get if you are having two target groups, so you can define that majority of traffic where it should go. So that is what we are having in weighted routing. We can specify which target group or which instance should get a majority of the traffic and which should not get the majority of traffic. So by this way you can make the particular decision of managing a website much more betterly, because you will be knowing where is your majority of traffic is going. So this is how weighted routing will look like. Now the blue-green deployment is just a terminology that has been given to the thing. So it's all about sending your particular traffic to whatever target group you want and how much you want. Now if we will look into cross-zone load balancing, by default cross-zone load balancing distribute the traffic to the instance in their only availability zones. So they don't go beyond their availability zone. So if we will enable this cross-zone load balancing from the particular name, it is pretty much self-explanatory that what it will do. It will not bound the sending of the traffic only to its zone only. So it will go out of the zone and it will start sharing the particular traffic based upon the loads. The particular instance having the smallest load will also get an, you can say, everyone will be getting a minimum, or you can say everyone will be getting a specific load. No one will be having much more load and no one will be having very less load. So everyone will come to a mean where the particular traffic will be distributed in a very appropriate manner, in a very systematic manner, so that none of the instance will go down.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel, link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS Solutions Architect.
Now we understand that these are the virtual resources. Okay, we know that both of these are correct. Where they are, where are they stored physically? Where they are hosted physically? Okay, see, even though I'm getting this server virtually, but here you see there is something called as United States, North Virginia. Okay, so physical hardware of this two server is coming from where? The physical hardware of this two server is coming from North Virginia. So this simply means that in North Virginia, there is a physical data center. Okay, in North Virginia, there is a physical data center where this, virtual machines are being hosted. Okay, so this concept, all of this, names you can see here, North Virginia, Ohio, Oregon, Mumbai, all of this thing that you see here, they are called as regions. Okay, all of them are called as regions. Right? What is region? Region is just a geographical, just a location, nothing else. Okay, North Virginia's region. But region is made up of, so let's say this is the region. Okay, this is the region. Region is made up of availability zones. Okay, region is made up of availability zone. What is availability zone? Availability zone means data center. Okay, availability zone means data center. This basically means that in North Virginia, there are these different data center. Okay, inside one region, there can be multiple data center. So if I created a server, there is a chance that my server is hosted in this data center. There is a chance that it is hosted in this data center or this. Okay. So if we are creating server, or let's say in cloud, when we upload our data goes to this data center. So whatever you see here, this North Virginia, Mumbai, these are just a location. They are called as region. But a region is made up of data center called as availability zones. Okay, so this is the concept of region and AZ. AZ means first method was EC2 instance connect. Another method was SSH method, SSH command method. So this is the concept of region and AZ, right? Now we work in one region at a time. That's why I created this server, because if you see, if I let's say go to Mumbai, now here you will not see those server. See, there is no server here because our servers are created in North Virginia region. So at a time you can work only in one region. Okay, you cannot do half of the work in one region, another half of the work. I hope that is clear. Now, if here a question comes to mind, if there are so many regions, okay, and there are 16 more regions, if there are so many regions, then which nearest and most secured zone? See, all of them are secured, but you are correct with the part that nearest. See, a logic is very simple. Let's say my development team is in Mumbai. Okay, my development team is in Mumbai. We are working from Mumbai. and we are developing a app that is targeting Australian. Okay, then which data center we should work with? Should I should my team work in Mumbai data center, Mumbai region, or they should select Sydney region? Which one? We will select Sydney region. Why? Very easy. Performance matters. Okay, if my customers are physically closer, to my data center, right, then they will get better performance. Do you agree with this? See, developer distance does not matter. It is okay that developers are not the users. Developers are developing the app. For them, this performance does not matter. Performance matters for customer. If your customer, okay, if your customers are closer to your data center, then obviously they will get better performance, because closer the distance, lesser the lesser the latency, and better the. Okay, so we will always go with the region which is close. Your next, okay, Pratik, if I had customer from Australia, then I will go with Sydney region. But what if I have customer from all over the world? What if I have a global audience? Then which region to go with? In that case, we will go with North Virginia or Ohio region. Because North Virginia region and Ohio, see, North Virginia is anyway by a default region. North Virginia region and Ohio region, these are the main US region. Whenever AWS releases any new services, whenever AWS releases any new feature, they release those new services and feature in North Virginia and Ohio. Okay, so and slowly they release those services and feature in other part of the world. So if you always want latest update from AWS, then you can go with North Virginia and Ohio. These two are the preferred regions. Okay, so if you have a global audience, we always go with North Virginia or sometimes. Okay, so yesterday we created this server and I showed you I did yesterday. But if you select this and here you go to instate, yesterday if you remember, I clicked on this terminate instance, that is delete. When we click on this, our server is deleted. Okay, and deleted means what? It is permanently deleted. Once you delete your server, you will, right? Here we clicked on terminate. So this here you can see it is shutting down, and in few seconds you will see let it get done. You will see terminate message here. But even after termination, you will still see the server here for some time. Do not worry, just because it is there, it will not cost you money. As long as this is terminated, okay, it will be there for few minutes. After that, it will be removed. But do not worry, it is not costing you any money. But this is a permanent delete option. Obviously, if you delete something, it will not cost you money. But if I stop this, okay, what happens when you see, if a server is terminated, there is nothing can be done about it. We'll have to create a new server. But if a server is stopped, that server can always, okay, if a server is stopped, that server can be, right? So what do you think? When it is stopped, here you can see added again. But when it is stopped, do you think it is? Yes, it is not working, but it is still there in the cloud. This server is still assigned to you. So even though it is in stop state, it is still assigned to you and you can start it whenever you want. So of course it will not cost you that much money, but still it will be costing you some amount, right? When your server is in stop state, it is still costing you money. Because the answer is simple. See, you rented out an apartment, okay? But you are not living in that apartment for 3 months. Now, does it mean just because you're not living there for 3 months, you don't need to provide the money? You don't need to pay the money? You don't need to pay the rent? No, right? That's your lookout. Whether you are living in that place or not. If you rented out an apartment, you'll have to pay the rent. So stop server is like that. It is stopped, but it is still assigned to you and you can start it whenever you want. So some, some bit of money, it will still. Okay, so here you see it can be started again. Okay, very soon you will see the server. See, it is in pending state now. Now it will be in running state. See, it is running. So a stop server can always be started again. Right? So let me terminate this. and now I will create a new server. Okay, so now we will get into EC2 storage. Okay, so here I will provide the name EC2-EBS. Okay, see, regarding EC2 storage, what you need, this is the EC2. Okay, EC2 have a internal storage. Okay, it have a root volume, it have an internal storage. Okay, this yesterday we saw that there was a root volume called as EBS, elastic block storage, and the same root volume can also be attached externally. Okay, so if you remember yesterday when I was creating the EC2, at that time, so I will proceed without keypad today. At that time, you see this 8 GB. This, okay, this is the root volume. So this root volume is nothing but this EBS that is attached to the server. And we can add external EBS. So here if I click on, let's say, add one more volume. Now this is your external EBS, but this is the root volume which is attached to the server. Now you tell me everyone, let's say this EC2 stores some data in this root volume and the same EC2 stores some data in this volume. Data from our root volume, can I say if my EC2 gets deleted, data from my root volume will also get deleted? But data from external volume should not get deleted. Do you agree? Seems this is a EC2 and this is an internal EBS. Okay, so this is the root volume. Okay, this is the internal volume which is attached to my EBS. And here is the external EBS which is attached over a network. Now you tell me what I'm trying to say. This EC2 stores some data in internal EBS. This EC2 stores some data in external EBS. If my EC2 goes down, can I say data from my internal EBS is also, but data from external EBS should still be there? Do you agree? Right? Because if the server goes down, obviously the storage attached to that server will obviously go down. But the storage which is not attached to it, which is connected over a network, nothing will happen to that storage. So when we create EC2, this root volume you see here, this root volume is the internal storage, and the storage that we attach separately, like this one, this is the external. Okay, this is the external volume, right? So I will create this server. Let me create this one. Okay, so here you see, I will go to the server. Here I will give the filter instance state is equal to running. Okay, so you see this is the server. If I select this server, if I go to storage, now you see I have bought the storage. This first storage is the root volume that comes with our server, and this is the external volume. Okay, now if I want to add more storage separately, can I do it? Or we can add storage only while creating? Yes, we can add, but edit. Very simple. So this is my server. Okay, and this is, we are covering EBS. This storage is called as EBS. EBS is a storage of EC2 and it stands for elastic storage. Okay, now EBS is not some different AWS service. Okay, EBS is not some separate service. EBS is the part of EC2. So on the left side you will see elastic block store. So if I go here you will see elastic block store. This is the EBS, and whatever EBS that you can see on my screen right now, these are the EBS that are currently there in my account. Out of these two EBS, these two, okay, look at this. These two are the EBS that are attached to my server. You remember this server I just created, EC2 and EBS. So these two servers, these two EBS are attached to my EC2, right? Okay. So this other two storage here, you see those other two storage, their volume state is available. Available means what? They are not attached to any server. Here you see these two servers are in use. Why? Because they are attached to my server. Okay, let me show you that server. Here you see, if I select this server, look at the name of the server, EC2-EBS. These two volumes are attached to EC2-EBS. Okay, look at their name, dev SDB, dev XVDA. If I go to this server and if I select its storage, here you see the same name, dev SDB, dev XVDA. So these are the two volumes that are attached to my server. That is why it is showing in use. But other two server, this first one and this last one, they are available. Available means what? They are not attached to any server, so they can be attached to some new server. Okay, but I will delete them. I do not need them right now, so I will delete both of those storage. Okay, and I will create a new one. So how to create a new storage and attach it to my existing server? Because we just saw that while creating server, okay, while creating server at that time, we can attach more storage. Okay, but if my server is already created, then how to attach storage to it? Very simple. See, here we will click on create volume. Okay, now look at this page. Just like yesterday we saw EC2 page, we provided the value. We'll come to snapshot after some time. Okay, we'll come to snapshot. We'll go step by step. First, we'll understand few other things. Then snapshot part will cover. Like yesterday, while creating EC2 also, there were many things that we provided. So while creating EBS also, there are many things we need to provide. And by the end of it, we'll get our subnets. Okay. Here is the size of your storage. So this is the part where you define the storage of your EBS. And look at the range. The minimum value can be 1 GB and the maximum value can be 16 terabyte. So here we understand one thing. Okay. Here we understand one thing, that EBS, okay, have maximum 16 terabyte of we are covering. Okay, the storage is minimum 1 GB, maximum 16. Okay, here is the size 100 GB. Here I can select, let's say, 4 GB. Of course, I don't need 100 GB. I will not go with it. I'll go with 4 GB. Right, so this will decide the storage of my volume. Okay, storage of my EBS. Then you see here of it. IOPS means input, simple language. IOPS define how quickly you can read and write data from storage. That's the simple meaning. Okay. So here you see we are getting somewhere around 100 slash back to this point. But IOPS define how good your storage will perform. Then you see here availability zone. Okay, here I'll select AZ1D. Okay, here you see snapshot ID. Ignore it. We'll cover this soon. Here I will give a name. Name will be, let's say, EBS demo. Okay, and I will create this volume. Okay, I will create this volume. You see, all I did is selected some storage, a 4 GB storage. Okay, and I'm going with all the rest of the default value. So here I will create the. So you see my volume is created. And if I go here, check it. So you can see it is available. Available means what? Available means it is not attached to any server as of now. And we can attach it to any. Okay, it is available. Now what I can do is I can select this EBS. How to attach to my server? Very simple. Select the EBS, click on action. Here is the attach volume. When we click on attach volume, here is the instance, just click on this and it will show you your running server. So you see in my account right now, there is only one server, EC2-EBS. Same server I can see here, EC2-EBS. So I will select this server. Here I will select the device name. You can take any device name, whatever you want. Okay, it doesn't matter. You can go with any one of them. So I will select this SDC. So this is the device name. So you see, I clicked on attach volume. I selected my server. I selected my device name. And now I can attach it. But before I attach it, let me show you. I will go back to that server. You see, our server had only 2. Okay. Here you see, there are only 2 volumes. But the moment I click on attach volume, okay, the moment I clicked on attach volume here, if I come back here, can you see the third storage is also added? 4 GB SDC. Can you guys see the third volume is added? This is how you can attach the volume even after server. But let me show you the same example again. I will create one more volume. Okay, for this volume also, let's say we go with 4 GB. Okay, and let us go with the same value 100. I have 300. Here I will add a tag name EBS2 and I will create this volume. Okay, here I create one. All right. Why its name is not reflecting? Its name should be there. Okay, no problem. Let me give it the name again. Okay. Now here I'll click on action. I will again attach it to my existing server. I'll click on attach volume. And here you see it is saying no matching running or stop server. Why do you think earlier it detected the server? Then why it's not detecting it anyone? Because answer is in front of good Balaji. Different availability zone. Sorry, when I created it first time, I changed the. What happens is I'll tell you the logic. Okay, so this is the region. There are multiple AZ in a region. Now let's say in this region I have my. Okay, in this region I have my EC2. Okay, now one more EC2 we have. Let's say in this region, in this AZ, sorry, one EC2 in this AZ, another EC2 in this AZ. Now in this AZ, if I have a EBS, then this EBS can only be attached to this server in this AZ. Okay, but this EBS cannot be attached to this EC2. Why? Why it can only be attached to this server? Because EBS have that limitation, right? You can also write down their EBS have mainly two limitations. The very first limitation of EBS is that EBS can only connect with the server from same availability. Okay, if your EBS is in one AZ and your server is in another AZ, then they cannot be connected. Your EBS can only be connected to the server from same AZ. That's the first limitation. Second limitation is within the same AZ. Okay, within the same AZ, your server can be connected with. Your EBS can be connected with multiple. Within the same AZ, your EBS can only connect with one server at a time. It cannot be connected with down this. Okay, EBS have two limitations. First limitation is EBS can only connect with EC2 from the same availability zone. From the same. Okay. And even in the same AZ, it can only connect with one EC2 at a time. Okay, EBS can only connect with one EC2 at a time. It cannot be connected with multiple EC2. And this is a very big limitation. So that was EC2, that was EBS. EBS have two limitations, and we will see their solution as well. Okay, EBS have there is a solution in AWS for this two limitation of EBS. Okay, we will see that solution. Clear? Now, what I'll do is I will go and delete this EBS. Okay, I will delete. And by the way, this EBS, this EBS demo, which is attached to my server. If I click on action and try to attach it to another server, you see attach volume option. Come on, guys. Why it is not available? Because it is already attached to another. So that's why one more server. Okay. Here you can see the practical proof as well. So whenever you want to attach EBS to another server, you will have to detach it first from one server and then attach it here. So I will delete this EBS. We don't need this one anymore. I will delete this one. Okay. So let me create a new volume. Now, a very amazing thing that you need to understand about AWS cloud or any cloud for that matter is here you see there is an encryption option. Okay. This you need to understand, in cloud, everything that you get. See, you need to understand this one very beautiful example here, right? EBS is a volume, EBS is a storage, correct? EBS is a storage. Now, in this storage, what happens is we want it to be secure. We want EBS volume to be secure. We want it to be encrypted. Okay, we want this storage to be encrypted. Now, all you have to do is to select this option, and you're done. Okay, all you have to do is to select this option, and you're done. Okay, select the default key that you get here. If you select this one option, encryption is done. Okay, encryption is done. If you upload any data, the data will be automatically encrypted. You don't need to do any encryption. You don't need to maintain any encryption key, nothing. And when you download the data, your data will be automatically decrypted. You don't need to do any decryption. You don't need to maintain any key. In AWS, this feature is basically, it is called as managed service. The meaning of managed service is simple, that everything will be handled or everything will be managed for you from AWS. Okay, now see, generally what we do, we log in like this. Okay, tell me everyone, you guys log in like this, right? Here you provide your email address, correct? So when you log in like this, when you provide email address like this, you are basically logging as a admin, logging as a root user. Okay, here you are logging as a root user. But when you click on when you want to log in as an IAM user, you need to select this. Okay. Now, when you log in as an IAM user, basically you're logging into somebody else's account. Okay. Whenever you log in as an IAM user, you're logging into somebody else's account. So you need their account ID. First of all, you need their account ID. Okay. How to get account ID? You can get it from here. So my account ID is this. Okay. Look at this. This is my account ID. Okay. So here I'll give my account ID. Next. Now here you see we need to provide IAM username. We need to provide password. Okay, so in username will provide our user, that is John user. Okay, and here in password I will copy paste the password. Oh, sorry, I'll take the password from here. Let me show you this also. Here you see this password. Okay, this is the CSV file that was downloaded, and here you can see our username, password, and everything. Okay, so here I'll copy my password and I will paste it here. Now pay attention. Okay, now see, here I'll provide the password, sign in. So John user is trying to log into my account, and you see the very first thing that is happening, that this user is being forced to update the password. Okay, so here I will provide my old password. Here I'll provide my new password. Here I'll click on confirm password change. Okay, now here I will log into my this account. Now look at this. Here you see my account ID. This is the same account ID as this one. Okay, but here it is logged in as a John user. Okay, here it is login as a John user. Now you see one more thing here. If I go to my home page, here you see I can see the cost and usage. I can see it because I'm the root user. But here you see my IAM user cannot see that. For my IAM user, it is blocked. Why it is blocked? It is blocked because remember, by default, whenever a new user is created, by default it have no access. That's why when we give access, we just gave access to for service. We did not give access to see the cost. Even to see the cost, user require access, right? That's why here you see access denied. But if I go to S3, now look at this. If I go to S3, here you will see my IAM user can see all the bucket. Okay, so here you see my IAM user can see all the buckets, right? And similarly, if it goes for, okay, now here you see all the buckets, but I will go back to my root user. I will go back to IAM. Now, can we remove this permission? Okay, so here I'll go to my user. Here I'll go to my John user. Now here you see in the permission tab, here you will see all the permissions. Okay, so here you see I will, let's say, remove this S3 permission. Now look at this. The moment we remove this permission, and if we go here, and if I just simply refresh here, and there you go, now we are getting access denied error. So guys, you understand now. Earlier my IAM user was able to see all the bucket. And when we give full access, you cannot just see the bucket, you can delete the bucket, you can create a new bucket. But the moment I remove the policy, in the next second, we lost access. Okay. So here if I go to, let's say now EC2, if I go to the EC2, see what happens. Okay, you can see, we can see all the information, right? Now let me remove EC2 permission. Okay, now see, here if I just simply refresh this page, and you can see we are immediately getting all the error. Okay, if you want your user to get able to do this thing, then you have to give the permission. Do you see? Now look at this. Just wait for it. Do you see IAM is also not loading correctly? Here you are getting error. See, even key pairs are also not loading. API is basically all of this information you get through API. Behind the scene program is there. So this API is application programming interface. So that API fetches all the data. And when you do not have permission access denied error, you also get API error. So guys, you can see clearly we are getting all of this error and there is no way we can create the EC2. Okay, so let's say if I select if I go with proceed without key pair, and if I try to launch instance, see, we are getting error. Okay, because our user don't have permission. But the moment I give this EC2 permission again, EC2 and S3, look at this. Yeah, it is related to coding. API is all that is done in coding. Here I'll give EC2 full access and I will also give S3 full access. Now look at this. The moment I add this permission and if I simply refresh this page, can you see things are loading perfectly now? Earlier you couldn't see so many things. Earlier you couldn't see all of this thing. Earlier you couldn't see any of the key pair, but now key pairs are also loading. Why it is working now? Because you gave the permission, right? Now if I launch an instance will be launched. Look at this. I hope it is now perfectly clear for all of you. Okay, so now our instance is there. See, but understand this now. Many people get confused here. See, you try to answer this, okay, based on your logical thinking. John user created this server, right? But again, if I remove this EC2 full permission, okay, I remove this. Now, do you think John user can access or even delete this server since it is created by John? What do you think will happen? I remove the permission, but this EC2 was created by John. What will happen? See, forget about deleting. The John user will not even be able to see the server, even though it was created by that user. Obviously, he cannot delete. But forget about deleting, he cannot even see the server. Because even to see the server, you require permission. Understand the granularity of it. It's not just that you give the permission, user can create server. Even to see what are the different server, you need to give permission for it. It is at such a granular level. Okay. But can my admin or root user can see that EC2? Obviously, other people in your account, not just admin or root user, other people in your account who have access to EC2, of course, they will be able to see the EC2. See, right? So that was IAM user, guys. Now, next thing is IAM group. Okay. Now, what is IAM group? See, here I just showed you for one user. But what if instead of one user, multiple people are joining your organization? Now what? Instead of one user, multiple people are joining your organization. At the same time, let's say 20 people are joining and all of them are developers. All the 20 people are developer and they are joining the same project. Tell me one thing. Can I say all these 20 people, let's say they are at the same level. Can I say all these 20 people who are at the same level in the same project and all of them are developer? Can I say all of them will have the same permissions? Okay. But don't you think it will be very hectic to create all 20 user and give them give all of them same permission again and again? That will be very hectic, right? So rather what we will do is we will create a group. Okay, we will create a group. Let's say we are creating a group of, let's say, developers group, okay, for our project. So this is the name of the group. Now I will assign permission to the group. Earlier what we were doing, earlier we were assigning the permission policies to the user. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to assign permission policy to the user, not to the group. I will assign policy to the user, okay, not to the group. So what I'll do here, I will give the permission, let's say S3 full access, RDS full access, EC2 full access, DynamoDB, EBS or EFS. Okay, like this multiple permission I will give, Lambda permission or SQS permission, SNS permission. Okay, like this multiple permission I will give, and we will create these users. We will create this group. Now understand this, policies is a kind of thing that can be assigned to the user or it can be assigned to the group. Now we have this group, okay? In this group, I will add user. Now when I add a user in this group, that user will get those permission. So if I go to John user, earlier you saw how many permissions were there. Now look at it. Okay. See, first of all, you see all of these permissions are here. Now look at this. EC2 permission we provided directly to my IAM user John, and it is also coming from group. Oh, sorry, DynamoDB permission. And EC2 and S3, EC2 and EFS permission. Here you see they are coming from the group. RDS and S3 both are coming from group, and they are also attached directly. SNS and SQS are coming from group. Okay. So if you want to give a user some extra permission, simply click on add permission and give it. Okay. See, if your group have 20 permission and in your group you have 10 user, then each of those 10 user will have all those 20 permission. Does it mean you cannot add any extra permission for any individual user? No, you can add. Definitely you can add. Let's say all the 10 user have 20 permission, but for one user you give extra permission. So that user will have extra permission also. Understood, guys? Okay. Now look at this. So here is my user. Now what if, let's say, can we do something like this? Let's say I don't want this SNS permission that is coming from group. I told you, you can give additional permission to the user. But can I remove this permission from group and have other permission? I don't want this one permission. Can I do that? Let's see. If I remove this permission, you see all the other permission from the groups are removed, right? So you see it removed all the other permission. Why? Because your user itself is removed from the group. See, the rule is either you will have all the permission or you will have no permission from the group. If you cannot say that I want all the permission, but one or two permission I don't want. If your user is in the group, it will have all the permission. If you try to remove one permission, it will remove your user from the group. It's either or all. See, one more thing I'll show you here. Security credentials. Okay. Now you see, here we have multi-factor authentication, that is MFA. Now what is this MFA? MFA is a, guys, in your root user, you have a MFA, right? In your Microsoft Authenticator app is there, right? You provide OTP. Okay. Now AWS have made it mandatory for root user. Earlier it was not mandatory, it was optional. But you can assign it for your IAM user also. The MFA that you have for your root user, same you can have for your IAM user. Okay. See, what is MFA? Multi-factor authentication. See, just like whenever we do shopping, okay, we get a OTP code, right? Whenever we use a credit card or debit card, we need to provide OTP password, one-time password, right? Because that's a one additional layer of security. Similarly, whenever you log into your AWS account, what if somebody else got access to your name and password? Now any person can log into your account. So to prevent that, we will add one more layer of authentication. That is MFA device. Here I will give, let's say, my MFA. Okay. And here we will select Authenticator app. Okay. You can select other things also, but go with this one. This is better. Right. I'll go with this one next. Now here you see setup device. Here I'll click on show QR code. Now I will scan this. Okay. In my Authenticator app, scan this code. Now here I will provide the MFA code. What is the current MFA code? 562991. If you scan this QR code, all of you will see the same MFA code. And what is the second code you are seeing? 785976. Okay, so here we need to provide our consecutive MFA code. And once you provide this two consecutive code, this app will be assigned to my user. Okay. Now you see, from today onwards, this MFA is assigned to my user. Okay, everyone. Now let me show you this practically. So I will again log out as an IAM user. Sign out. Okay, so you see I logged out as a John user. Now I will again sign in. Okay, here I'll provide my John user credential. And now you see it is asking me MFA code. Did it ask earlier? No. It is asking now. Okay, what is the current MFA code? 536890. It was not asking it earlier. But now it is asking because now we have a MFA device assigned to our user. Okay. So even if my password get compromised, even if somebody else knows my password, they will not be able to log into my account because they will not have OTP. This OTP code will be in my mobile only. Okay. Now, moving on. One more thing I want you guys to understand is, see, here I'll give you a scenario. Have you guys read about fan-out architecture? See, let's say there is a person. Okay, this person wants to work with EC2. Okay, so let's say there is this person who wants to work with EC2. What we will do? How we will make this possible? can I say we will simply create an IAM user? Okay, when we create an IAM user and we provide EC2 full access policy, okay, when we create an IAM user and we provide EC2 full access policy, this person can work with EC2. Okay, now let's say from this EC2, from inside EC2, he wants to connect or work with S3. Okay, he wants to connect or work with S3 from inside EC2. Okay, now let's say I will give S3 policy also. Okay, I will give S3 policy also. Now, do you think it will work? No, it will not work. Okay, what will work is this. This will work. Okay, your user will be able to work with S3 directly. But from inside EC2, your user will not be able to work. Okay, from EC2, your user will not be able to work. Why this will not work? Because just like your user by default have no access to work with any AWS service, similarly, by default, no AWS service have access to work with another AWS service. Okay, any AWS service cannot directly work with any other AWS service. Understand this as a rule. Okay, I will tell you the solution also, but understand this as a rule. Any AWS service cannot work directly with any other AWS service. See, understand it as a rule. When you create an IAM user, you understood this thing that IAM user cannot work with any AWS service by default. Similarly, one AWS service cannot work with another service. So when this person as an IAM user log into EC2 and from EC2 he is trying to work with S3. So this person credential does not matter. Here what is happening, EC2 is trying to work with S3. Even though this person is driving the EC2, but EC2 is trying to work with S3. So this will not work. Okay, but how to make it work? For this we have something called as IAM role. IAM role. Okay, so for a person who want to work with service, we create IAM user. For a AWS service that want to work with another AWS service, we create IAM role. Right? Understand this three entity: IAM user, IAM group, and IAM role. Okay, we create IAM user and IAM group for whom? We create it for a person. And we create IAM role for what? We create IAM role for a AWS service. Okay, see, understand. Person to service access. Let me write here. Okay, so this is a person and this is a AWS service. Okay, see, this is what I was saying. When a person wants to work with a AWS service, we create IAM user. And when one AWS service wants to work with another AWS service, we use IAM role. Okay, all right. Now we will see IAM role. IAM role is something that allows one AWS service to work with another AWS service. Okay, so that's what we will see. So let me go to my user. Okay, here I will give my IAM user John EC2 permission. Okay, so you can see John already have S3 permission. I will also add EC2 permission. Okay, I will also add EC2 permission. Now I will go to that John user. Here you will see if I open S3. Here you can see the John user can see all the S3 bucket, right? Now I will go to EC2, and since we have given EC2 permission, full access, it should be able to create EC2 server. Okay, so it will launch, I will launch a new server, EC2 IAM role demo. Okay, we'll go with all of this default value, proceed without key pair, and we will create this one server. Okay, so here is our server. Let's wait for it. Let me terminate the older one. Okay, so you see my server is running. Now what I will do is I will connect with this server, and here you see we got error. Okay, while connecting with this EC2 we got error. Why do you think we got this error? Okay, so guys, you remember whenever we create EC2, SSH rule is there by default. So it's not a security group issue. Then what is this issue? This is the issue of EC2 itself. This is the issue of permission. Okay, so understand this. We have given EC2 full access to our John user. See, we have given EC2 full access. But sometimes what happens? There are few things that are beyond full access. For example, this feature of EC2 Instance Connect. This feature is beyond full permission. Okay, for this there is a dedicated different permission that is required. Now if you Google this, and generally this is what we do, you cannot memorize which permission is required for what. You cannot memorize so much. So what we generally do, we Google, and if you do Google, you will see that there is a service, add permission. Okay, you know what? Let's take it as a task. How we can make it connect? Here you see access denied for by EC2 instance connect. Okay, so here you see these guys googled and they found out that some permissions are required. So here I will search them EC2 instance connect. See this one. Okay, this is the permission required, right? And this is exactly what is required. So understand this, it happens sometimes. Like if you provide EC2 full access permission, you might think that that will be enough to connect with EC2 as well. But what we found out is that to connect with EC2, separate permission is required. I know that that doesn't sound right, but that's what it is. And we have to deal with it. Okay, we have to deal with it. Right? So I will select this policy. Next, add permission. Okay, now if I again go here and or if I simply refresh this, now you see it will work. So here you see shows again. See here I added that policy, this one, EC2 instance connect. This is the policy we added. Okay, so here we learned one thing, that sometimes not everything is covered in in full access. Sometimes we have to Google and find out what is the missing permission, and we have given that. And you see, the moment I give that permission, immediately it is working. Okay, it is working here, right? Now we got access to EC2. Now from this EC2, I will try to work with S3. How to work with S3? Here I will type AWS command. Okay, now I will show you how to run CLI command in AWS. How to work with AWS through CLI. So here you see, I will type AWS S3. Okay, AWS command always start with AWS. Then we provide the name of the service, and then we provide command. Okay, so you guys already know what is ls command, right? Now if you run the ls command with AWS S3, then this command will give you list of all the bucket. So if I enter, and you see we are getting error. Okay, so this is what I was telling you. See, my IAM user can see all the bucket. Look at this. This is exactly what I was saying earlier. My IAM user can see all the bucket. Okay, but when my IAM user go to EC2, from inside when my IAM user try to work with S3, here you see it cannot see the bucket. Okay, so you see we are getting error. Now how to solve this error? We will solve this error using IAM role. Okay, so now so here what happens? Let's say there's an employee who is getting such error. So that employee will reach out to you if you are a DevOps engineer. He will tell you that here I'm getting error, and you as a DevOps engineer, you will have to create a IAM role for that person. Okay, so what I'll do here, I will go to roles, right? And here you see there are many roles in my account. So these are related to my account. Here I'll create a new role. Okay, now you see when we click on create role, here you see I will create role for AWS service, and here I will select the use case. Now basically what I was telling you earlier, AWS IAM role allows your one service to work with another service. And here you can see list of all the AWS service. Okay, here you see list of all the AWS service. So you can create role for any one of them. But do you see Lambda and EC2 is mentioned separately? Why do you think EC2 and Lambda is mentioned separately? See, what is happening here? Lambda and EC2, these are the services where you can write code. In EC2, you can write CLI command. In EC2, you can write programming code. You can do anything. In Lambda also, we can write code. So obviously, wherever you can write code or CLI command, can we say there it increases your chances of working with other AWS service? Lambda is also AWS service where we can write code, just like EC2. Okay, so these two services are mentioned separately because these are the two services where we can write code and CLI command. So here it increases chances of working with your other AWS services more. It's also a compute service just like EC2. Lambda is very similar to EC2, but it works differently. Okay, so now since I'm working with EC2, here I'll select EC2. So I'm creating role for my EC2. Okay, next. Now, just like we have given policy for IAM user, just like we have given policy for IAM group, now similarly, we will give policy to our IAM role. Okay, we will give policy to our IAM role. So here I will select, let's say S3 full access. Okay, so if you look at this diagram, okay, so here you see when S3 full access is assigned to your IAM user, your user can work with S3 directly, right? When EC2 service wants to work with S3, we need IAM role. So you need to provide this, or you need to assign this permission to your IAM role. Okay, then your IAM role will work. Okay, so here what happens? I will, in the role, I will select S3 full access. Next, here I will give a name, EC2 S3 IAM role 20th July. Okay, so this is the role name I have given. Now, IAM role is doing what? Here you see this trust policy and all. What exactly is this? Okay, you don't need to know all of this in detail. But here what happens? When we use this IAM role, your EC2 will get temporary credentials to work with S3. Basically, you can say behind the scenes, some temporary password is given to your EC2 so that your EC2 will be able to work with S3. Your EC2 will be able to access S3. Okay, so it will give temporary access and I will create this role. Okay, now what I need to do, role is created. Okay, but you need to attach this role to your EC2, right? So I will go to my EC2. Here I'll click on action. Here I will go to instance setting. Oh, sorry, here I'll go to security. If the role is created for EC2, it can be attached only to EC2. Now see how I will attach. I will simply select my EC2. I'll click on action. I'll go to security and here I will modify IAM role. So by default, there is no role attached to your EC2. So here I'll select my IAM role. And there you go, we are getting error. What is the error we are getting? Your user is not authorized to perform IAM list instance profile. All the EC2, Dilip. Your choice. If you want, you can apply it to one EC2 where you require, or you can apply it to all the EC2. Another permission we need to add. Do you see, even to see the IAM role, we don't have permission. What is the problem here? For my EC2, I'm trying to attach a IAM role, but I cannot even see those IAM role. I'm getting error for that also. I cannot even see the IAM role. Because to even see the IAM role, you require permission. Making sense, everyone? Okay. Now, how to go about this? Because if you go here, if you go to your user, my user cannot see IAM role. Okay. Here, if you go to user, here if you click on add permission, here if you give IAM full access. Okay. Next, add permission. And if you go back here, if I refresh now, see, now my user can see the permission. But do you think it is correct to give IAM full access? Don't you think giving full access of a critical service like IAM can be very dangerous? Now this John user can remove other user, right? Now this John user can remove other user if you have given it IAM full access. So generally, it's not recommended to give full access of services like IAM because these are the critical services. Okay, so what we will do, I will remove this permission. I will remove this permission. Here I will click on add permission. And here now I will see. So I will not add any permission from there. Here what I will do, I will create an inline policy. Basically, we will create our own policy. Right? Now, either you can write JSON code for it. Okay, you can write a JSON code for it. Or you can use this visual editor. Okay. So what is the permission that is required? This permission is required. This permission is inside which service? Okay, so we require this permission inside IAM. Okay, so this permission comes under IAM. But I don't want to give other permission. I don't want to give IAM full access. I just want to give this permission. So here in the visual editor, I will select the service. So my permission that I want belongs to which service? It belongs to IAM. So I will select IAM here. Now which permission I want? I want list instance profile, this one. Okay, here you can click on info and you can read what this permission will do, right? When you give full access, basically you are giving all of this permission. Okay, so many permissions are there when you go with full access. Do you need all of them? Absolutely not. I just need list instance profile. I just need this one permission. Okay, that's it. And you will see behind the scene a JSON code will be created. Okay, so I will create this permission. Do not worry, I will show you this in more detail, but understand the process. So here I will give a name, IAM inline policy, 20th July, create policy. Okay, so here I attach this inline policy to my user. Now, do you think we should get this error? If we have given correct permission, we should not get this error. Refresh, and there you go. Guys, do you see it is working now perfectly fine? See, what we did is we clicked on here add permission. So when you click on add permission, you will attach existing policy given by AWS. But what you can do is you can click on create inline policy. Okay. Now you see here, select a service. I selected IAM services because the permission I required, that is this list instance profile, that permission was here inside IAM. So here I selected IAM service and here I'm selecting the permission I required. That's it. Click on next, your policy is created. Okay, and you see behind the scene JSON code will be created automatically. Okay, so let's say you don't want to give your user complete access of S3. You just want to give your user to allow your user to create bucket. What should I do? Here I will select which service. I will select S3 service. Then here I will select which action. I will select create bucket action. See, understood now? Okay, so now what I'll do, I will attach that role to my EC2. And again, we got error. Just take it as a rule. Even any little action that you want to do in AWS account, everything require permission. Not only via root user, it can be done by admin user also, right? You don't need to remember this. None of this you need to remember. Understand the process, and whenever you get error, Google it and you will do the job. Nobody expect you to remember this. Okay, so you see again the same thing. So this time we require which permission? This time we require pass role permission. This time we require pass role permission inside IAM. So can I say instead of creating a new inline policy, I can simply edit our existing inline policy? I will edit this one. Okay, so here I'll come to visual, and what I will do? Earlier here we selected list instance profile. Now I will search for pass role. Are you guys understanding how simple it is to solve this error? You just need to Google. See, I know this error because I've been working on this since many years. You guys just need to Google. That's it. And nobody expect. I don't know. I hardly know few rules. I myself hardly know few policies. Nobody expects you to know all the policy. Not even one. Okay, just Google it at runtime. Nobody will ask you this in interview. So I will select this pass role. Now you see in my JSON, along with list instance profile, pass role is also added. Now if I update this, so I added pass role to my John user. I added pass role to my John user. So if I go here, now if I click on update IAM role, do you think it will work this time? Yes, it will work this time and we will not get error. This time role will be attached. See, it is not giving any error. See, it worked this time. Okay. Now if I connect with this EC2, okay, here I'm already connected. Now if I run this ls command, okay, now if I run that ls command, do you think it will work this time? Yes, obviously it will work. See, now I can see all the bucket. Why am I able to see all the bucket now? Because IAM role is there, and IAM role give the permission of one AWS service to work with another service. So these are all the buckets created. Yes, these are all the buckets in our account, and we can see them here. Okay, so now, okay, we understood IAM role. Now, finally, we will cover IAM policy. Okay, how to create policy. See, you already understood here while creating inline policy. Okay, but I will formally explain it one more time. Okay, so let's understand the scenario. Let's imagine a scenario. Okay, now let's imagine a scenario. Let's say we hired college grads. Okay, and they don't know AWS. Okay, they don't know how to work with AWS. So obviously we will train them. We will give them AWS account to practice for practicing. Okay, we will train our grads. We will give them AWS account for practice. Correct? Now, when these new grads, they are working with AWS, let's say in our S3 bucket. Okay, let's say in this S3 bucket, let's say this two bucket, 25th Jan and 6th June. These two buckets are important bucket. These two are our project bucket. Now, obviously, if a fresh grad who don't know AWS, if they try to work on AWS, there is a chance that they might accidentally delete something. Okay, there's a chance that they might accidentally delete something, right? So what I want is, if if those new grad, if they delete any other data or any other bucket, it is okay for me, no problem. But if they try to delete anything inside this two bucket, or they try to delete this two bucket, then they should get error. Okay, then they should get error. So what we are defining here is that we should give them full access of S3, that they should be able to create new bucket, upload object inside those bucket, delete existing bucket. But when it comes to deleting this two bucket or the data inside this two bucket, they should get error. Okay, then they should get error. So how to take care of this? For this, obviously, we cannot use the default policy. For this, we will create our own custom policy. Okay, great. So we will go to IAM. Here we will create a new policy. Add permission. Oh, sorry, not add permission. Here we will go to policies. Okay, now you see these are all the policies that are, these are the AWS policy, AWS managed policy. Basically, these are the policy given by AWS. Okay, but we will create our own policy. Okay, and again you see the same thing. Now my scenario is related to S3. So of course I will select S3 here. Okay. So what I want my user to be able to do everything, all the action related to all the bucket except those two bucket. So what I will do here, I will select all the action. Okay. So S3, I selected service S3 action. I selected all the action. This will include all the actions. And here I will select resource, all resource means all the bucket. And here we got this policy. Do you think this policy will do our job? No. This policy will allow us to do everything, any action with any bucket, but that will also include deleting objects and those two bucket. Deleting object inside those two bucket and deleting those two bucket. So how to take care of it? I will add one more permission. Again, I will select S3, but this time here you see effect. Okay, this time instead of allow effect, I will select deny effect. Here I will select deny policy, deny effect. Okay, here I'll select deny effect, and I just want to deny two things. I want to deny delete object. Here you see delete object, and I want to deny delete bucket. These two things I want to deny. Okay, so in this allow policy, we allow everything. In this deny policy, we will deny only these two action. And do I want to deny delete on all the buckets? No, I want to deny delete on only those two buckets. I will copy their name. First of all, this bucket. I don't want to delete this bucket. Okay, I don't want to delete this bucket. And I don't want to delete any object inside this bucket. So here I will select any object. Okay, if there is only one object that you don't want to delete, give the name of that object. Let's say in this bucket, there is file.txt that I don't want to delete. Other than this, any other object can be deleted. So I will provide only this name. But I don't want to delete any object. Okay, so any object in this bucket should not get deleted. Now I will add the second bucket. This one 6 June. Okay, I don't want to delete this bucket, and I don't want to delete any object inside this bucket. Okay, asterisk means all, or asterisk means any. Add ARN. Okay, now look at this. For this also, our JSON will be created. Now look at this policy. Okay, a policy is made up of statements. Here you see there is one allow statement and there is one deny statement. A statement is made up of 3-4 things. First is SID. SID is nothing but unique ID. Okay, anything, Visual Editor 0, Visual Editor 1, you can give anything, just give a unique ID like a primary key. Then effect defines what this statement, whether this statement will allow or deny. Okay, effect is allow, it means it will be allowed. Effect is deny, means these things will be denied. Sorry, these things. But what is allowed, what is denied? So here is the action. Here in this deny statement, there are two actions, that is delete object and delete bucket. Means these two actions are denied. Okay, here you see in the allow statement S3 colon asterisk means what? S3 colon asterisk means all the actions are allowed. Okay, then you see resource. In the resource section you see asterisk, but here in the resource section you see those two buckets, and slash asterisk means object inside those two buckets. Okay, so resource represent the actual resource, like for example in case of S3 bucket. Now do you see there is a conflict here? Can I say in the allow statement delete is allowed on these two buckets, right? In allow statement, can I say delete is allowed on these two buckets? But in the deny statement, delete is not allowed on these two buckets, it is denied. Now what will happen? Will it allow or will it deny? Always remember, deny will always take priority. Okay, when there is a conflict between allow and deny, always remember deny always take priority. Okay, whenever there is a conflict between allow and deny always take priority. Now here I will give you one scenario. Let's say my user is in a group. Okay, my user is in IAM user is in a group, and in that group a S3 allow permission is there. but my user have S3 deny permission. What will happen? Will my user will be able to work with S3 or not? My user is in a group and that group have S3 allow permission, but there is a S3 deny permission attached to my user. So will it be allowed or will it be denied? It will be denied. Now tell me, my user is in the group and the group have deny permission, but my user have allow permission. Then what will happen? I told you, whenever there is a conflict between allow and deny always take priority. Doesn't matter whether deny is at the group level or is at the user level. Okay, if there is a deny, no matter what, it will always take priority. And think about it. Why this is the case? Don't you think deny is always safer? Giving priority to deny is always safe. Let's say you accidentally given a deny permission. What is the worst that will happen? Your user will be denied. Your user can raise a request to the admin, and that admin will allow the user. But if allow permission takes priority, don't you think there is a chance that your user might accidentally delete something? There is no priority between user and group. IAM group is basically a collection of user. The policy you attach at the group level are given to the underlying user. User will inherit policy that are attached to the group. But there is no priority between user permission and group permission. Priority is there between allow and deny. And deny always take priority. Doesn't matter whether deny permission is coming directly to the user or it is coming from the group. Deny will always take priority no matter what. Okay, here you see my policy is created. I'll go to next. Here I will give S3 custom policy 20th July. Okay, and I will create this policy. Okay, so I created the policy. I will go back to my user and I will attach this policy to my user. Okay, so you see this is the policy that I just created. I will attach this policy to my user. Okay, so you see this policy is attached to my user. Now if I go here to S3 bucket. Okay, so see now here I'm logged in as a John user. Now can this John user delete other bucket? Can this John user delete file object inside other bucket? Yes, he can. Look at this. Yes, John user can delete object inside other bucket. Can this John user delete other bucket? Yes, he can delete other bucket. But can this John user delete this 25 Jan and 6 June bucket? Let's see. Can I delete file inside this bucket? The answer is no. You see, immediately we got access denied error. Okay, clear cut message, access denied. Can I delete the bucket itself? Of course not. You cannot even delete the bucket. To delete the bucket needs to be empty, but anyway, you cannot delete the bucket. Okay, but you can delete other bucket. Delete marker will be there when versioning is enabled, right? For the bucket, I did not enable the versioning. So delete marker was not created. Delete marker you get when versioning is enabled. How can you track IAM user from admin user? You simply go to IAM. Here you click on user and here you see all the IAM users. See, if you want to do tracking, then there is a AWS service called as CloudTrail. Here you see there is a AWS service called as CloudTrail. Now CloudTrail is a service. See, if you think that in your office account, you will do something late night, then you will delete it and nobody will know about it, you're wrong. Okay, everything that you do in your AWS account, everything is getting tracked. So here you see there is a service called as CloudTrail. CloudTrail by default, okay, you don't even need to set it up. CloudTrail will by default track everything that is happening in your account. See, it tracked my latest operation that John deleted this bucket. It tracked this operation of root user, that root user attach policy. IAM policy to John. It tracked that root user created a new policy. It tracked that John attached IAM role to EC2. Remember this we added. Everything is getting tracked. Okay. CloudTrail will by default store last 90 days of track. From here onwards, understand, any AWS service can be accessed by either root user or admin user or by that IAM user that have permission. If IAM user do not have permission, your IAM user cannot see work or see that service. Okay guys,
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel, link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS Solutions Architect.
Okay, we are going to understand auto scaling group. Okay, so auto scaling group. Now, for that auto scaling group, let me go back to my EC2 because I told you already, auto scaling group is not a different AWS service. It's a part of EC2. So here on the left side, you will see auto scaling group. Okay, here I will go to auto scaling group. I'll click on create auto scaling group. And now again, you see there are certain steps that we need to follow and we will get our auto scaling group. Okay, here I will give the name demo ASG. Okay, here in the launch template, I will, okay. Now you see there is something called as launch template. Okay, now what is this? See, in auto scaling group, what exactly auto scaling group does? What is the main function of auto scaling group? See, auto scaling group will add more and more server when the load increases, and auto scaling group will remove extra server when the load decreases. That is the job of auto scaling group. Okay, when the load increases, add more server. When the load decreases, remove extra server. That's the job of auto scaling group. Okay, now removing server is easy. Okay, removing server is easy. Removing server is not a big deal. You can easily remove server, not a big deal. But adding new server is a big task. Why? Because the question is, what kind of server you will add? Okay, what kind of server it is going to add? That's the question. Okay, obviously we want to add same kind of server that we already have with the same configuration, with the same application, with the same software, right? We need to add the same kind of server. That's the point of auto scaling group. Okay, we don't want to add some different kind of server. Okay, so how do we define that? How do we define what kind of server we are going to add? That's the main question. Okay, so to deal with that, we have a concept of launch template. Okay, to deal with that, we have a concept of launch template. Okay, so here I will go, on the left side, you will see here is a launch template. Now, what is launch template? Launch template is a blueprint, okay, of what kind of server we are going to get. Okay, launch template is a blueprint of what kind of server we are going to get, right? Launch template is a kind of blueprint, is the blueprint of what kind of server we are going to get. So that's why when we create launch template, at that time you will see all the same option as of EC2. You will see exactly same option that we see when we create EC2. Okay, exactly same option. Here I will give a name. Let's say demo launch template, demo LT. Okay, 15th June. Okay, this is the name of the launch template. Here you see in the AMI, I will select my Amazon Linux AMI. Okay, so you see exactly same option as EC2. Okay, exactly same option as EC2. But are we creating EC2 server here? No, we are not creating EC2 server. All that we are doing is we are defining the configuration. Here we define that we want Linux AMI. If I select Windows AMI, then what kind of server we will get? We will get Windows server. Okay, we will get Windows server. If I select Ubuntu, we will get Ubuntu server. Okay, so here we define AMI. Okay, so if I whatever AMI I define, that kind of server I will get. After that, here in the instance type, okay, in the instance type, I can define what kind of instance type I want. T2 micro, T2 nano, all of that. Okay, whatever I select here, that kind of server I will get. If I select T2 micro, then whatever number of server my auto scaling group create, I will get that kind of server. Okay, if auto scaling group create 100 server, all of them will be T2 micro. Okay, if auto scaling group create 100 server, all of them will be Linux AMI, because that's the configuration I defined here, right? Here in the key pair, I can select, let's say, let's not select key pair. Okay, we can select that also later, right? Here you see I'm saying don't include in launch template, right? So as you can see, I'm defining the same thing. Basically EC2 I'm defining, but it will not create EC2. It's just a blueprint, right? After that, here you see all the same option. let's go with all the default options. It will select, let's say, default security group. This will be replica of your initial server. Okay, obviously we want this AMI to be replica of our existing server. Otherwise, what is the use of it? Then here in the EBS, we can select our volume. Here you see 8 GB. This is the root volume. If we want, we can add more volume, or we can keep it to only root volume. Okay, here we can add tags. Let's say I will add a tag name EC2 launch template. Okay, name EC2 launch template. Right. So this is the configuration I'm defining. Now you tell me one thing. Okay, let's say I already have 2 server running in production, and those server are hosting some web application. Okay, I already have 2 server and they are hosting some web application. Right. Now the new server that get created, okay, the new server that get created, those new server, obviously you guys will agree with me, they should also have the same web application being hosted. How can we make sure that the new server that are created, they will also have the same web application? Can I say in the user data, I can define the entire script of hosting the web server, connecting with database, everything I can define here. So whenever a new server is created, it will create the server and it will execute the user data script, and we will get the exact same replica. Okay, so here I will create this template. Okay, so you see my template is created. So what will happen if I go with this template? I will get a T2 micro instance. I will get a Amazon Linux AMI. Guys, think about it. When we work with EFS, how we made all the connection, how we set up everything. We set up everything by running commands in our EC2. So the command that I can run in EC2 by login inside EC2, don't you think I can provide the same command in the user data script? Now here is my template created. So this template defines us. Did it give us any EC2? No. Okay. So what I'm saying, here we will get T2 micro. Here we'll get our AMI ID. But what if tomorrow my requirement changes? Okay, tomorrow my requirement changes and we have some other requirement. We have a requirement of some other kind of EC2. How we will get that? So what we will do is, either we can create a new template, okay, or we can edit this template. So when we edit this template, let's say today we are working with T2 micro, but tomorrow we have some other requirement. So what I'll do, I will simply update the template. Here I will provide the description version 2. Okay, and here I'll select, instead of T2 micro, let's say tomorrow we have a requirement of T3 medium. Okay, I'll modify the template. Now you see this template got 2 versions. See, in one version I will get T2 micro, in another version I will get T3 medium. Look at this. Okay, now do you think this launch template will cost us money? It will not cost us money. Why? Because it's just a template. It's not creating anything. It's not creating server. It's not creating anything. Using this template, when auto scaling group creates a new server, then the server that are created using this template, those server will cost us money. Template will not cost money. Okay, so here is my template ready. Okay, I'm done with template part. Now what I'll do, I will click on here. Now here I will go to auto scaling group. Okay, now here I will create an auto scaling group. Here I will give a name, demo ASG. And the very first thing we need to do after giving the name is to select the template. Okay, we need to select the template. What kind of template we are dealing with, what kind of template we want. Okay, what kind of template we want, that we need to select here, right? So here you see all of my templates are available. I'll go with this one, and here I can select version. Tomorrow, if my requirement changes, I can simply select the version of the template. I can simply change the version of the template. In this way, you can go with the same template. You don't need to create new template every time. In one template, you will have all the version, and you can keep modifying it as your requirement keep changes. Okay, so we'll go with this one. I'll go to next. Now here in the next screen, you see here we define instance launch option. Okay, now I will also show you a way where we can define where we are getting our server, in which AZ we will get our server. So here we can do that. So here you see, when I click on this, again I can see all the 6 AZ. Now if I select this AZ1A and I just select that one AZ1A, okay, it means I will get all of my server from this one AZ. Okay, I will get all of my server from this one AZ only. If I select, let's say 2 AZ, now if 100 servers are created, 50 server will be in AZ1A, 50 server will be in 1B. If I select 3 AZ, 33 here, 33 here, 34 here, or here you will get 34. Okay, so now we get that guarantee. So can I say if I select AZ, if I select only this 3 AZ here, AZ 1A, 1B, 1C, okay, if I just go with this 3 AZ here, can I say we get a guarantee that now if I create load balancer, now I know where I will get my server, so I don't need to select any random AZ. I can only go with the AZ that I want. Yes, now I get that guarantee. Okay, so if I select all the AZ, then equally and see, when auto scaling group create the server, it will equally create server in all the AZ. It's not that it will overload one AZ with more server, second AZ with less server. No, if it creates server, it will create server equally in all the availability zone. Not that in one AZ you will have all the server. How? There is no answer for how. It basically, see, for example, load balancer. You saw that there also equally we were getting response from underlying both the server. I told you that's a round robin fashion. Exact same fashion is exact same pattern is also followed here. When auto scaling group creates server, it will create the server. I mean, see here, you want high availability. High availability means what? You have presence not in only one place, in multiple places. But it's not that in one place you have all the presence. No, you have equal presence in all the AZ. Okay, so let's say today I will not select all the AZ. Today I will go with only 3 AZ. It means what? If I create 100 server, 33 will be here, 33 server will be here, 33 will be here, and the next server will start again from here. So here 34, 33, 33. Okay, so here we can define that. And here you see balance best effort. Here you define the distribution. Okay, so for example, if launch fail in one AZ, auto scaling will attempt to launch in another healthy AZ. So for example, let's say here while launching let's say 33 here, 33 here, 33 here, or let's say first server it is launched here, second here, third here. Now while launching fourth server in AZ1A, if some issue happened in this AZ, it will move forward to AZ1B, right? But if you go with balance only, here you see if launch fail in one AZ, auto scaling will continue to attempt launch in unhealthy AZ. Okay, so for example, let's say it is launching it is launching 6 server. So if you go with balance, if you go with best effort, means what? First server will be launched here, second here, third here, fourth server will be launched here. But let's say while launching fourth server, some issue happened, then it will launch fourth here, fifth here. Then it is launching sixth here, but again some issue happened, it will launch the sixth here. So in AZ1A, how many server we have? One. We have one server. One server we have in AZ1A. First server is launched here. Second server is launched here. Third is launched here. While fourth being launched here, it failed. So it will launch the fourth in second. Then fifth is launched here. While launching sixth here, it failed. And it is launched here. So in AZ1A, how many server we have? We have only one server. In AZ1B, how many server we have? See, AZ1, AZ2, AZ3. Okay. Let's say here server 1 is launched. Okay, here server 1 is launched. Okay, and it was successful. Okay, it was successful. Then it launched server 2 here. Okay, successful. Then it launched server 3 here. Successful. Okay, while launching server 4 here, it failed. So what it will do? It will move to second AZ. So it launched server 4 here. Now here it is trying to launch server 5. Okay, server 4 successful, server 5 successful. Okay, now it is trying to launch server 6 here. But again, does AZ have some problems, so new servers are not being launched? So again, it will fail. It will launch here. So how many server we have in AZ2? We have 3 server. Okay. In AZ3, we have 2 server. Okay. So this is the distribution we get. All right. Now moving forward, we'll go with best effort. Let me again select 3 AZ, AZ1A, 1B, 1C. Now here you see, we can skip to review also. Okay. Till this point, it was mandatory. Here we can skip to review now. Okay, because other options are not so mandatory, they are optional. But let's go through them also. And here comes the load balancer. How load balancer will know about auto scaling group and all? This is the answer, right? Here we can select our load balancer. So while creating auto scaling group, we can select load balancer. Does any load balancer cost money? Obviously, it will cost money. It is giving you some facility. It is giving. See, understand this. There are some things that are available for free in your free tier account. Okay, but if you talk beyond free tier, understand everything that you create in AWS except few things, except launch template, except few things, and I'll tell you whenever those things comes. Understand everything will cost you money because you are using it for your real world project. You are actively using it. So it will cost you money, no doubt. Okay. Very few things are there that does not cost you money. I'll give you something, 1 minute. Okay. On this web page, here you will see all the limitation of free tier account. Okay. All the limitation you will see. Okay. Understand this. If free tier account is expired, everything that you create will cost you money. Okay. So whether you create auto scaling group, whether you create load balancer, everything will cost you money beyond free tier account. Yes, there are few things like launch template that doesn't cost money. And whenever we came across such concept, I will tell you that this particular concept doesn't cost money. But rest of all the things will cost you money because you are understand you are using it for real world software from which companies are earning billions of dollars. So of course, AWS will not give it to free. One habit I want you guys to include: whenever you do any practical or whenever you start studying or whenever you do any practical, just search for the service that you're working for. So we are still covering, let's say we are covering EFS. I will search for EFS. And now here I get the information, okay, EFS is available until 5 GB. If you store data more than 5 GB, it will cost you money, but before 5 GB, EFS is available. Okay, you can click on this and you can see even more detail, like up to how much things are available for free and not. Here you can go to pricing page and you can see in detail. Okay, but don't try to memorize any of this thing because this thing constantly changes. So it's not there's no use of memorizing it. Don't try to memorize this. Okay, whenever you are working with anything, check the documentation, check the latest documentation. Okay, so here you see, while creating the auto scaling group itself, okay, while I create auto scaling group, at that time itself, I can select my load balancer. I can select my existing load balancer target group, or I can create a new one. Now pay attention. When I create a new one, let's say here it will allow me to create a new ALB. First of all, see, it is not allowing me to create CLB. It is allowing me to create ALB, right? Here you see, while creating the load balancer, here we can select our all this option and exactly same option we had yesterday. But do you see something new here? Why only these 3 AZs are selected? Because in the auto scaling group, we selected 3 AZ. If we want, we can select additional AZ. Although it is not of any use, but if you want, we can select it. But we can't uncheck this 3. Okay? We can't uncheck this 3. Why? Because these 3 AZ are the one. Okay? These 3 AZ are the one that are where our auto scaling group will launch the server. Got the point? These 3 AZ are the one where our servers will be launched. So we can't uncheck them. They have to be selected. Other 3 AZ, it's okay even if you don't select them because they are not the one where our auto scaling group will launch the server. See, if you select others, then it can support some other servers in those other AZ, right? But in real world, it's not that useful. I mean, obviously, we want to send traffic to the server that are created by this particular auto scaling group. We don't want to send traffic to the server that are from outside or that are not that does not match with this one. Okay, so here all the 3 AZs are there. These 3 AZs are selected. Now moving forward here, I will not create the load balancer. I don't want to mix both the thing at once. Okay, but here you can select the exact same load balancer that we created yesterday. Right now, during learning, what we will do, we will cover every concept one at a time. Okay, we will not mix up the concept. Okay, we will cover concept one at a time. But when you have your project session, there you will see all of this thing being combined. Then VPC, ignore this part, ignore all of this part. This part anyway we are going to cover. Okay, and now in the next step, okay, this is important. This is very important part. The next step, guys, what is DDoS attack? It's a fake traffic that comes on your server, and because of this fake traffic, what happened? Your server will get down because your server will be overloaded. Okay, your server will be overloaded, right? Now, how to prevent that? Let's say we don't have anything else. I told you there are some services that will help us prevent this. Okay, or let's just say we can't prevent the DDoS attack. How do we save ourselves from getting lost? What do you think? See, the problem with the DDoS attack is what? You are getting fake traffic. Okay, you are getting fake traffic, right? Now, if you have something like auto scaling group that will keep creating new server when your existing server get overloaded, don't you think fake traffic will keep coming in? Auto scaling group will keep launching new server and it will increase more and more cost. Do you agree with that? Because AWS is very powerful. AWS can launch unlimited server. But the problem is that you will have to pay money for that fake traffic, for those useless servers. So that's why here we have group size. Group size means what? Here we can define minimum capacity. Here we can define maximum capacity. What is the meaning of this? Minimum capacity means when the load is zero. Okay, when the load is zero, the number of server will go down. Okay, till this minimum value, that is 2 server. If you are getting zero traffic, if you are getting no traffic at all, then at minimum you will have 2 server at any given point in time, even if you are getting zero traffic. But if the load increases on your server, okay, it will add maximum 7 server. That is our max capacity. Okay, that is our max capacity. If the maximum desired capacity is reached, what will happen is your existing 7 server will get overloaded, because auto scaling group will not add any new server. And if these 7 servers are getting all the traffic, then they will obviously get overloaded. They might fail also. But AWS will not cross this limit. Okay, this 7 server will get overloaded because obviously you are not launching any new server. So if the 7 servers are there, then they will get overloaded if your traffic is keep increasing. Okay, so I hope you guys are clear with this minimum and max desired capacity. What is this desired capacity here? This one. This desired capacity is your initial value. Okay, this desired capacity is your initial value. So here, if I define 4 means what? Auto scaling group will launch with 4 server. 4 means what? Auto scaling group will launch with 4 server. Got the point? Desired capacity is your, in short, initial capacity. All right, I hope you got the point. This is very important. Okay, this group size is very important. After that, here you see rest of the things are related to dynamic part. So I mentioned this earlier also. Minimum should be less than desired. Yes. See, here you see rest of the things. Here I want you guys to understand we are covering only the there are we can divide the auto scaling group in 2 parts. Okay, this is static part that we are covering and the dynamic part. Got the point? Static part does not increase or decrease. Okay, so we'll keep all of this thing as default. We will go to next. And now here you see notification option. Now what is notification option here? What is the meaning of this? Notification here simply means we can add. So basically what is the requirement here? When the load on your server increases, auto scaling group will add server. But you guys know that this can happen at any time. This can happen at morning 3 o'clock or morning 5 o'clock. At any time it can happen, right? Okay. So we want a notification for it, because at morning 3 o'clock, if my auto scaling group adds new server, how will I know about it? That's a simple thought. How will I know about it? Right? So there has to be a way in which we are getting emails. Okay, in which we are getting email. So whenever the server auto scaling group add new server, we should get an email, and that can be done here. Okay, so that can be done using something called as SNS, simple notification service. And SNS is a separate AWS service. Okay, you understand my point, right? There is not even a single service that you can say you can start from beginning. Every service is dependent upon one another. Okay, every AWS service is dependent upon another. So this SNS part also we will cover later. But right now just understand it is used to send notification. And the last part here we can add tags. I will add only one tag, name, ASG, EC2. Okay, so you see my auto scaling group is launching. Meanwhile, I will go to EC2 and you see these are my yesterday's server. Okay, let me terminate them. Now you will see how many server we should see now. Auto scaling group is launching. How many server we should see? We should see 4 server, because that was our desired capacity. And I told you desired capacity is the initial capacity. So while auto scaling group is launching here, okay, we should see our server here. And you see the same tag, ASG EC2. Got the point, guys? This is how auto scaling group works, right? We can see, obviously here I will not be able to show you the dynamic part. Static and dynamic difference basically means here, if you see, if the load on this 4 server increases, you will not see new server getting launched. Okay, right now there is 0 load on this 4 server, but you still see 4 server, you don't see 2 server. And if the load increases, you will not see 7 server. Why? Because this is not dynamic right now. In static auto scaling group, server will not increase or decrease automatically. Okay, so this shows you the fact that for auto scaling group to work, to do its job, for auto scaling group to do its job, it requires some other AWS service as well. Okay, see, auto scaling nobody uses in this static way. Okay, by default, see, if you remember, while creating that auto scaling group, I skipped that part. Okay, I skipped this auto scaling part. Obviously, if we scale this part, then we can't expect it to work correctly, and that's why nobody works with static auto scaling, and there is no words like that as well. I just made it up to explain you the concept, because this concept have a dependency on another AWS service. So we need to understand that as well. Then only you will understand this. Then only we will see auto scaling group as a complete entity. But as I said, every AWS service have a dependency on one another. We have to start from somewhere. And this is the problem, guys. I mean, this is the issue that with the cloud, that there are some services that are recommended to start with, like EC2 or S3, but all of them have some little bit dependency at least. Okay, because there are some, see, it depends on the service. Matrix and pricing, these are the two things that depends from service to service basis. Okay, the kind of policy you have for EC2, they are totally different from storage policy. Okay, and also if you delete the auto scaling group, naturally all the servers that are created by auto scaling group are deleted. And this may not be a big concept, but this is, many times your interviewer may try to ask such question to confuse you. If it is dynamic and they are not getting any load, so they will be removed till the minimum value, right? So your interviewer might ask you, if I delete auto scaling group, what will happen? If you delete your auto scaling group, your server should get deleted. Okay, here you will see server are also deleted. Now here in exam or in your interview, not so much in exam, but in your interview might try to confuse you, that if I delete the auto scaling group, okay, my servers are already created, my servers are separate entity. Then if I delete auto scaling group, why my servers are getting deleted? Do you understand my point? They will try to confuse you like this. But yes, and they are correct also. Your auto scaling group is a separate entity. Your servers are separate entity. Okay, both of them are separate entity, right? But still they are connected. That's why if you delete the source from where servers got created, and this pattern you will see everywhere in cloud. Okay, in our course, very soon we will cover some services like CloudFormation. Okay, you will see this pattern in our AWS as well. Whenever there is a source that creates some resource, if you delete the source, resources are also deleted. Guys, there are two types of cloud. Okay, actually there are three types, but mainly there are two types: private cloud and public cloud. Okay, private cloud and public cloud. What is public cloud? Public cloud is basically your cloud like Amazon, AWS, Microsoft Azure. Okay, these are public cloud. Means what? Public cloud are those cloud where you utilize the data center of some other company. That is Amazon. This AWS is what? AWS is nothing but AWS have their own data center all over the world and you are using them. Okay, and private cloud is the cloud created by a company. Okay, let's say you are working for one organization, they created their own private cloud. In private cloud, does people from outside get access? No. In public cloud, outside people can create their account, not in private cloud, right? Now, can we say private cloud is by default in theory? Private cloud is more secure than public cloud. Do you agree with this? Public cloud, everyone is using. NASA uses AWS. Okay, NASA uses AWS. So so does it mean they are anywhere less in security? No. In fact, I would argue public cloud provide much better security than your private cloud. Okay, but how? VPC is the answer. VPC is a AWS service that provide that security. Okay, VPC is a service that basically make your public cloud into a private cloud for you. Okay, VPC is a AWS service that makes sure that even if you are working on public cloud, okay, let's say I create my account and Tarang also created his account, and both me and Tarang are working from, let's say, North Virginia region, and let's say coincidentally my server and Tarang server is created from the same hardware. Behind the scene, the hardware is same. Okay, now even though Tarang server is coming from same hardware as my server, it doesn't mean that his server and my server will get mixed up. It doesn't mean that our server will get mixed up, right? It doesn't mean that our data will get exchanged. How we are getting those security? We are getting those security because of VPC. VPC is the service that basically give you the experience of private cloud, even though you are working on public cloud. Got the understanding? Okay. See, To understand VPC, we'll understand first the problem that all of us are working on AWS cloud. Okay, all of us created our AWS account, right? All of us are working in North Virginia region. There are thousands of people that are working in North Virginia region. Then isn't it making any issue? Isn't it causing any issue when all of us work on the same hardware from the same region? No. Why? See, the concept is simple. This is AWS cloud. Okay, let's say this is entire worldwide AWS cloud. This is my account. In my account, I create a database in North Virginia region. Okay. Similarly, this is somebody else's account and they created EC2 in their account. Now, since their EC2 and my database are from the same region, isn't there any chance that they might access my database? The answer is no. This will never happen. Why this will never happen? Because when you work on AWS, when you create your AWS account, okay, you get your own dedicated VPC. Okay, you get a VPC in your account. Actually, this is inside account, but I'm keeping it outside as of now. Okay, every AWS account in AWS, every AWS account in AWS gets its own dedicated VPC. Okay, it gets its own dedicated VPC. Why? This is by default. And what is this VPC? This VPC is the private network boundary. This VPC is the private network boundary within which you operate. Okay, within which you operate. Now, when you so what happens? Even though you and your another AWS account are working from the same region, even though both of your, let's say, underlying hardware is exactly same, still they cannot access your account. Why? They cannot access your account because every account is protected by VPC. So no other and nothing from outside of that VPC can access your resource. No other AWS account can access your resource in your VPC. VPC provides you a private cloud. Okay, so you can understand in a way that when you work on AWS, which is a public cloud, in that public cloud you get your own. Okay, your account, my account, all of our accounts are protected by VPC. That's why even though we are working on public cloud, nobody from outside can access our account. You got the answer for why public cloud is as secure or even more secure than private cloud. This is the answer. VPC is the answer. I will not compare it with social media account because it might confuse you in the technical part. That's a little different thing because the social media account comes at a software level. Here we are understanding things at the platform level. Okay, so we operate within VPC. Now, what happens if I go to my account? I will go to the VPC here. If we create our AWS account, we get a default VPC in every region. Okay, we get a default VPC in every region. Right? So you see in my North Virginia, there is one VPC. If I go to any random region, let's say I go to Tokyo, here also you will see a VPC. So this is called as default VPC that we get in every region by default. And this same VPC you have in your account. Okay. This same VPC is there in my account in every region, and the same VPC you got, same configuration VPC you got in your account. Okay, now please don't go and check it right now. You can trust me, it is there in your account as well in every region. Okay, but this default VPC we cannot use for our real world project because default VPC gives you a lot of things. That's a good point. Okay, default VPC gives you a lot of things by default, but it cannot be modified much. It cannot be used for our purpose. Okay, so if you are working on a new project, the better thing is to create a new VPC, custom VPC. VPC ID will be different. ID is a unique identifier, so it will always. Okay, now see, I will come back here. So before I get into custom VPC and all, I will explain you few more things. So I'll first of all tell you why VPC. VPC is such a tough service because VPC includes so many things. On your screen, you can see a VPC architecture. And you can see VPC is not just one thing. It's a collection of so many things on that you see on your screen. That's why people find it very difficult. Okay, but do not worry. I will show you VPC from scratch. In fact, I will create one diagram right now, and we'll understand the entire introduction. I mean, we'll understand the entire overview. Okay, and after that overview, we will do a deep dive into each and every topic, and then we will do the practical as well. Okay, but first of all, I will give you a good overview. So let's say this is my VPC. Okay, this is my VPC, and my VPC is a regional service. Okay, this is my VPC. Okay, this is a VPC in any of the region. Let's say we are creating a VPC in a Ohio region. Okay, now VPC is made up of few things. VPC is at the region level. Okay, so if VPC is like a region, then what do we have inside? Within region we have AZ. Okay, so here I will write within region we have AZ, and within VPC we have something called as subnets. Okay, what is subnet? Region is a bigger area, AZ is a smaller area, VPC is a bigger network, subnet is a subnetwork or smaller network. Alright, VPC is a bigger network, subnet is right. So here you see in this VPC we have called as, yes, you can say logical subdivision at a network level. Right. So here in VPC we have one subnet, or let's say two subnet. We can have sorry, we can have even more subnet, but I'll put right. So subnets are of two types. There's a public subnet. Okay, and then there is a private subnet. Subnets are of two types. Right now, just understand. See, detail we will see later. Right now, just understand subnets are of two types. There's a public subnet, there's a private. Okay, public subnet, private subnet. Now, what is the meaning of public and private subnet? Or what is the use of it? See, the EC2 server we can create are of two. Okay, EC2 server we can create, they are of two types. We can create a public server and we can create a private server. The server you create in public subnet is called as, this is a EC2. The server you create in public subnet will be a public server, and the server that you create in private subnet will be a private server. Okay, again, what is the technical difference between public server, private server? What is the technical difference? We'll see later. But right now, just understand, servers are according to subnet. If you create a server in public subnet, you will get a public server. If you create a server in private subnet, okay, so this is public server, this is private server. Now, here I will ask you guys one question. Let's say in public subnet, we have two public server. Can I say this two server can easily talk to each other? Compared to public server, gateway is a different thing. But see, what I want you guys to think in a way is that if there are two server in public subnet, means both of them are public server. These two server can easily communicate with one another compared to public server in public subnet and private server in, right? Because see, the logic here, I mean, I will give you an analogy. If me and my colleague, both of us are working from office, do we need any tool like Microsoft Teams or Zoom for? No. We are working from same office, we can directly talk to each other. But let's say me and my colleague, both are working from home. Okay, my colleague is working from their home, I'm working from my home. Now can I say now that we need something extra for communication, like some on. Now we good. Okay, so now we need something extra. So here you see, this two server can easily communicate because they are in same subnet. But when it comes to server in different subnet, there we need something called as implicit router. Here we need implicit router. What is implicit router? Implicit router is basically a tool And we don't use this tool. This is used by AWS. It is created by AWS. It is used by AWS for its internal communication. Implicit router is a tool that provide communication between server from different subnet. Okay, it helps between communication. It helps for communication between server from different. Okay, we don't configure implicit router. That's why it is called as implicit. Implicit router will be created by default because we don't even use it. Okay, our the communication that we set up, they are done separately. This is for internal communication between server in different subnet, and this is created and used by AWS themselves. That's why it is called as implicit, so that we don't need to set router. Now here I will ask you one more question. Let's say in this public server, okay, we want to let's say we are creating a website, we are running a web application, and in this public public server, we have our web application running. Now we want to download something. Do you think we will have access to public? The answer is no. Guys, think about it. Here we are talking about private network. In private network, if you have public internet, don't you think that will, do you agree with this? That if we are talking about a private network, virtual private cloud, then having public internet there defeat the entire purpose. If we have a default access to public internet, don't you think it will defeat? I'll come to that. So, but do you also agree that, okay, we require internet? There is nothing like private internet. We require internet. Otherwise, if we do not have internet, then how we will download any library for our development? If we do not have internet, then how we will update our database with the latest security patch? If we do not have internet, then how we will do any of our work? Without internet, we cannot do anything in server, right? So we don't, now the fact is we don't have access to public internet. Okay, that's a fact. We don't have access to, on top of it, we require internet. So how do we get it? So for that, we have something called as internet gateway. Earlier, some people were talking about this. For that, we have internet gateway. What is internet gateway? Internet gateway is a component that brings internet in your VPC. Okay, how do you get internet in your home? How does all the device in your home get internet? When you add a Wi-Fi router, then you get internet. Similarly, when we add a VPC router when we add internet gateway in this VPC, okay, when we add internet gateway in this VPC, then we get internet for our underlying server. Internet gateway is that component that will bring the internet for our server. By default, we don't have access to internet, but we need. How do the server of same subnet communicate with each other? We'll see. Right now, just focus on what I'm covering. As I said, right now I'm just giving you overview. One by one, we will see all of this thing in detail, and I will also show you practical. But right now, just focus on what I'm showing you. Just understand the introduction of all the components. Then we'll see each and every component in. Right. So internet gateway, you can compare this with your Wi-Fi router. You apply Wi-Fi router at your home, and all of your devices get internet. You apply internet gateway to VPC, and all the component in VPC. Right. But here comes. Okay, how does my public server know that there is something called as internet gateway that is giving? How does it knows about it? Because your server have no idea about internet gateway, no idea. It's just that's how it works. So how to make sure, how to already know? For this, we will use something called as root table. Okay, let me put a diagram here. For this, we will use something called as root table. In root table, we will have target and destination. Okay, and here we will add the root that if anybody wants internet, then go for internet gateway. If anybody wants internet, then go for internet gateway. Okay, this is the route we will add. Now, whenever EC2 server wants internet, it doesn't know about internet gateway. It have no idea about internet gateway. So what this EC2 will do? This EC2 will go to root table. Any component in VPC always go to root table first. And when it goes to root table, there it will see that if you want internet, then go for IGW. So that's how it reaches to internet gateway. And when it reaches to internet gateway, my EC2 will get internet. Okay. EC2 requires something through which it can get internet. It goes to root table. There it see if you want internet, go to IGW. Then it get the IGW. That's simple. Younger folks, this is like a Google map. Let's say I'm moving to London for, let's say, for few months. Okay, and I want to drink coffee. I don't know any cafe in London. I don't know where I can get the coffee. So what I will do, in my Google map, I will just type coffee or cafe near me. And Google map will give me the list. So can I say Google map is like this route table where all the routes of all the places is there as a directory? Okay, so route table also we discuss. But did you notice I was talking only about, you can give route for anything. All the components in your VPC, you can give route for, right? Now in this VPC, did you notice I was talking only about public server? What about private server? In this private server, we might be hosting a database also. What if tomorrow a new version of our database? Okay, we need to update the data. Okay, now talking about private server. In private server also I need internet. So can private server use the same method? The answer is no. Okay, the answer is no. Okay, technical reason we will see later. Right now, just understand that if my private server needs internet, it cannot follow the same approach as public server because it's not a public server. Public server have different approach. Private server have, right? Now, how does private server get internet? Private server gets internet using something called as NAT Gateway. Okay, and understanding NAT Gateway concept is little difficult for most people. So I will give you a simple example. Okay, I will give you a real world example. Okay, up until now, I have given you real world example in many places. I've given you real world example for implicit router that me and my colleagues are working from our respective work from home. So we require something like Microsoft Team for communication. For internet gateway, I give you the example of Google Map. And now for, I will give you one more example. So let's say this is my home. Okay, this is a home. Now this home is divided into, let's say, two parts. Okay. Now, let's say I got infected by COVID. Okay, nowadays COVID cases are again rising. Okay, so let's say I get infected by COVID. Now what I'll do in this home, this is my, let's say, bedroom. This is my private bedroom. Bedrooms are private, but yes, this is my private room. Okay, so I got infected by COVID. So can I say the very first thing I should do is to isolate myself here? Okay, I will isolate myself, and in other rooms my other family member will be there. Okay, in other rooms other family member will be there, right? Now let's say here is my brother. Okay, my brother is not infected by COVID, so he lives in different room. Now near my home, I know this example sound very silly, but trust me, you will understand everything. Near my home there is a pizza shop, and the sole purpose of this pizza shop is to provide pizza, nothing else. Near my home there is a pizza shop, and the sole purpose of this pizza shop is to provide, right? Now can I say my brother who is not infected by COVID, he can easily go out and get the pizza from this shop? Yes, but can I go out? No, I'm infected. Guys, give me the answer. How can I get the pizza? The person who's in. Can I say I can ask my brother, since he can go out, he will go out and bring the pizza for me? This is the right. Everyone pay attention. Can I say this home is like the VPC? And if this home is like VPC, can I say this private room is like a private? And if this private room is like private subnet, can I say the person isolated here is like a private sub? Can I say if this is a private subnet, other room we can consider them as public subnet? Can I say this pizza shop whose sole purpose is to provide pizza is like internet gateway whose sole purpose is to provide here? So what do we call this brother who is bringing that pizza for our private server? This brother is called as NAT Gateway. NAT Gateway is that brother who will live in public subnet. And since NAT Gateway is in public subnet, it can go and get the internet like your public server like this. But unlike public server, it will not use internet for, okay? It will not use internet for itself. Rather, what it will do? It will bring the internet for private server. Okay, so to answer the question, how does our private server gets internet in VPC? Our private server gets internet through. Now see, if I show you, give you one example here. Let's say 192.136.11.22/32. If I give you this example, this is an example of an IP address. Okay, but how many IP does it represent? It represents only one IP address. Okay, it represents only one IP address. See, this part is called as network. Okay, and this part is called as host ID. This 32 is called as host ID. Now, what is host ID? See, network ID, we know it's an IP address. It is made up of 4 blocks. And every block have a range 0 to good. Okay, you get a range from 0 to 255. Every block in this IP have a range from 0 to 2. Okay, but why this is one IP total? See, host ID represent the range of your IP addresses. How many IP you get? That is defined by how many IP you get is defined by, right? Now 32 does not represent any range. I know I just said that it represents range. I said host ID represent range, but 32 represent no range. Here we get only one IP. Okay. Now everyone pay attention and try to understand the pattern. Okay. 192.136 or 163 anything .11.22/24. Now 24 represent the change in last one block. 24 represent change in last one block. So you get a range from where to where? You get a range from 192.163 or 53 whatever .11.0 up to 192.163 or sorry 153.11.255. Okay, your last block will change, and of course if it change, it will change completely. So total how many IP we are getting? We are getting total 256 IP, correct? Didn't get it? No problem. I will give you more example. Okay, so 255 plus this 0, you get 256 IP. Okay, one more example. 192.163.11.22/16. Now 16 means what? Anybody would like to answer? 16 means last two block will. So if last two blocks are changing, then we will get from 192.163.0.0 192.163.255.255. Now all the permutation and combination of this that many IP address you will get, or somewhere around 65,000 IP address you will get. 65,000. Here you got 256 IP, and here you will get around 65,000 IP. Yes, 65,536. Here, anyone? Do you see any mathematical? Yes, octet, right? One more example. 192.163.11.22/8. Now, what does 8 represent? 8 represent change in last 3 block. So you get a range from 192.0.0.0 up to 192.255.255.255, and whatever the permutation combination, that many IP, right? So this is called as CIDR, classless interdomain routing. See, CIDR is a very big networking concept. Okay, it includes a lot of things. But we don't need to understand all of that. We will understand only this concept. What is the concept? The concept is, if you change the host ID, your network ID, your range of IP address will, okay, your IP address, the range of IP address, how many IP address you will get, that will. This, if you want to see, I will share something with you. I will share an online tool where you can verify all of this. Okay, let me. Okay, look at this. Let's take 32. Okay, 10.0.0.0/32. If I calculate this CIDR, how many hosts we are getting? We are getting only one host. 10.0.0.0 is our starting address, and 10.0.0.0 is our last IP. Because we have only service, Ankit. Instead of 32, if I go with 24, what will happen? Can I say last block will change if I go with 24? Do you see last block is changing? So how many IP we got? We got 256 IP. If I go with 16, what will your last 2 block will change, guys? See, and we are getting 65,536 IP. Okay, here if I put 8, last 3 block will change, and this many IP will. But does it mean only this number will work? 8, 16, 24, 32. Does it mean only this? No. Other number will also work. It's just that this number represent complete change. 24 represent complete change of last block. 16 represent complete change of last 2 block. But what if when I provide 24, you see last block is changing. When I provide 23, you will see the second last block will begin to change. Look at this one. When I provide 23, the second last block begin to change. When I provide 22, you will see it will change even more. See, now it changed to 3. And you see our number of hosts are also increasing. If I provide 21, you will see it will change even more. It changed to 7. If I provide 20, it will change even more. There is no how here. That's how it works. That's how it works. This is the concept of CIDR. That when you manipulate, when you change the host ID, your network ID will change. Your number of IP address you are getting will change. How your number IP address changing? Because these blocks are changing. Okay, as you can see, as I'm lowering the number, the second block is changing more and more. Earlier, now it was 15. Now it is 31. If I make it, let's say 18, now it is from 31, it changed to 63. If I make it 17, it changes to 127. And when I make it 16, it will change completely to 250. All right. So today we will see all of this component in detail. Okay. We will see all of them one by one in detail. And we will also do their practice VPC. Okay. So what I will do, I will go to VPC. I think in last session, we created VPC demo, right? Demo VPC, we look at this. here what I will do now, you see we have this default. In our last session I showed you, and I hope you also verified it from your side. When you create a AWS account, you get this default VPC name. Tried this, right? And all this default VPC have the same CIDR range. Okay, in every region you get a default VPC. Every region. Now what I will do, I will create a new VPC. Okay, here I will give a name demo VPC. Okay, here I will select the CIDR. Now you know what is CIDR after that. Why VPC is asking? CIDR is IP range. Okay, so if I'm creating a VPC, I need to assign a range of IP address to the VPC to create IP. Very good, Nafisa. Because in this VPC, when we create EC2, when we create database, from where do you think their IP address will come from? Okay, all the resources that we create inside this VPC, where do you think those resources are getting their IP address from? They will get their IP address from this CIDR that we provide. So here if I provide 10.0.0.0/16, then your servers, your resources will get their IP address. Okay, all the resources will get their CIDR. Sorry, all the resources will get their IP address from this CIDR. Right? Then here you can see we can provide CIDR for IPv6 as well, but we will not provide that. We'll keep it to IPv4. Okay. Then you see tenancy. Now, what is tenancy? In tenancy, you see there are two options. And by the way, in IPv6, we don't need to define anything. You can just simply select Amazon provided IPv6 CIDR block. So you will get IPv6 CIDR block from AWS side itself. Okay, but right now we will not define it. Now here you see what is tenancy. There are two options in tenancy. Okay, there is a default option and there is a dedicated option. What is the meaning of this? See, you guys remember the reason why cloud is cheaper than having our own local data center? What is the reason for that? Correct, very good. So what happens when multiple different people working in different accounts are using AWS cloud? What happens is, let's say all of them created the server in the same region, in the same AZ. There's a very high chance that all of their virtual server is created from the same, right? Why? Because cloud, you might get your own individual server. It might feel like you got a new server, which is not shared at all. But behind the scene, cloud, the hardware that it is using is being shared across multiple accounts. So when you go with default tenancy, you get that shared resource. You get that shared hardware. But if you go with dedicated tenancy, now you will get dedicated hardware. Okay, dedicated hardware means what? Whatever resource you create in this VPC, that will be created on a dedicated hardware. It means that underlying hardware will not be shared with any other people, any other person. Right? So when you go with tenancy, you get the option of shared hardware. And when you go with dedicated, your hardware, you will get a dedicated hardware. Obviously, if you go with dedicated hardware approach, you will have better security, you will have better performance, but also it will increase cost. Right? Having dedicated hardware is much more costlier than working on shared. Right? So this is how you create. Today we are able to create VPC in 5 minutes. Okay, provide the name, provide the CIDR. Mostly everyone go with default tenancy, and when you go with default tenancy, you also have an option of getting dedicated hardware. But if you go with dedicated tenancy, you have only dedicated hardware option. So mostly people go with default tenancy. Okay, no need to change here. Here just provide CIDR and provide name. Understand how simple it is to create a VPC. But you need to understand, pay attention. Here I'll click on create button and our VPC is created. As simple. Okay, our VPC is created. Now what? What is the next thing to do? After VPC, what is there? What After VPC comes subnet. Okay, so here if I go to your VPCs, here I have two VPC. First is default VPC of this region of this account, and second is my demo VPC. Okay, now in this VPC, I want to create subnet. Okay, how to pay attention? Okay, I will give you. Okay, now see, before I create subnet, I will tell you a simple concept. Okay, subnet is a subset of VPC, correct? Subnet is a part of VPC. So let's say VPC cider, okay, is let's say 1 to 1000. Okay, I'm taking simple number. I'm not taking actual IP address. I'm taking simple number. Let's say VPC cider is 1 to 1000, right? So can I say subnet cider will be between this range only? Let's say 1 to 200. Subnet 2 will be from 200 to let's say 400. Subnet 3 will be from sorry, this should be 201. 401 to let's say 600, like this, right? Can I say subnet cider will never go beyond the cider of okay? So always remember this is the rule. Okay, and here also some calculation will be done, some formula will be there that we don't need to know. Okay, I will show you online tool of how to do it. Right? But here understand one thing, that uh, if we are creating subnet, which is a subset of VPC, right? So naturally, the cider of subnet will not go beyond cider of VPC. Okay, so let me show you guys. Here I'll come to VPC. Now here in VPC, I will go to subnets. In subnet, now you see there are total, already there are 6 subnet. Why? Let me go to other region. Let me go to Ohio, North California, and Oregon. If I go to Ohio region, here you will see. Now here you see, here we have 3 subnet. Okay. In North Virginia, we had 6 subnet. Here we have 3 subnet. Here, if I go to North California, here we have 2 subnet. Okay. And here we have 4 subnet. Okay. Now, these subnets these are the default subnet. Why? Why this? Yeah, I will tell you. So, default subnet depends on default number of availability zone. Okay. Default subnets depends on default number of availability zone. Okay. In Oregon, by default, there are 4 AZ. So there are default 4 subnet. In North California, there are 2 AZ. So there are default 2 subnet. In Ohio, there are 3 AZ. So by default 3 subnet. And in North Virginia, there are 6 AZ. So there are 6 subnet. Okay. So this depend on number of AZ. But are we restricted by this? Does it mean in my demo VPC, I can create maximum 6 subnet? The answer is no. It's just that AWS follow this rule. I mean, they follow this as a kind of a way to create number of subnet. So AWS follows that. We don't need to follow it. Okay, you can create up to 200 subnet, or you can create only one subnet. Your choice, based on your requirement. There is no rule that we have to follow this. If you delete default subnet, they will be deleted. But don't do it, okay? Because in our course, you will do most of your practice in default VPC. So if you make changes there, you will get error in your other demo. Right? So here you see there are 6 subnet because there are 6 AZ, but we don't need to follow this rule at all. Okay, we can create subnet according to our requirement. So here I'll click you guys some question. Okay, so you see while creating subnet, it is asking me to select VPC. Now, does it mean if I select default VPC, I can create more subnet? So see one thing, look at here. If I select default VPC, it is giving me option to add more subnet. Now you agree that we are not restricted by it. Is just that AWS followed that number, but if we want, we can add more subnet. It is in front of you. Okay, but I will not add this in default. I will add it in. Okay, here I select my demo VPC. Now here in the subnet name, I will select, let's say, we will create first of all public subnet. Okay, we will create public subnet, and here we need to select AZ. Okay, so remember last time I told you, just like within region we have AZ, within VPC we have subnet. So subnet and AZ are at the same level. So when you create subnet, you need to define to which availability zone this subnet will be aligned to. So let's say I'm selecting AZ1A. See here I can see 6AZ. Now in the name also I will add AZ1A. Okay, just for easy identification. So here I'm creating public subnet. Here I selected AZ1A. Okay, this is the CIDR of my VPC. Now I need to provide CIDR of my with answer. Now here what happens if, okay, now there are many tools like this. What you see on your screen is one of the tool. There are many calculator, many tool like this. Okay, now I will show you in this tool how to calculate the CIDR of your, okay. Now first of all, what you have to do, here you see network address block. Here you need to provide your CIDR. Okay, here you provide CIDR of your VPC right here. Now what I'll do here, I'll provide 10.0.0.0 slash I will provide 16. This is the CIDR of my VPC. Okay, and here I will provide number of subnet. See here by default one is selected. So from this one CIDR I'm getting only one subnet. So can I say one subnet will have the same number of, that is 65,536 IP address? Anything divided by 1 will be the, right? But what if I want 2 subnet? Can I say that number will be divided by 2? Now how many IP we are getting in each subnet? 32,000. If I divide that by 4, if I want 4 subnet, now you see in each subnet I'm getting 16,000. Okay, do you see? I just need to provide how many subnet I want, and I'm getting all of their IP address calculated. Do not worry about this. I will show you how to use this. But do you understand that here I provide CIDR of VPC and here I provide number of subnet. All the calculation will be done automatically. How to use this calculation till this point? And how many IP I'm getting in each subnet? 4096. Okay, so automatically everything is getting. Now here you see this subnets that you get. Why I'm telling you that we use this online tool and we should not do manual calculation here? Because here you will get perfect value. For example, this subnet is starting at 10.0.0.0 and it is finishing at 10.0.15.255. Now second subnet is starting at 10.0.16. Is there any overlapping? No. Now second subnet is finishing at 31.255. The third one is starting at 32. The third one is finishing at 47.255. The fourth one is starting at 48. Do you see any overlap here? No. Just like your VPC, your subnet also should not overlap. Okay, when you create subnet, your subnet should not overlap with each other. Their CIDR should not overlap with each other, not at all. Now, how to use this? So here when we create subnet, it is asking CIDR for subnet. So from where I will bring this which mistake gets to overlapping? Manual calculation. Nafisa. That's why I use this online tool. Okay, now here you see, we will take any of the subnet address. Okay, pay attention everyone. I'll show you multiple example. Everybody pay attention. I will copy this one. Okay, I'll copy this header. Okay, and I will paste. Now what is remaining? Host ID. Okay, how to provide host ID? Host ID we will provide from here. Look at this. As you change your number of subnet, your host ID will update. Look at this. Okay, so for 16, what is the host ID? 20/20. So I will provide here /20. Okay, so this is how you create subnet. Okay, and I will click on create subnet. Range. Okay, now see how to create subnet. Select the VPC for which you want to create subnet. Okay, now this time I will create private subnet, so I will provide the name private subnet. Again, I will create subnet in the same AZ. Now, if we have 6 AZ, I told you it doesn't mean that we need to create. Okay, doesn't mean we need to go with 6 AZ or 6 sub, right? So, what you need to understand here is it not necessary that you will go with only one subnet per AZ. If you want, you can go with multiple subnet. So again, I will select AZ1A here. So I already created public subnet. Now I will create private subnet in the same AZ. Now how to provide CIDR here? Very simple. Use online tool like this. Okay. What we do here? Here we provide the CIDR of our VPC. So my VPC CIDR is this. Then here I provide how many subnet I want. Okay. So we decided, let's say we want 16 subnet. Now I can take subnet a network ID from here. Okay, we can take network ID from here. Okay, so earlier I took this network ID. Now I will take this network ID. Right? I provided network ID. Now host ID I need to provide. How we will provide host ID? We will provide host ID from here. Okay, here is the /20. Why I'm taking this one? Earlier I told you because this is the CIDR of your subnet. This is the host ID of your subnet. Okay, as you change your number of subnet, this will also change. So that's why I selected this one /20. Why I will take /16? Don't you think this belongs to my VPC? Will you provide VPC host ID in subnet? No, right? Your subnet host ID will be different. You take it from here. Example. Okay, so here you see what does it represent? CIDR notation here it represent basically your host ID. Which host ID will belong for this particular subnet? So for this subnet, I am selecting /20. That is fine. Are you understanding? Last time I will show you again. I will create how to create subnet. How to create subnet? Click on create subnet and here select your VPC for which you are creating subnet. Now here provide the name of your subnet. Let's say again this time I will create public subnet, but this time I will create subnet in another AZ, AZ1B. So here in the name also I will add 1B. Now how to provide CIDR for subnet? Use online tool like this. Okay, how to use such tool? Here provide CIDR of your VPC. My VPC CIDR is this. Then select how many submitting it every day. I hope it is clear for everyone. Now I selected how many subnet I want. Now I will take I will take network ID from here. Do I need to go sequentially? Is there any rule like that? No. I can randomly take any one of them. Just make sure you do not repeat the same because CIDR should not repeat. So I will take this one. Now how to provide host ID? You tell me. How to provide host ID? Host ID you will provide from the CIDR notation here because this host ID will change based on your number of subnet. Okay, so host ID I will provide from here. Okay, now in the same page I can add one more subnet. Okay, so this time private subnet. Private subnet. Now tell me, here I created public subnet in AZ1B. Is it mandatory that private subnet will also? Can I select some other AZ, let's say AZ1C? Yes, no such rule. Your choice. Okay, now here I'll provide CIDR network ID from here. Let me take this one. Okay, and host ID I will take here now. And by the way, here you see, here it is shown. You are getting 4096 IP. So this is how we. Very good. Now I will ask you guys. There is something wrong here in the CIDR NACL. Guys, when I created this subnet, do you saw there was any option of selecting public or private, Ravi? Guys, was there any option of selecting public or private? Don't you think I just provided? Don't you think I just provided name public? If I just provide name public, will it make it public subnet? What if I provide semi-public? Now, what is the meaning of that? Right? I just provided the name public or private. Just by providing name public or private, it doesn't make it public or private subnet. So what is this? What are these subnet? Are they public or private? All these 4 subnet that we created, all 4 of them are by default private subnet. Okay, it is our responsibility to convert them into a public subnet. When you create a subnet, see the subnet given by AWS will already will already convert it into public subnet. Okay, but the subnet that you create, they will be by default private. So it will be your job to convert them into a public. Okay, it will be your job to convert them into public subnet. So all 4 subnets are private subnet. Now, how to convert them? Very simple. Okay, how to convert private subnet into public? Very simple. I will select the subnet. Okay, NAT Gateway also know. NAT Gateway is there to give internet for private server. NAT Gateway is there to give internet for private server, not for converting private subnet into public subnet. Okay, see, I'll show you. Select the subnet. Here I'll click on action. Here you see subnet setting. Now, when you go to subnet setting, here there is an option called as auto assign IP setting. This one option we need to select. Okay, this one option we need to select. Okay, enable auto assign public IPv4 address. When we select this one option, our subnet will become a public subnet. Now, how to see that? I will give you proof. Okay, don't worry. I will give you technical proof for it. But by selecting this one option, our subnet will become a public subnet. How to convert? Here I'll select the public subnet, click on action. I will go to subnet setting, right? And here I will select enable auto assign public IPv4 address, right? And here will state that. But now, how to see the how to verify this? How to verify this? Oh, I told you that we got public and private subnet, but what is the proof? Okay, I will show you. When we create subnet and when AWS creates subnet, we create subnet when we create VPC. Okay, I will give you proof. I will go to EC2. I will launch the EC2. First of all, I will launch a public server. And here I will go with default values. Proceed without key pair. Now, do you remember when I covered EC2, I skipped all of this, right? Now, what I'll do, I will edit this. Here I'll select demo VPC. Okay. Now, here I'll select public. Now, you see, this part is simple, right? Now, I am creating EC2. I just need to select in which VPC I want EC2, in which subnet I want EC2. If you remember, when I was covering EC2, I told you on this part today, and we will cover this after VPC. So I want to create public server. So I will select public subnet. As simple as that. Go with all the default value and click on create server launch instance. Okay. Now I will launch one more instance, and this will be private server. Okay, and here proceed without key pair, and we will edit this. Again, we will select demo VPC, and this time we will select private subnet. Okay, this one, and go with all the default value, and we will launch instance. Now here I will tell you you get public subnet. Okay, if you create a server inside public subnet, you get public server. Okay, and same goes for if you create a server in private subnet, you get a private server. Right? Now, what is public server? Public server is the one that have both public and private IP address. Okay, and what is a private server? Private server is the one that have only private IP address. Okay, this is the difference. What is the difference between public server and private server? Public server have both public and private IP. Private server have only. Okay, see, I'll show you the proof now. Yeah, I'll show you the proof. So here I'll select public server, and do you see it have both public IP address as well as private IP address, right? This is the proof that this is a public server. And if it is a public server, it means we successfully converted private subnet into public. Okay. Now here you see private server. Do you see private server does not have public IP? It has only private one. This is the proof. This is the proof that our subnet got successfully converted. Now one more point I will tell you, and this is important from internet. For this, I will show you the official document. Now, we saw that when we created the subnet, how many IP we got in that subnet? 4090. We got 4096 IP. Do we get all of those IP? The answer is no. Okay, so whatever big or small subnet you create, you will always get 5 IP less. Right? You will always get 5 IP less. Right? So first IP will be and these are the 5 IP which are reserved for AWS. So you will get 4091 IP, not 96. Okay, so what happens? First IP. Okay, one like let's say your CIDR is 10.0.0.0/24. Let's say this is the CIDR of your subnet. Now in this CIDR, the first IP 10.0.0.0 is reserved as a network address. Second IP 10.0.0.1 is reserved as a VPC router. Okay. Third IP 10.0.0.2 is reserved by VPC for DNS server. Fourth IP 10.0.0.3 is reserved for future use. And after that, directly the last IP 10.0.0.255. This is the broadcast address. So first 4 and last one. First 4 and last one. So total 5 IP address are reserved for AWS. Very good. Okay, so always remember, whenever you create subnet, you get 5 IP lists. First 4 and last one. And just understand, just memorize one word for them. Last one is broadcast address. First one is network address. Second one is for VPC router. Third is for DNS server. And the fourth one is for future use. Okay, in fact, let me just put it here in the notes. Okay, so let's say subnet CIDR of 10.0.0.0/24. Okay, if you go with this, yes, 5 address in every subnet. First one, first IP, right? That is the network address. Then second IP, then third IP, then fourth IP, and then last IP. First 4 and last one. Right? First one is network address. Second one is reserved for VPC router. Third one is reserved for DNS server. Okay. Fourth one is reserved for future use. And the fifth one, last one, is the broadcast address. Okay, just remember this much. Okay, so let me come back here. Let me show you a few more things. So here is my server created. Okay, now pay attention. Okay, I will try to connect with private server. Okay, and I will use EC2 instance connect method. So here I'll click on connect button. And here you see instance is not public subnet. So we can't connect. Yes, 5 IP for each resource. Rohit, within one subnet, you can have hundreds of resources, right? Then how you will create subnet for each and every resource? Remember the hierarchy. First we create VPC, then we create subnet, then inside subnet we create server. Then how you will create new subnet for each server, right? Remember the hierarchy. Okay, so you guys see here we are not able to connect with. Okay, I'll click on private subnet. I'll click on connect button, and here you see no public IPv4 assigned. Instance is not in public subnet. So we can't use EC2 instance connect method here. Okay, so first of all, your EC2 instance connect method does not support private server. Okay, this method does not support private server. It works only with public server. So if I go to instance here I'll select public server. Okay, now I'll connect with public server. Here I'll click on connect button, and here we can connect with it. Oh wait, public server, click on connect button. Okay, here I'll click on connect button. So with public server we can connect. And there you go, we got it. And tell me, what do you think could be the guys? Tell me a simple first time. I told you what is this EC2 instance? This method open your EC2 right within your browser. Can I say if it is opening the EC2 right inside our browser, it require internet, and that is the issue. That is the real issue. Okay, SSH is already there, but internet is not there. Now you'll say, Pratik, then how did it work in our demo or when we created EC2? Yes, because we ran it in default VPC, and in default VPC, default internet gateway. Alright, now let me show you the how to solve this problem. Okay, so to solve this problem, what do we need? We need okay, so what I'll do, I will go back to my VPC. Okay, I will go back to my VPC, and here I will go to internet gateway. Okay, I will go to internet gateway. We didn't create any public private VPC here, because remember when I showed you that overview, did I say that there are public or previously we had different. Okay, now we have our demo VPC. Public or private concept is there for subnet, not for VPC. Okay, now see, here you see by default internet gateway is there. This is the default internet gateway because of which we did not get error, right? This default internet gateway will take care of internet or VPC. But when you create VPC, now you need to define your own internet gateway. Okay, so here I'll click on create internet gateway, and it's very simple. all you have to do is to provide the name. Let's say my IGW, and you can click on create internet gateway. That's how simple it is. Click on create internet gateway and we are done. Our internet gateway is created. But are we done with it? No. Okay. Once your internet gateway is created, that's the first step. Second step is to attach it to VPC. First step is to create internet gateway. Second step is to attach it to the VPC. So I will select this. I will click on action and I will click on attach to VPC. And here is the demo VPC. Now here I will point out one interesting thing. You remember when I was creating Subnet, at that time there was it was showing me both the VPC, but while attaching internet gateway, it is showing me only demo VPC. Very good. Because your default VPC already have an internet gateway. Now you'll say, Pratik, default VPC also has one VPC can have multiple subnet. Okay, one VPC can have multiple subnet, but one VPC can have only one. Okay, one VPC can have only one internet gateway, or one internet gateway can be attached to only one VPC. Between internet gateway and VPC, there is only one. Between VPC and internet gateway, there can be only one-to-one layer. So here I'll select my VPC, and now now that we attach internet gateway to our VPC, will we get access? Refresh. No. Why no? What is remaining? Table. Root table is remaining. Gateway. Okay, so we did those two things. Now one more thing is remaining, that is to add a root in root table. Okay, in our root table we need to add a root. Okay, how to do that? Very simple. Go to root table. Okay, now when I go to root table, here you see, I can see two root table already. Okay, I can see two root table. One root table, as you can see, is for our default demo C, the first one. But you see, for demo VPC also there is a root table. This is something new, right? Up until now, what we have seen? Up until now, we have seen that when we create VPC, we need to create subnet, we need to create internet gateway. But you see, for the very first time, we got something on its own. Okay, we got root. Okay, very good. Now, why we got this separately? We also need to understand the reason why we got it. Because here you see, I will go to root tab, and here you see there is a root. Okay, by default there, yeah, we'll do that. But here you see a default root is already there, and this is the reason why we got root table. Now continuing, here I will add a root. Okay, now we need to add our own root. What root we will add? We will add the root that if you want internet, and internet is represented by 0.0.0.0/0. This represent internet. Okay, if you want internet, then go for internet gateway. Right? If you want internet, then go for internet gateway. Don't you think this is exactly target destination? I messed up. Destination here, target here. But don't you think this is exactly what I mentioned here? If you want internet, go for internet gateway. Obviously, here we can't type internet. So here internet is represented by this 0.0.0.0/0. And here we select internet gateway. Okay, so click on save changes. Do you think answer? I will click on save changes. Now if I go to that EC2 again, let me try to connect with this again. Click on connect button. Okay, so I'm connecting with public server using EC2 instance connect. And pay attention now. This time it will work. Why? Because we fixed the problem of internet gateway. Okay, as you can see, it is working. We fixed the problem of internet gateway. How we fixed it? Very simple. 3 steps. Create internet gateway. And internet gateway, you guys saw, we just provided the name and we got it. Okay, we provided the name and we got our internet gateway. We didn't have to do much. Why? Because you can imagine internet gateway is a ready-made software made by AWS. All you have to do is to just create it. That's it. Okay, so we created internet gateway, then we attached it to our demo VPC. Okay, and here we learned one thing, that one VPC, between VPC and internet gateway, there is one-to-one mapping. Okay, and the third point, that was the second point. The third, we added route in route table. What route we added? If you want internet, go for internet gateway. Moving on. Now we got internet access here. Okay, so we are able to access this server. Okay, here we will understand one more concept now. Okay, so everyone please understand this, very, very, very important. Here I will give you a real world example. Take an example of a, let's say, bank. Yeah, all of this is available in free tier. Take an example of a bank. Okay, let's say you are working on a banking application like, let's say, HDFC. Okay, now you have a website. Okay, everyone at your website have a front end where people log in. Okay, they will access the website. Now, whenever, so everybody can view the website. Okay, any person in the world can view the website, but only a valid user can log in. Right? Now, when a valid user log in, okay, when that valid user log in, that user want to check, right? So where that balance will come from, where that information will come from, DB. So do you think your web app server or your database, both of them you can host on same server, or both of them you can host? Can I say the web app server, okay, which is used by public internet, will be hosted on public subnet, and the database which is private should be hosted in. Okay, see, I'll draw that. So this is my database server, and here is my web app server. Okay, this is my database server, this is my web app server. Web app server will host the front end of my website, so you guys agree that this should be publicly accessible. Database, no matter what, it should not be publicly, right? So database server will be hosted in private subnet. Database server will be hosted in private subnet. Okay, similarly, web app server will be hosted in public subnet. Web app server will be hosted in public subnet. Okay, and this itself will make sure here this is a private server and this is a public. Just saw that, can we access private server publicly? The answer is no. Why? Because it doesn't have public IP address. So can I say in that way our database will be more secure? Do you agree? Now here a person will, my next point. Now when a user request comes for your web app server, okay, any person can view your website, or let's view your website, okay, and that person will then log in. Okay, now when that person log into your website, and let's say on the website that person see a button called as check my balance. When that person click on that button, check my balance, what happens? a request from web app server goes to right, and database server will reply balance of that customer, right? But how to allow this? How to make sure that anyone can access our web app server and requests from web app server will be accepted in database server? How do you database server should get requests only from web app server? See, I'll remember when you create server, every server has security group is what? Okay, so there will be a security group here at the server level. Okay, this is a security group, right? And we know in security group by default it blocks. So what I'm telling you, I will show you how to do this practically. But the theory approach that I'm trying to tell you is that this security group of web app server, it will allow SSH request from anywhere. Okay, let's take an example of SSH request. This security group server will allow this security group will allow traffic. Okay, we will keep it open. But this security group will allow traffic only from web. This is the theoretic solution. Do you think this will achieve our right? Very good. This will achieve our target. Now, before I show you the practical, we need to discuss a little bit more about this concept. Okay, this is the concept of security group and NACL. Okay, now what is this? See, this is a subnet. Okay, in this subnet we get a server. Okay, in this subnet we get our EC2. Okay, that is server. Right, now we know around EC2 there is a firewall. Okay, around our server there is a firewall, and at the subnet level there is also a firewall. Okay, understand this. Up until now what we saw, that there is a firewall around EC2 and that firewall is security group. Today I am telling you something new. Today I am telling you that there is a firewall at the subnet level as well. Okay, so this firewall, okay, this firewall at the EC2 level or server level is called a security group, and this firewall at the subnet level, this is called as NACL. What is NACL? NACL means not salt. NACL means Network Access Control List. NACL means Network Access, right? Now, when a request comes for your EC2, whenever a new request is coming for your EC2, okay, the request always comes to your NACL first. It goes through NACL, right? From NACL, the request goes to your security group. Okay, obviously, evaluation happens here. If your request pass this evaluation, then only it is moved forward and it will go to security group, right? And obviously security group is also firewall. It will also do the evaluation here. Okay, if it pass the evaluation, then only your request will go to the actual EC2. Then only the request will go to actual. Is this flow clear? This is called as inbound request, incoming request. I hope it's not very complex. It's simple enough. right? Now, similarly, just like there is a request coming to our EC2, there can be a request that is going from EC2, right? There can be a request that is going from EC2. Now here there is no evaluation that will happen, and I will give you reason for it later. Okay, but this request goes to NACL, and here a evaluation will happen. Okay, here a evaluation will happen, and then only request will go out, right? And this is called as your outbound request. Simple enough. So here now you need to understand few things. In security group, okay, in security group, we can only allow routes, outbound request, because EC2 is requesting outside scenario. Okay, so in security group we saw that whatever rule we add, that rule is allowed. Okay, and whatever that is not added in security group is by, okay, whatever rule we add, that is allowed, and whatever we do not add, that is not allowed. That is by default. Okay, in NACL there is much more flexibility. Here we can explicitly allow as well as deny the rule. Okay, for example, if I show you practically, if I go to security group, here edit inbound rule, here you see SSH is there. It means only SSH is allowed. All the other rules are denied. Okay, there is no explicit deny here. But if I show you NACL, network access control list, in NACL you will see here we can add a rule. Let's say I can add a rule SSH. I can allow this rule, and I can again add SSH, and I can deny this rule. So here you see you can explicitly allow as well as. Okay. Now here comes a question. See, if my security group is the inner firewall, okay, and my request will anyway get rejected. Okay, if my request will anyway get rejected here, then why there is a need of explicit deny? See, my question is, you guys saw in NACL there is a explicit deny. We can deny deny some rule, right? Now, if security group by default blocks whatever that is not allowed, then why there is an explicit need of deny? Do you think this is a valid? Okay, see, let's say here I select all TCP deny, right? Now here I selected all TCP deny, but in my security group, you remember I did not define all TCP. And if I did not define all TCP in security group, can I say it is just by not adding this in security group? Can I say it is by default? Yes. Then what is the use of explicit deny here? Okay, see, I'll give you the answer. See, now I will give you the answer, and this can be asked in interview. Okay, why there is a need of explicit deny? To understand its need, we will assume explicit deny does not exist. Okay, yes, we will assume why it does not. We will assume it does not. Okay, so to understand its need, we will assume that NACL does not exist. We will assume we have only security group. Now let's say in our security group we created a web app, and in that security group we allowed requests from 1 to 1000. Okay, we allowed all the requests 1 to 1000, right? But later on, we found out that there is a IP address 111 that is trying to launch attack on our web app. Now, how we will block this? How we will pull thing here? What I told you, whatever we allowed in security group, that is allowed. Whatever we don't allow, that is by default deny. So can I say in security group, I will allow 1 to 110, then I will allow from 112 to 1000. Can I say in this process, triple one will automatically get denied such answer? Okay. Now tomorrow I found out that there is one more IP that is trying to launch attack. Now what we will do? We will again update the security group. We will allow from 1 to 110. Then we will allow from 112 to 221. Then we will allow from 223 to 1000. This is what we will do. Can I say in this way 111 and 222 will be blocked? Whatever that you do not allow, that is blocked by default. Now, don't you think this is a very hectic process? Every time you'll have to update your security group. It's very complicated. Now you understand why there is a need of explicit deny. Because when we have NACL and explicit deny, in security group, we will allow everything. We will allow from 1 to 1000. And in NACL, I will deny my IP. Okay, and if I deny them at NACL, they will never reach at security group. Okay, this is what I meant here. That security group can only allow the rule, but NACL can allow as well as deny the rule. Point. Now you remember this, I told you, for outbound request, security group will not do any evaluation, but NACL will do the evaluation. Okay, so here also I will give you simple example. First of all, one simple example I will give you for NACL and security group. All of you guys, some of you people might be living in a society. Some of you people might be living at your own home. Okay, let's take a society example. Okay, I live in a society. So this EC2 is my flat. Now tell me, if anybody wants to enter inside my flat, can I say they have to pass through 2 gates? Can I say this subnet is my society and there is a society gate? Somebody first have to enter inside society. Once they enter inside society, then they have to enter through my front tarang. Okay, so this subnet is like your society. NACL, which is a subnet firewall, is like a society gate. Okay, when anybody enters here, they have to pass through another gate, that is EC2 security group or my flat front door, and then they can enter inside. Right? So here, why there is no evaluation during the exit? Why there was no evaluation here? See. Now let's say there is a premise. Okay, there is a premise, and in this premise there is a security guard. Okay, in this premise there is a security guard. Now what happens? Whenever anyone is trying to enter in this premise, this security guard will ask for your ID. Okay, basically he will do your evaluation. Okay, he will do your evaluation. He will ask for your ID, and once your ID is validated, you have a valid ID, you will be allowed to enter. Okay, you will be allowed to enter. But when you exit, okay, when you exit, at that time also, will it ask for evaluation? Do you think it should ask for your ID again when you exit? It already checked you when you enter. It should not check you again. Right? Why? Because this security guard, let's say, remembers you. He remembers that I already scanned this person. Okay, so I don't need to scan him again and again. Can I say this security guard is like security group that is checking only when the person enters? But when person exit, do you think it is like that? Yes, it is like that. Okay, here the reason is this security guard remembers you that already scanned this person. What is the reason here? Here the reason is security group is a stateful firewall. It maintains the state. That's why it doesn't need to scan again and again and again. But let's say there is another security guard who checks when you enter, but he again evaluates you when you exit. Okay, this another security guard will check you when you exit as well. Can I say NACL is like that security guard? It checks you when you enter, it checks you when you to check again. Because security group maintain the state. That's why it is called as stateful firewall. Okay, NACL does not maintain any state. Why? Because it is stateless firewall. Got it, guys? This is stateful firewall, this is stateless firewall. Stateless firewall doesn't maintain the state, that's why it needs to scan again and again. Stateful firewall maintain the state, that's why it needs to scan.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel, link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS Solutions Architect.
What is the customer VPC? What is the customer VPC? The customer VPC, which we are going to create according to, and we are freedom to choose our own CIDR range. Prince, we will going to cover it. Yes, if you're going to use a static IP address or any public IP address. Nowadays, all the IP address, public IP address is a paid one. Previously, the only AWS charging for the static one. Now they are charging any public IP, they start charging it. So this customer VPC is created by you, isolated network, or you can choose your own CIDR. You can choose your own CIDR. Okay. By default is in private in nature. Okay. But one thing you should be remember. The CIDR minimum is 128. Maximum you can use /16, not more than that. In between, you can use the CIDR. You are not able to use 29, you are not able to use 30, you are not able to use 31, you are not able to use 32. Okay? You are not able to use 15, you are not able to use 14. It is restricted by AWS. Only between this range, you are able to create your VPC. Correct. Minimum means minimum IP address you're going to receive. If I'm going to write /28 and I'm going to write /16, which range will be going to provide the minimum IP? This range will be going to provide the minimum IP na? 32 minus 28 is equal to 4, 2 to the power 4. How many IPs? Okay. If I'm going to use 32 minus 16, 2 to the power 16, how many IPs? Is more than 655 something? Correct? Now, can we create our own VPC? Let's start the demo. If the VPC concept is clear, can we create it? Or we just need to wait? Tell me. Or I need to give you study about subnet as well. Range is requested by the user. Range is created by the user, not requested. We can choose our own CID and create it. How we going to choose it? I'm going to tell you. Don't worry. Tomorrow I will going to tell you. Let's create. Only 2 people are saying let's create. So let me say that let's create it. Quickly I'm going to create, then we are going to discuss the subnet. So what you need to do? You need to open your console. And please make sure if today you learn VPC, it doesn't mean that the process will be remain same. Yes, overall process will be same, but the layout might be changed. I access VPC, I think 2 months back. Now I am opening it again. Let's see what is changed. So this is the console. Go ahead here and type VPC, guys. If you want to do with me, or if I requested, you can create later. Because if I'm going to ask you do with me, it will take time. There's an assessment session is also going to provide it. Click here, create a VPC. Done. Now, if you find that VPC setting, VPC only, VPC more. What is the difference here? When we selected the VPC and more, that means we are not only just creating the VPC, we also going to create a subnet route table. But tell me guys, did we cover subnets? Did we cover route tables? No, na. We just cover VPC. So what we need to do? We need to just going to create a VPC. Clear? Now, name tag. It is optional. It is not compulsory. Name tag means what? If you know that my name is Rohit, so how you going to call it me? As a Rohit na? Same way, if you're going to use this VPC for particular purpose, like if you run the application, which application? App 1 is going to run on this VPC. So how you going to name it? You're going to name this VPC. It totally depends upon the you. Either slash, either dash, whatever you want to use it. Then what you're going to type? You're going to type app 1. It's a prod VPC, dev VPC, test VPC. At least you're going to write something. Why you need to write like that? Because today you create it as a test VPC. Just put a name. Tomorrow you go and somebody else join this company. Or by reading this name tag, or that person is able to understand which purpose you created it. Yes, you can create as many as application. It is not restricted, but is always recommended to propose single VPC dedicated to the single application. Nowadays, account is dedicated to the single VPC. Okay, great. So let's talk about done. So I'm going to write the name. So I'm going to write here what we're doing. We are doing demo. And if you want to give the date as well, you can do that. But I'm going to keep it as a demo only. Once it's done, okay, where I'm in New Virginia. No, I just want to use Mumbai one or Singapore. I'm going to use. We can going to use Singapore. So I'm going to use demo. Now, what I'm going to put here, guys? What is written? CIDR block. Two things are written. CIDR manual, CIDR from PAM. First of all, let's talk about CIDR manual. Manual means what? You just calculated your own CIDR, how many IP addresses assigned, and you're going to put like that. If you have a network team, so you're going to ask to network team, hey, network team, we require to create one VPC, or could you please create a VPC for me? Either they will going to provide the CIDR range, or you need to create it. So that is a manual calculation. What is this PAM allocation? Anybody aware about this? IP address manager. Any idea what is this IP address manager? If somebody is from network team, do we have a network guy here? Do we have any network guy? Means network expert who is working on the network field? No? Okay, let me explain. Whenever the network team involved, they are going to maintain their CIDR IP allocation. Either they use some tool or either they use some Excel sheet where they are going to maintain their all the IP ranges. Why they maintaining it? They should understood that which IP is assigned to where. And in future, if they require some IP, they will see, okay, which IP is free or which CIDR range is free. Done. Same way, AWS created one software that is known as IP address manager. This is not part of your syllabus, but I'm telling you, if you're going to select this, what going to be happen? In this IP manager, you already created the CIDR range, already defined, everything is created. You just need to select the IP manager pool, and from that pool, you're going to receive the CIDR notation automatic, because I didn't create it. So that is why I don't have it. So automatically from drop down, you're going to get the whatever the free IPs are available. Clear, guys? In our case, we are going to use this manually. Let me use 10.0.0.0/24, and let me change the name as well. I know, let me put RM. Okay, and this IP range I'm going to put 10.0.0.0/24 is sufficient, I think. Done. Now, are you required IPv4? We say no, I don't require it. Same way, we are not able to create the IP range like CIDR. Right now we are randomly selecting, but there is a logic to choose the CIDR. Okay, hold on questions. Let me cover this demo. Okay, hold your question. Now, what is this, guys? What that mean? Any idea? There are two things are written: default and dedicated. Default and dedicated. Right now I am just selecting any number. In the I'm going to tell you how to calculate your CIDR range, what CIDR range you require. So right now we are just randomly selecting it. What is this? Default means we are going to use the shared resources, which is shared with different user. And whenever we say that dedicated means the dedicated resource is assigned to you. If the dedicated resource is assigned to you, you need to pay heavily, because one single server is assigned to you. So that is when this physical server is belong to your organization, and then you need to pay more. So my recommendation is just use the default for demo. Now, name tag, add a tag. Like, why we require to add a tag? You need to write the owner of this VPC. You need to write the name of the team who is on this VPC. You need to write that it's a production box and which environment is using. So any kind of information you can write here, so that if somebody join later, it will be able to understand this is belong to which team. After that, you're going to create a VPC. Once you create a VPC, what happen? Okay, I think I created 5 VPC. Let me check. Correct. More than, if you see, it is not allowing me to create the VPC. Why it is not allowing me? How many VPCs are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By default, in one region, you are able to create only 5 VPC. But you are able to increase the number as well. You can request the quota. So let me choose Mumbai. Let me check Mumbai mein kitne hai. Let me check. Only 2 is are there. So let me create it. Create a VPC. I'm going to put demo quickly. I'm just typing the number 10.0.0.0/16 I'm putting. Why I'm putting 16? I'm going to tell you why. And demo I write and create the VPC. Done. This page will appear. Don't see right now here. Just go here, your VPC. Now, did you find my VPCs there, demo? I created maximum. After that, did you see VPC ID? As when you created an account, they will going to assign you the account ID, correct? That is unique to you. Similar way, whenever you create a VPC, it will going to assign you the unique VPC ID. That is belong to you only. I have 3 VPCs are there. One is the default VPC, 2 are the custom made by me. Done. Each and every VPC have a separate unique ID. I'm hoping it is clear. How they are maintaining it in the backend AWS, account ID return. After that, region ID return. After that, it is written the VPC ID. and via which they are isolating you. This is the virtual boundary they created. Same way, because we are using same data center, na? If there are two, you created one VPC, I created one VPC, how they are going, AWS understand which VPCs belong to which. That is why they created a unique ID for each and every service which you're going to create. Now focus here, guys. This is the CIDR I choose. Above also I created the same CIDR. Correct? So it is not like if I given one CIDR to one VPC, you are not allowed to create another VPC with the same CIDR. It is not work like that, because whenever we're going to coordinate or communicate to the VPC, AWS, how AWS is going to do? AWS will be going to do with this IP range, sorry, this VPC ID. VPC is free of cost. 2, 3, 4, as many as you can create. There is no issue. But what is the issue happen here? These two VPCs are not able to communicate with each other. Okay, understood? VPC. Any confusion? In the future, if you need, you assume that your IP range is full, whatever the IP you assign to your system is already occupied. You need more IP. Then how you going to do that? You're going to talk about CIDR. Did you see CIDR section? How many CIDR is allocated here? Only one CIDR is located. If you want to add more, go to the action, edit the CIDR, and you can edit the CIDR, add more CIDR range to this VPC. You can add it. Clear? Okay. Why VPC is not able to communicate? The question is asked if these two VPCs are the same IP address. Assume that Rohit and your house address is 3420 3420. Same city, same pin code, everything is same. Assume that somebody sending the parcel. Our parcel is aware I need to go here or I need to go here. Where is going to send the parcel? Is it confusion or confusion? Yes or no? Assume that one IP address is assigned here and one IP address is assigned here. If they need to communicate with each other, are they able to do that? No. Because this says that this request is for me, he say that this request for me. So that is why these two are not able to communicate. Any confusions, guys, till now? Any confusion till now? You are talking about the why these are not able to communicate, correct? I'm going to explain in the VPC peering. Don't worry about it. I'm again going to explain it. Don't worry, I'm going to cover it. If it is clear, can I now start discussing other things like subnets if everybody agree? It's very easy to understand, na? Easy, na? Now if somebody going to ask me, if somebody going to ask you, is AWS is tough? Then what are you going to reply? No, it's very easy. It is the simplest technology which I learned in my career. Previously, I'm used to HP Unix admin. I'm a SME for the HP Unix. HP Unix is harder than this AWS. I'm going to explain it. Just hold on. Okay. You just need to select that, go to the action, and then delete the VPC. What is the error message is receiving? Did you select this here? Which one you try to delete? It is not possible that is grayed out. Might be something is wrong. Every VPC is able to see. Just try to select this VPC first. If just seeing it, it is grayed out without selecting. Once you only select it, it will be visible. Let's focus to other concept. I just created in front of you. Are you able to create? I just created in front of you. Just hold down. VPC, we understood what is the VPC concept. Okay. We understood how it is work. Now tell me guys, I'm going to explain you in simple term. We have, okay, he opened one very big office. He starts startup. So Rohit decided what? Rohit decided that there is no sitting rule. There is no fixed seat for anybody. First come, first service. If somebody wanted to sit, he need to come office first. This is what Rohit decided. Okay. Multiple users are sitting. Now you come here at 6 a.m. Rohit came here and Rohit are sitting here today. Tomorrow Rohit came at 7 a.m. He enter into the room. He see this seat is booked. He sit here. At 9 a.m. Rohit came. He find that this seat book, this seat book, this seat book. He find the seat here. So what that mean? This seat is not allocated to somebody. It is be randomly assigned to, or anybody come first service basis. Now assume that in this room 1000 people are sitting. 1000 people are sitting. Okay. And Rohit is belong to IT team. So Rohit is today sitting here. And assume that there is a 1000 people are sitting. HR team is sitting here. Or somebody, XYZ team is sitting here. This person facing the what? Facing the laptop issue is not able to log in. Some issue in it. What he required? He required to coordinate with the IT team. Hey, could you please check my laptop? It's not working. I'm not able to connect to the internet. I'm not able to raise a ticket. Correct or not correct? So is go here and asking, hey, are you from IT team? Why is asking here? Why it's not going here directly? Because the sittings are not fixed for everyone. Correct? Anybody can sit anywhere. So he said that no, I am not from IT department. Again came here, I'm not from IT department. And here and there go, and finally the person will reach to the Rohit, and then Rohit start working on it. Assume that one day 100 user are impacted from the IT, means some issues there. Did you understand what is the noise level of this room? Everybody is roaming here and there to searching for the IT team. Is it the right approach? Is it the right approach? No, na. So what is the right approach for you? What is the right approach for you? Tell me, how are you going to divide it or configure it so that everybody dedicated place for IT team, correct? Dedicated place for everybody. Create a fixed seats, create a room, correct? Sitting as per department, correct? Everybody is right. So assume that they decided to create a sitting capacity. This is assigned to IT team. This is assigned to HR team. This is assigned to financial team, or this is assigned to admin team. This is assigned to another team. Next time, if they're facing the issue, this guy, what going to be happen? It will know that the IT team is sitting there. So directly come here and coordinate with them. It's easy way to communicate, yes or no? Great. Just remember this concept. It is going to use in subnetting. Now assume that everybody know that Rohit is living in Delhi. Just take an example. Amit is a one person living in a Bangalore. He hear that Rohit is living in a Delhi. So he thought that, hey, I need to meet with Rohit. He just travel and landing into Delhi. He doesn't know my phone number. He doesn't know my address. Our Amit is able to reach to my house. I say yes, it is possible, but it will take lots of time. Lots of time means years. Amit is need to go each and every door of the house and knock it. Hey, are you Rohit? You are teaching in Intellipaat. Again go here, again go here. And one day might be finally he reached to the Rohit house. One day, we are not sure when. Correct, guys? It's a wasting of time, wasting of the management of the system. So how we defining our city? Are our city, like you are living, are divided into small portion areas for better understanding or management? Yes or no? In one city, in a Delhi, we have a Dwarka area, we have a CP area, we have Connaught Place, correct? Every city have a different area like sectors, sector 49, sector 29, sector 25, road name, this we define it now. We divided this sector. Now this Amit know that Rohit living in Dwarka. He reached to the Dwarka. The boundary, he right now, if he need to search Rohit house in the complete what? Complete Delhi city. But he know Rohit is living in Dwarka. It's a smaller portion. Yes or no? He need to just search a smaller targeted audience. Correct? And what is the better way of doing? Are the better way of doing to define it as in normal days we also using in our normal life, correct? Let's talk about the subnet. Assume that you created the VPC. In this VPC, you assign 65,000 IPs. All the servers are running here inside the VPC. Now server A wanted to communicate server B with the IP address. So this will going to broadcast the IPs. Hey, are you this IP? Are you this IP? Are you this IP? Yes or no, guys? It increase the congestion in the network. Correct or not correct? And then it finally reach to this P. That is why subnet came in a picture. Somebody experts are working and they created the subnetting concept. What is subnetting concept? This is the bigger pool of IP. VPC is what? Bigger pool of IP. Inside this bigger pool, they created a smaller pool of IPs. Subnet is what? Smaller pool of IPs. This is the bigger pool. Like I will say 10.0.0.0.0/16. We receive 65536 IPs. Okay. This is the bigger network. And then we created a subnet, which is smaller pool of IP. Now tell me, how we defining the IPs, guys? Pool of IPs. How we defining it? Tell me, guys. How I'm defining the pool of IP? I am using CIDR to define the pool of IP, correct? If we defining the VPC pool of IP using the CIDR notation, and again I'm saying that subnet is a smaller pool of IP, then I need to assign the CIDR here as well. Yes or no? Tell me, guys, yes or no? Correct na? But there is a catch. What catch? Assume that Rohit have a bucket of fruit and Rohit have multiple fruits are there, or like an apple is there. Apple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now tell me, guys, if these three apple Rohit assigned to Amit or given to Amit, are this apple is available for Sumit, next person? Tell me. No, na, it is already given. So what is the next available slot? These 2 or 3, whatever the Rohit capacity is going to give, these 2 is assigned to Sumit. Now Ram came in picture. Is this IPs or apples which is assigned or given to Sumit or Amit is available for Ram? No. Whatever the remaining apples are available, it's going to assign to Ram. Clear? So consider this bucket as your VPC. Consider this small grouping like assigned to RAM is your subnet. VPC have this apple means IP address, which is you going to assign to this subnet, subnet 1, subnet 2, subnet 3. I'm hoping it is clear. Clear or not clear? How are you going to assign this? How are you going to assign it? That is true that we are going to assign it, but how, Rohit? If I given 10.0.0.0.0/16 to my VPC, how I'm going to divide it? So if you want to create a first subnet, select this. This is the first IP. This is the first IP or not? Write this IP. And then whatever IPs you wanted to assign, that I need to assign 256 IP to one person. So which CIDR I'm going to use? /24, create one subnet. Done, guys? If I'm say /24, how many IPs are reserved? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 255. What is the next IP is available, guys? 1.0.10.0. This IP is available for you to utilize. This is already given to this subnet 1. If I am going to create one more subnet, then from where I need to start? From the next IP address which is available. If you want assign 24, then it is assigned to subnet 2. I'm hoping it is clear, guys. Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay. So let me cover few things. I'm going to then cover the demo of the subnet, and then we will going to create a one high level diagram so that our project, you can say that a small project type we are going to create. Now, subnet is part of the VPC. Subnet is a part of the VPC. No, subnet is not going to be 32. I'm going to explain you why. Just hold on a moment. Okay. It is just not more than just a range of IP address. And you need to consider one. We already know VPC is a regional service. All the AZ come under this. Now, where the subnet will be going to create? The subnet is going to create inside under AZs. Why? Because whenever you're going to create a resource, actual IP reside where, guys? In the actual servers, actual physical servers. Where the physical server? It is part of the AZ. Your subnet will be going to assign on particular AZ. So subnet will be always assigned to a particular AZ. Clear? Clear, guys? Subnet reside within the availability zone. Okay? Which help you to reduce and high availability, which help you to create the high availability. Why? Because you are going to create your server here and server here. That is why you are able to achieve the high availability. VPC the regional service, subnet is the AZ service. I'm hoping it is clear. Okay, I'm hoping it is clear. As VPC is only allowed to create between /16 to /28. Similarly, subnet is only able to create under this. We are not able to use /32. Okay. There are few IPs are reserved whenever you're going to create a VPC. Whenever you're going to create a VPC, the IPs which is reserved, there are 5 IPs are reserved, and I'm going to show you in the demo as well. Just give me, I'm going to take 5 minutes extra. The first IP address, assume that I use 10.0.0.0.0/24 to create a subnet. So what is the first IP address here, guys? This is your first IP address. In this case, this IP address is reserved for network address. We are not able to use it. It is reserved by AWS. Second IP address. In this CIDR, it depends upon your CIDR. I'm just taking one example. In this CIDR, what is the second IP, guys? Tell me quickly. 10.0.0. What is the second? 1. I'm just talking about IPs. I'm not talking about /24. /24 is a group of IP. I'm talking about single IP. It's the AWS standard. 5 will be reserved for each and every subnet, whatever you're going to create. It will going to reserve for VPC router. I'm going to explain you VPC router in upcoming session. Just quickly, I'm going to write it. Third IP address 10.0.0.+1 is equal to 2. It is reserved for DNS server. Fourth IP address is 10.0.0.3 is reserved for future use. And last IP address. In this case, what is the last IP address? 10.0.0.255. Okay, it is reserved for the network broadcast. Done? Clear? Great. And why this /22 is reserved? Right? We say, na, only we are able to use /22. We are not able to use it. Now tell me, guys, /22 give you how many IPs? 16. If you given this 16 IP address to subnet, actually how many IP you going to receive? -5, you receive only 11 IP address. If you going to use 30, if you create using 30, total IPs assigned here 4 -5, is it possible? No, na. That is why 30 is not allowed it. /21 is not allowed it. /32 is not allowed it. Then you're going to say that, hey Rohit, why fit 29 is not allowed it? 8 minus me 5. How many IPs? 3. Or it is make a sense to create a VP subnet only for 3 IPs. It's make a sense? No, na? Clear, guys? Let me perform the demo and then we are going to take a question. Creating of the subnet. So we need to open the same tab, go to the subnet level, create a VPC. Sorry, create a subnet. So what we required? Subnet will be the part of the VPC. So first we need to select the VPC. After that, subnet will also going to run in AZ. Then we're going to select the AZ. So first of all, you're going to select the VPC. I think we created this. So the VPC of CIDR is mentioned here. Name of the subnet, I will say subnet test. If you remember, I talk about AZ we need to select because it is going to create it inside particular AZ inside the VPC. So I selected AZ1 for example. So prefer AZ. I'm going to select AZ1. And how you are selecting your data center via like this. After that, what I need to do? I need to give the CIDR range. Either I give the complete CIDR range here, or I will create the CIDR range by selecting the subpart 10.0.0.0/24. It will also going to guide you how many IPs you're going to receive, and then you need to create the subnet. Done, guys? Yes or no? Your subnet is created. The subnet name, subnet ID is unique to you, and the which VPC it is created, it is also mentioned it. So subnet we created. This last one, if you scroll here a little bit, guys, focus here. How many IPs we received? As per this rule, we have to receive 256 IP. But as I mentioned, -5 is the reserved IP address. It will give you to 251 IPs. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Okay. Yes or no, guys, please? Great. So now your VPC concept, subnet concept is clear. Next week onward, we are going to discuss how to calculate the CIDR for VPC, CIDR for the subnet. Calculation means how you define it. If I say, right, it's not your responsibility. Might be in the future you are in a position where somebody going to ask me, hey, I have a 5 server. Could you please tell me what is the subnet requirement for that? And then we are again going to perform the create a one VPC. Then we're going to create 3 subnets. This is a small project we are going to do, and via which after that we are going to create one subnet as a public subnet and 2 others are private subnet. This is the by default subnet because VPC created na. If you, as I mentioned, when the VPC default VPC created, it's also going to create a subnet as well, and the /20 subnet is created. Did you find here /20/20? And you can see it. These all are the /20 V subnets. Any questions, guys? Okay. Why subnets are restricted to the AZ? This is your data center, correct? This is your data center, yes or no? Where you wanted to create your server, and where you wanted to create your server? Assume that there are two AZs are there. Assume that AZ2, AZ1. That and the subnet is allowed to span over multiple AZs. And for example, one server created here, one server created here. Done. We are not aware now because subnet is span over it. We just selected subnet from where the IP will be assigned. If this AZ goes down, are your half of subnet is goes down? Tell me. Are you able to achieve high availability? Are you able to manage the it? No, na. So better way of doing what? We have it 2 AZ, AZ1, AZ2, and subnet is just allocated here. So that if you're going to create some resources here and here, it will not impact the other subnet. If this goes down, only this subnet is impacted. Other subnet is up and running, no issue at all. Okay, we are going to start discussing about how to calculate VPC numbers, how to calculate the subnet numbers. For example, if I am going to ask you one thing, I am your customer, I came to you and saying that to you all that I have one application which I am planning to migrate. So before discussing this, let me cover one more thing because without that you are not able to understand. So before discussing about this, how many IPs and subnets is required, let me discuss about the 1 tier, 2 tier and 3 tier design. Do you aware about 1 tier design? How many people are aware about 1 tier, 2 tier? And multi-tier is also there. Okay, now tell me, when we using google.com, when we accessing Google, everybody accessing Google, the first, the page will be landed on the search bar where you typing something and enter it. Correct or not correct? So are you going to consider this a web tier, web page appear? The first landing page. First landing page. After that, once you enter something like you try to search Rohit Malik, then this web tier, web page is going to coordinate actual search engine, which is your app. And from where this app will going to give you the data, it will going to give you the data from the database because AWS is, sorry, not AWS, Google is maintaining some records from where they will find the data, and this database will be going to share the information to the search engine application, and the search engine will be going to share and display the data into the web tier. Tell me guys, yes or no? Is that functionality is happening? This is a Google page, it's a web tier. Then you write something here, and that whatever you write, it will going to coordinate with the application, backend application, and the application will be going to search the same thing, whatever the name or whatever the character you're going to search, it will going to search on the backend database, and from the database they are going to share you the output. I'm hoping everybody understood that. So how many layers are there in a normal way? Web layer, app layer, and DB layer, database basically. If these 3 layers are running in one server, either is a virtual, either is a physical server, everybody aware about it. Server. So these kind of structure where all the services like web, app, and DB is going to run on the single server, it is known as 1 tier design. What is the drawback here? Now tell me, if we are accessing web tier, do we require a internet access? These web tier is working on some different port number like 443. We can say port number. This app required internet access? No, na. Are this app is going to work on the port number 443? No. There is some separate port number open for the application. Same way, this DB is also going to work on different port number and is also not required internet access or other things. Now, if these 3 things are running in a same server, like your laptop, 3 applications are running in your laptop. One is the web application, one is the backend application, search engine, and the database. Okay, because the communication happen between the application to application is work on the port number. It's not like it's directly going to access some port number. It's required to access the application. Even though when you're going to connect to the database, it's required a port number. It's not like you just have a IP address and then work is done. Now, are this web tier required access of this database? No, na. This web tier requirement is only access the app tier, this app part. This app responsibility to coordinate with this database, and database only going to coordinate with this application, and this application only going to coordinate with the web and DB both. If it is running in a same tier, same server, is this web application which is running in the same server is able to coordinate with database? Yes or no? They are sitting in the same server. Correct? If somebody have access through internet, so are they are not able to access this app and DB as well? Yes, na? Correct? So it is not recommended. Okay, it is not recommended to run everything in the same server. So whenever you see that your complete application, which include web layer, application layer, and DB layer, is running in a single server, it is considered as a one-tier design. Okay. Now, when you break this web tier, app tier, and DB tier, and we say that yes, web tier required a public accessible. So we're going to say that this should be run in a separate server, and this app and DB don't require a public network. So we are going to run it into the second layer, second server. So there are two different servers are required to execute and run this. If you are logging into any account, like for example, you are accessing your bank account. Okay. So your data will be saved where, guys? I am talking about the applications. I'm not talking about the network layer here. I'm only talking about Rohit application. Application run in the three layers. Web layer means user interface, you can say that. Application core functionality, and the backend is database where the data will be going to fetch. Correct? If your company, your data, which data, banking data, is stored in the database, are you really wanna to put them in a public network, internet, so that if somebody hack it, that server where your database is accessible from internet, so anybody can hack it? Yes or no? Hacker will directly attack the database which contain your critical information. Which information? Your banking detail, your username, password, everything is stored here. So are you going to run the database into the internet, connected to the internet, or you're going to run into the private one? Confirm. Okay. So that is why the app and the DB is always recommended to run on private one, because app is your core application, core functionality will be run. Web tier is only designed to get a access from internet. Then this web tier which is running here is going to coordinate with the application internally in the private network, not in the public network. I'm hoping this clear. When there are two servers are running, with one server containing web and other server containing app and DB, it's going to consider a two-tier design. Now, because this app layer, web layer is able to coordinate with this app layer in some particular port number, that means you need to open the port number on this server level as well. But DB don't work on that particular port number. DB run on only like one separate DB port number. So are you really required to put your DB into the port number which the server where the other ports are open? Like for example, MySQL is running in which port number? 3306. So are you really required to open other port than 3306? No, na, it is not recommended. So what are you going to do? You're going to do what? You're going to run your web, app, and DB in 3 different servers, server 1, server 2, and server 3. Okay, 3 different layers you created. And if there are 3 different infrastructure is there, that is going to be considered as 3-tier design. I'm hoping it is clear, guys. App will only able to coordinate with this DB, not web tier is able to coordinate. Only the particular port number, like MySQL is running, so it is only allowed to run access the DB on port number 3306, not other than that. I'm hoping now you understand what is web 1 tier, 2 tier, and 3-tier design, and we have a multiple tier as well. Okay, are your application is also running on 3306 port number? Are your application is running on the 3306? No, na. If there is a one server, my app is running here, my database is running here, app required to coordinate with DB on the 3306. Our web layer, which is open here, is going to coordinate on the same 336 to the application. No, na. There is a different port number required, as well as this application might be coordinated with other application. Interconnectivity is there. This application don't require to access this DB. It is restricted. Only this application need to access the DB. If you're going to open this port to other application, so this app is also allowed to access this physical server or virtual server. So that is not recommended. Okay, whatever is running, we need to restrict the access. Okay, so there are 3-tier designs are there, or we have a also we can consider that we have a multi-tier where we're going to introduce load balancers and other layer as well. Yeah, API is going to be run. Yeah, correct. Now, if you understand the tier part, 1 tier, 2 tier, 3-tier part, now I'm going to ask you one question and you're going to reply back. Okay, I am your customer. I came to you and saying that, hey, I need to migrate my application. I need to migrate my application. My application is 3-tier application. My application is 3-tier application. Now tell me how many VPCs and how many subnets I required to build for this application in AWS. I have 3-tier application which I need to move to the AWS. Could you please tell me how many VPCs? People are saying the 3 VPCs. Okay. And how many subnets? Somebody say 1 VPC, 3 subnet. Okay. Now your customer again came to you and saying that, hey, I am also looking for the high availability. I am also looking for the high availability. Now tell me how many VPCs and how many subnets are required. Your customer is also looking for the high availability. Now tell me how many VPCs and subnet is required to build it. 2 VPCs, 6 subnet. Okay, anybody else? 1 VPC, 6 subnet. Or do you need to ask something to the customer, or are you going to directly jump into the answering the question? Are you going to ask something to the customer or not? Did you ask me? Did you ask me anything? Why should you not asking? So if I am going to ask you that I have a 3-tier design application which I need to migrate to the AWS. So first of all, did you guys ask me what thing? How many environments are there? Did you ask me this question? Prod environment, dev environment, test environment, staging environment. You're going to ask me now because they are planning to migrate the UAT. Multiple environments are there. You're going to ask the question, hey, in your application, which is 3-tier application, how many environments are there? Then only you're going to judge the correct number of the VPC. Yes or no? Okay, so make sure if somebody going to ask you anything, please ask questions. Even though during the interview they ask something, please try to ask as many as questions so that you can understand the concept what I am thinking. Okay, because I asked this question, What I am thinking, why I asked this question. Clear, guys? So assume that in your case, customers say that we required prod and dev environment. We don't have UAT test, staging, anything. We don't have anything. Correct? Now. So how many VPCs now you required, guys? Tell me. How many VPCs you required now? We required one VPC for the prod, one VPC for dev, because it is always recommended to divide your environment in two different network. One is dedicated for the production network, one is dedicated for the development network. Clear? Any doubt, guys? Now, let's talk about subnet. As I mentioned, Puneet, to create a network, it is always recommended there is a two separate network for two separate environment. If this dev and network is compromised, it is not going to compromise your production environment. Yes, if test is there, then we required one more. Okay. Nowadays, it is not only the VPC level you're going to give a segregation, you also going to give the segregation at account level. You created one dev account and you created one prod account. In this account means what? You have AWS account na? Same way you're going to create a two different account. One is dedicated for dev, one is dedicated to production. If I'm going to talk about the VPC in the account, dev account, I also required one VPC to deploy my environment. In the prod account, I also required one VPC deploy my environment or resources. So nowadays multi-account design is working. It is not like only single account we are going to use for deploy multiple things. One of my customer having 625 AWS account. How many? 625 AWS account. 625 AWS account. They created how? They created each application. They have dedicated production account, dev account, test account, or whatever the environment they have. Correct? Clear, guys? I'm hoping it is understood. So if somebody going to ask you how you going to divide it, at least if you say single account, to at least say that we are going to have a separate network. Now, subnet. How many subnet? As I customer ask you that 3-tier design means web, app, and 3 different servers are going to be run. So how many subnets, guys? One subnet you're going to dedicate it for web, one subnet you're going to dedicate it for app, one subnet you're going to dedicate it for what? DB. So you required 3 subnets. If you remember, in after some time, customer also requested, I also required what? I also required HA. Yes, in the DB might be they don't require it. Let me take both the example. HA is required. Now, if a HA is required, how you going to achieve HA in AWS? When we are going to use two different AZs. Okay, clear? So you are going to use AWS and AWS. If you are using Gmail, if you're using Gmail, for example, Rohit, I'm just taking example, gmail.com. It is not my mail ID. I'm just writing it. You can going to create Rohit plus test @gmail.com. Then Rohit plus prod @gmail.com. It will going to send you the mail on the same Rohit, this one, but it is treated as a different mail ID. To creating a account, you require a separate mail ID. It is not going to work, but you can use the same mail ID, but just add a plus. Okay, now we have a AZ1, AZ2. There are two AZs are there. If some server are running here and same server running here, then you're going to consider as a highly available HA. Yes or no, guys? We already discussed it, correct? And subnet is working as where? The subnet is the part of the AZ. Subnet is a part of the AZ, correct? So if one subnet I'm going to create here, so I also required one subnet here for the high availability. If the app layer I'm running one server here, so I also required one subnet. In this case, I also required one subnet. So how many subnets I required extra? Plus 3 for the high availability because I'm going to consider the different AZ. Clear? Yes or no, guys? Clear? It is not part of your syllabus. This is the additional thing I am teaching you. It is not in your syllabus because you ask multiple questions that how to calculate it, because calculation is not part of your syllabus, but still I'm providing it. In for the dev, do we require HA? No. So are you required additional subnet here? No. So how many VPCs we require to build it? At least 2 in this case and 9 subnet as per the customer requirement. If the customer requirement change, this number will be changed. It is not going to be fixed. Okay, don't quote the same number to your customer. You first need to understand the customer requirement. Done, guys? Any confusion? Sometimes customer is not they're going to ask you how many VPs and subnet I'm going to require. No, they're just going to provide you. I have a one application which we are going to migrate. When you designing the solution, then you need to think, okay, how many VPCs we are going to introduce, how many account I need to introduce, how many subnets I need to use. So that is you need to take care. You not okay. Okay, now I am going to ask you. The people are asking why 3 plus 3. So you mentioned 3 subnet. What is high availability? Could you please tell me what is high availability as per you? If I need to achieve high availability of my server level, how can I achieve it? How can I achieve it? I have one server. Okay, backup of what? Different AZ, Uditya, correct? So one server running in a one AZ, one server is going to run in one AZ. This server is going to run where, guys? This server is going to run where? Inside the subnet? Server is going to run where? Inside the subnet? And subnet will be AZ level. It is not multi-AZ, correct? If this is the web layer, for the web high availability, I require 2 servers. So the web layer, how many subnets you required? The person who asked this question, how many subnets you required for web layer? At least. Why 1? Again, you guys confused. Why 1? Tell me why 1. I need a high availability to my, I need high availability of my web layer. Here 2 servers are running in 2 different AZs. So I require 2 subnets na. Same way, I have an app server. If I required a high availability, how many subnets I required? At least 2 for app layer, 2 here, 2 subnets here, and 2 for dev. How many are there? 6 na. HA is meant what? HA is only for AZ to AZ. VPC is a regional service. It is not a AZ service. VPC is what? Regional service. If it is a regional service, what that mean? That means all the 3 AZs come under the VPC. Correct? After that, we only going to talk about discussing it. Now your customer came to you and saying that, hey Rohit, good. You tell me you already given me the VPC and subnet detail. Could you please provide me the CIDR for my both the 2 VPCs as well as the CIDR required for my 9 subnet? Are you able to do that? What question you going to ask to customer? What question you going to ask? The customer say that, could you please provide me the CIDR? Nothing else. Are you going to ask something or not? How you going to calculate the CIDR? First of all, you need to understand. Nobody asked me that. First of all, you need to clarify how many server currently running for each layer. Each layer means for the web tier, how many servers are currently running? If customers say that I have currently 10 server, which helping me to handle my web tier. Same question you're going to ask for the web. Customers say that, hey, I have 25 server, which is running as a app servers. Then DB mention that I have a 5 DB servers. Clear till now, guys? After that, you're going to ask, because there is a questionnaire we need to send, how many IPs are assigned to this 10 server, this 25 server, and 5 server? Is only one IP is assigned, or there are two IPs are assigned to the physical or virtual servers? So in this case, like customers say that I have one IP for each server, for each server. Done, guys? So that is the information we received: 10, 25, or 5. Are I required any additional thing, or by this number you are able to give them CIDR range? In this web layer, they require 10 servers. So how many IPs are required as per you guys? How many servers are required? How many servers are required or IPs are required to create your subnet? I already provided you the data. Now think and tell me the number. What is the IP requirement here for the web? For the web, I'm not talking about total. I'm talking about the web. 10. So the CIDR should be 10 only, or we need to consider other things as well? Think logical and tell me. 10 CIDR, 10 number of IPs you require. Okay. Let me ask you one thing. So if I am going to assign 10 IP, where is the 10 IP? Where you going to receive 10 IP? In /28, how many IPs you going to receive? 16. And -5 is the reserve IP. How many IP you received? 11. So are you thinking that for the web layer, I need to provide this CIDR range because I require 10 IP address? That is not correct approach. Why that is not correct approach? Yes, for the today use case, we required only 10 IPs in the web layer. Okay, and the closest match for this is /16 and 5 is reserved. 11 IP I'm going to receive. But we are talking about today. Whenever we're designing and providing any solution, we need to consider at least future 5 year. When we say future 5 year, you need to ask, hey, are you seeing any growth in the future? Are the server count will be increased? Is any growth you are seeing in your past experience? And accordingly, you need to design your solution. If customers say that, yes, I am thinking that there is a 4 more extra server we required in the next 5 year. So this is the projection. It's just an estimate. Correct or not correct? So how many servers now? 14. Is this 4 number additional is the correct? No, na. Why it is not correct? It's just a projection. So as a safer side, it is your responsibility. You need to consider some buffer as well. Buffer means 5 to 20%, depends upon according to your network team, how they are creating the buffer. So you're going to say that, okay, I will going to take a 10% or 12% or 15% of buffer. So 10% is 1.4. So can I consider 2 here directly? 14 plus 2, 16 IPs I required. Okay, 16 IPs I required. Till now clear, guys? This is the actual server. This is the approx estimate, and this is the buffer. Okay, and you received the IP count. Now we are allowed to use /28, /27, /26, /25 until when? Until when, guys? Until /16, correct. So how many IPs in here? 16, 32, 64, 128, and what's here? 256. This is the IP. Now you required /16. So where this slash 16 fit? Are you going to use this slash 28? No. Why no? Because the 5 IPs are reserved by AWS. So you only going to received 11 IP. So what next is available? Slash 27 minus by 5 is reserved. How many? 27. So the closest match is this one. So what are you going to plan? You're going to assign this slash 27 in web layer. Done, guys. One CID are you calculated? Any confusion on that? Easy? Easy na? Second, we require 25 for your app. 25 for your app. App required 25. Same question you're going to ask, what is the future growth? They say 10 more server, then buffer. 35 means I'm going to consider 4 more. Buffer, I'm going to consider 4 more, approx 10%. What is the total size here? 39. Okay. What is the closest match here? I'm going to use this 64 now. Minus my 5. I'm going to receive how many? 59. So I'm going to use this slash 26 for my app 1. Same thing you're going to done for your DB. Okay. Once you done this, okay, you received what? You received app tier, DB tier CIDR, and you also received what? Web tier. So currently, which subnet we calculated? Only one subnet, 1, 2, 3 subnets in the 1 AZ. We also required what, guys? High availability. Same configuration you're going to do slash 26, slash 27, and slash whatever the number we received. Yes or no, guys? And total amount, whatever the total number you're going to received, it will be your VPC CIDR. But to calculate the VPC CIDR, you need to make sure you need to take the buffer, extra buffer here as well. Why? Might be in the future customer is requesting for third AZ as well. So you need to take some buffer at the VPC level. So now I'm hoping you are able to calculate the subnet CIDR and VPC CIDR. Clear, guys? Great. Now we are going to cover other thing which is known as router. Yes, in this case, extra buffer at which level? VPC level or subnet level? VPC level or subnet level? In your region, how many AZs are there? 3 AZ. Currently, your customers say that I am going to use 2 AZ. Might be in the future, customers say that, hey, Rohit, my requirement is change. I am looking for the next AZ as well. Third AZ I'm going to use. So if you don't have IPs in the VPC, are you able to create subnet here or use this AZ? No, na. So that is why we take a buffer at the VPC level. But it's not required. It is, if you say no, I'm not required it. In a VPC, we are able to add additional CIDR. That is also you can achieve it, but it is always recommended to take a buffer. I already explained you whatever the total IPs you received. You already know that slash 27, slash 26, slash 24 I used. You already get the total IPs here. And if you're going to use the two AZs, guys, AZ1, AZ2, calculate this both IPs, whatever number you received here, the total IP you received. Is any confusion here? VPC is free of cost. Subnet is free of cost. There is no extra charges. Okay, guys, let me start the next topic. Until now, we discussed this. This is your VPC. This is your subnet 1, subnet 2. Done, guys? Now, some server is running here. A server. This is known as B server. A server wanted to communicate to B. What we required, guys? We required IP address to communicate it. If I need to send a parcel, you required courier guy and my address or your address I required if I wanted to share the parcel. Yes or no? Everybody agree? If this A server need to access google.com, now tell me, are if this A server having this B server IP, are they able to communicate? Are they able to communicate? Take a simple example. Rohit is one person. Amit is one person. Rohit asked Amit, could you please provide me your address? So address I have. I never visited this address. Are Rohit is able to reach to Amit? Rohit is only address. What Rohit required? First, Rohit need to come out from the house and then it's required a complete path, route via which he can reach to Amit house. Rohit house, Amit house. So Rohit is going to do what? Rohit is going to open a map and then enter what? Enter Amit address. Then this map service, Google Map service will be going to coordinate in the database. Going to coordinate with in the database, yes or no? After if this address of Amit is listed in the database, then map say that yes, I have this address. If database doesn't contain Amit address, then it is very hard for them to navigate to exact location. True or not true? Somewhere some data will be going to store. Assume that Rohit is sitting here in the study room. In the living room, this is your Rohit TV. After some time, Rohit is frustrated and tired. He think, let me go out and take a entertainment. It's come here, sit here, and on this TV and relax and watching some videos. Now tell me how Rohit knows that he need to come to the living room if he wanted to see the television. And how Rohit knows that the remote he will be going to find in the Almira? Tell me. Because this information is stored in the Rohit mind, na? Because Rohit is the owner of this house and already he know this. It is stored in the Rohit mind. So whenever he think that I need to watch the TV, his mind say that, hey, you need to go to the living room because your television in the living room. So Rohit referring his mind, correct? Same thing applies here. That map is going to coordinate in the database where the information will be stored and then start navigating Rohit. Go straight, take right, take left, right, left, and then right, you're going to reach to Amit house. Done, guys. After reaching Amit house, Rohit take 3 to 4 hours to reach Amit house. Now Rohit need to use washroom. Are Rohit is able to use washroom directly? Are Rohit aware where is the washroom? It's the first time Rohit is visiting Amit house. No, na, because there is no record. Rohit never visited that place, so Rohit don't have any information in his mind. He has no database, no record. So what Rohit is going to do? Rohit is going to ask Amit, hey Amit, I need to use washroom. Could you please guide me? Where is it? Amit say, hey, go straight and take right. You're going to find the washroom. And from where this Amit will able to help him? Because this is stored in Amit mind. Same concept, please remember. Whenever we traveling in the discussing about the network. In the network, we have a routers. We have a router. This router responsibility to route the traffic into the particular destination, route the traffic and guide the traffic that you need to go there. Okay. No, I'm not talking about ISSP. That is a web layer. I'm talking about the routers. No. This server going to send the traffic to the router, and this router will going to send here at B. So tell me guys, is map is directly going to guide you or map is going to refer some database? Same way, Amit is directly going to guide or Amit is going to refer in his mind that where is the location? Refer somewhere, na? So this router also required data. Which data? Routing detail. Okay, which path you need to use. So that database is known as route table. Okay, till now clear? Any confusion in the logic? Now, whenever you create a VPC, by default, one router is created for you. But this router is not accessed by you. You are not aware where it is running. You have no idea where it is present. But in the backend, there is a one router present, which is handled and managed by AWS. Clear? We are not able to access this router. Here, Rohit, if there is, I'm not able to access this router, means I'm not able to modify my routes. If I need to modify my details that in future you need to use this path, go right, go left, then how I'm able to achieve it? For that, we have a route tables. This route table we can create, we can modify. Okay, we have a full permission. In the when we discuss about the VPC, I already mentioned that by default there is one route table is created, one security group is created, one NACL is created. What else is created, guys? These things are automatically created when you created the VPC. We already discussed it. So whenever you created the VPC, by default there is a one route table is created as well. Done. This route table contain by default security group. I'm going to copy. SG means security group, NACL means network ACL. In the security section, we are going to discuss it. What this route table contain? It will contain destination and target. Only two things is going to contain. Destination means what? For example, this A wanted to communicate to B. For A, what is the destination, guys? This B location. First, you need to understand the concept, then I'm going to definitely going to show you. Okay. A wanted to communicate to the B. So for A, what is the destination, guys? What is the destination? B. So B destination should be here. Target, where you going to send your traffic or where you need to search your destination. Whenever you create a VPC, by default route table is created. And whenever you create your route table, there is a by default route will be setted. For example, this VPC CIDR is 10.0.0.0.0/16. So by default, there is a one entry will be added. Your VPC CIDR, whatever your VPC CIDR. I am just taking this example. And what is the target of this? Local. What does that mean? It's saying that if this is your range, if any IP in this range, if somebody wanted to communicate, it should be searched locally only. It should be searched locally only. Now, A will be going to send the traffic to this router. A will be going to send the traffic to the router. Clear? Now, router itself doesn't contain any information. Router will be going to coordinate with this route table. Assume that there are two route tables are there, 3 route tables are there, 5 route table we created. So which route table this router will be going to consult? So this route table will be attached with your subnets. So route table will be going to attach like this. Why they attach? Might be we have 5. Out of 5 route table, this router need to refer which route table. So whatever is attached here, this router will be going to refer that route table. Clear? And after that, this router identify that this route is a locally. Locally means it's need to search only in this VPC, and this router containing all the subnet information. So it's going to identify that, okay, if I need to search locally, what is the subnet CIDR of this? And accordingly, it's going to forward the request to that particular subnet. I am hoping the concept wise it clear. Can I show you in the console? I'm going to show you, just hold on. I already mentioned the route table will be associated with the subnet. The requester sending the traffic to the router. So router aware the traffic is receiving from which subnet. So he need to check the route table of that particular subnet. Let me show you. To open the routers and all, we are talking about the networking part. If you are talking about the networking part, so where I need to click, guys? What thing I need to open? VPC, great. VPC. I think we created in Mumbai. I'm not sure where we created. Which VPC we created? Anybody have any idea? Which one we created? Demo one. Okay. So we created this demo one. So demo one, we created this 2176 VPC ID. Did you see here route table in the VPC dashboard? Click here route table. Once you click, search for your VPC. In VPC, did you find here? Correct. Did we created the route table till now? No, na. But still there is a route table created. And that route table is yes written here in the main section. What that mean? That means is the default route table created when we created VPC. With VPC, this route table is created. I'm hoping till now it is clear. So let me go here. This route table we created, guys, automatically created by us. So let me select this route table. Go to the routes. Did you find one routes? What is this? Your VPC CIDR? And what is written here? Locally. What that local means? In this VPC, you need to search locally only inside the VPC. Correct. Within the VPC, whatever you want to call it out. Clear till now? As well as we created subnet, guys. Correct? We created subnet. Everybody created subnet, correct? So right now I am in the subnet section and I am going to search my subnet. This is my subnet. Let me click here subnet. Once you click here, go to the routes, route table. Once you go to the route table, did you see the route table is automatically attached? During creation of the subnet, did we attach any route table? No, na. But whenever you create a VPC, a route table will be created, and whenever you create a subnet, the default route table will be attached to the subnet. I'm hoping it is clear. automatically creates attach. Which route table? Main route table, which is default route table, which is created during the VPC creation automatically. Done, guys. In this route table, what is the route entry? Done. Now, I don't want to use this main route table. Why? In our use case, what is our use case, guys? Web layer, app layer. Let me consider two. Route table attach here, route table attach here. It's having some routing rules here. It's having some routing rules here. Are this app and web required the same routing rules? First question. Are this app means some servers are running here? Are this web is going to coordinate and access the same server which this app server is going to access? Or this app will be going to access the same server which web is going to access? Not now. Then how we able to segregate? First of all, you need to understand this web layer app server, this app server required to access google.com or required internet access. Router, route table, route table. Now this web server is able to access internet. Tell me, guys. Question mark. This is my routing entry. R is able to access internet. Think logical and tell me. As my web server is able to access internet. No, na? No. Why no? Focus here. What is our routing entry? I have only one route. IP required or not required doesn't matter. First, we need to understand what is our routing rule. It only say that the traffic will be going to search locally only. Local only. If local only, I'm not able to access any other server. Which server? Which having a different IP address. Which different IP address? Only the IP address is allowed it to access and send the traffic is this CIDR. Means 65536 IP, which is related to this CIDR. Other than that, you are not allowed it to access because there is no routing rule. At the router level, your traffic will be blocked because router doesn't know where to send the traffic. For example, your server try to access 192.168.0.32. The traffic will be sent to the router. Router then coordinate with the route table. Route table is try to find what? This entry. But in this route table, did you find any entry? No. If no is there, are this router is able to help you to send the traffic? No, na. So it's going to do what? Block the traffic. You don't know where to send. Done, guys. So what we required? If I need to access 192.168.0.32, I need to add one more entry here so that my router is able to read this route table and able to identify that, okay, now Rohit is accessing this entry and target you need to mention. Okay, great. If it is clear, great. So let me do one thing. Let me create one route table for you. Let me create one route table for you. A route table is part of what? VPC. A route table is part of the VPC, correct? So right now, let me go to the route table. Go to the create a route table. Now, mention what? Route table name. I will say public RT. Anything you can put. As I mentioned, route table will be going to created where? At the VPC level. So what information you need to pass? Select your VPC. Done, guys. And then what you need to do? What I need to do? Create the route table. No IP address, just create a route table. Now, We created this route table just now. I'm just selecting this route table. Go to the routes. Did you find routes? Did we create a routes? Did we modify these routes? Why this route is automatically created? Whenever, because route table is going to create it inside the VPC. That VPC is providing that my CIDR is this and this route should be there. Because if you are going to present inside me, what that means? That means at least you need to allow everybody in my boundary to access each and every one. I'm hoping it is clear. The entry of the VPC CIDR will be automatically attached and the local route will be there. Done. So now you guys understood that whenever we create a route table, the automatically VPC CIDR and the local route will be added. Because whatever the CIDR in which VPC you created it, the VPC CIDR will be mentioned. Great. Now, let's talk about one more concept and then we are going to come back to the route table again. Let me copy this and paste here. Now, A wanted to access the google.com, but current routing rules saying that, what is current routing rule? Current routing rules say that target, destination, and target of this rule is 10.0.0.0./16 local. If it is local is there, are this google.com is able to access, you guys are able to access? No, na, you are not able to access because as we just discussed, the traffic will be reached here and then stop. Great. And when we try to access google.com, what we need to do? We need to go outside this VPC boundary now. We need to cross this VPC boundary. If we are not able to cross this VPC boundary, we are not able to access google.com. Because Google is not running inside this. Google is running in internet somewhere else. So first of all, we need to cross this boundary. I'm taking one example. Assume that there is a one house, Rohit house. Rohit is staying in this room number 1, room number 2, room number 3. In Rohit house, there is no main gate. If you remember, I think every house having one main gate from where you're going to come in and going out. Correct? There is a one main door. In this Rohit house, there is no main door. So our Rohit is able to go out from their room number 1 and try to go out. No, na, because there is no door. If somebody wanted to come here and saying that I need to meet Rohit, are he allowed to go inside? No, because there is no door. Nothing is there. No door is there. How is somebody able to enter into your house? Don't say we need to use window. Okay. We don't have any access point from where he is going out. Now, Rohit is very frustrated for that. And Rohit say that it's enough. I need to go out from my house. I need to see the world, that how it is look like. And I need to meet my friends as well. No, door is not a port number. Now Rohit is going to call a carpenter. Carpenter will be going to create a door, correct, in their workshop. And then he need a time for the Rohit. Hey Rohit, yes, the door is ready. Can I come and attach this door to your house? Rohit given that, yes, you come and attach it. So this carpenter come and attach the door here. Now Rohit is able to go out. Yes, via this door. Are other people are able to go out? No. Why no? Because only Rohit knows that there is a one door attached. But these guys are not aware that their door is already placed. So Rohit need to inform them as well. Hey, in future, if you want to go out, you need to use a door. Yes or no? Without that information, they are not able to go out. Now, focus here, guys. Consider this house as a VPC. Consider this room as your subnet. Consider this door as a internet gateway. Consider this as a internet gateway. What is internet gateway, guys? Tell me. Now, are you able to answer me what is internet gateway? What this gate is going to do? This gate is allowed servers to go outside and communicate to other people. If we are attaching the internet gateway to the VPC, VPC help is internet gateway. Internet gateway. So what that mean? That means what? It's allowing VPC to connect with the internet. Done? Yes or no? It's act as a doorway connection via which your VPC is able to connect to the internet. Done, guys? Easy. Now assume that you created a gateway and you already connected this gateway to the your VPC. Done. Now tell me, are the server A is able to connect to google.com? People are saying yes. Did you see the picture? This high level diagram. What is missing, guys? You attach the gateway. Are this router is aware this gate is there? Are this router is aware the gate is there? No, na. So who is sending your traffic? Who is sending your traffic? Router, and router is not aware. Did you see this table? Are it containing any gateway entry? No. So traffic will be stop here. What we need to do? I need to mention gateway here. And what is I need to mention here? If you're aware about the IP address of Google, then you need to mention that. It is only allowed you to just access one particular. We are not able to mention DNS. We only able to mention the IP address, CIDR range. So we need to provide the CIDR range of Google. If we are not aware, we need to access multiple a website, and we are not aware what is the IP address. So what we need to mention? Anything exclude this one. Please send the traffic to the internet gateway 0.0.0.0/0. Then guys, I'm hoping it is clear. There are now two entries are there via which if now A wanted to connect to the internet, it's send the traffic to the router. Router will read this route table and then send the traffic to the internet gateway. After that, this internet gateway responsibility to handle this request. Let me perform the demo for you. So currently we are in the VPC dashboard. How many VPCs we have, guys? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 VPCs. I need to create internet gateway. Did you find internet gateway here? Click this internet gateway. Done. How many internet gateways present? 1, 2, 3. Correct? Let me create internet gateway. Write the internet gateway name. Test demo. You just need to create a name, nothing else. Create internet gateway. Look like your carpenter is preparing a gate. Test demo is created. Door is ready. Are this door is attached to the VPC? No. What I need to do? I need to attach it. like a carpenter will come and attach the door to Rohit house. You just need to select this, go to the action, and I think you find that attach the VPC. Total how many VPCs we have? I need to search for the VPC. How many VPCs are visible here? Only one. Why so? Why so? How many internet gateway we already have? 3, and we just created one more extra. And this 3 is already attached to the VPC. It's proved that one VPC will always going to attach with one internet gateway. Always means automatic not going to attach, we need to attach it. But we are not able to attach multiple internet gateway to single VPC and vice versa. One internet gateway is dedicated to one VPC. Like one door is only dedicated for one wall. And attach it. Did you see attach? And it is attached to this VPC. Done? Everybody agree? Now, this use case is done. Subnet, subnet. Now we need to guide router that, hey router, I have a internet gateway. How I'm going to do that? I need to modify this route table. So where I need to go, guys? Into the route table section. Into the route table section. Search for our route table. I just created this route table. Go to the routes. Right now I'm in a route tables. Selected my route table, which I just created. Then go to the route section. And you're going to find that I have only one routing rule are there. Edit routes. One route is already there. I need to add a route. What I need to mention? Either if you already know the IP address or either you 000. Then what you need to select, guys? What I need to select here, guys? Tell me where I need to click. Internet gateway. This is our internet gateway. And what I need to do? Save the change. Done. How many routes are added here, guys? Now 1, 2. Now I'm hoping you understand how to add and the routes. Let me edit this route again. Are I am able to delete this first entry? Did you see any entry of remove it? No. Why? This is our VPC CIDR. We are not able to delete this. But this entry, which I just created, I have a permission to remove it. Okay. So this CIDR we are not able to remove because this is my VPC CIDR. If your VPC have a different CIDR, then it's appeared a different CIDR. Done. Currently, how many route tables we have in our demo VPC? Main and public route table, which I just created, custom build, correct? Let me check my subnet. This is my subnet, guys. Go to the route table. Which route table is attached here? Main route table. Where I put internet gateway entry, guys? In my public route table. Are any server running in this subnet is able to access internet? No. So what I need to do? If I need access, I need to change this route table where internet gateway is attached. You need to select here. What is written, guys? Route table association. Association with which? With your subnet. Click here. This is your route table association with your subnet I am doing. This is your subnet ID. And from here you can change it. Currently we have two route tables, main and public route table. Once I select this, did you see the routing rules are changing when I'm selecting here? Changing now? Focus here, guys. Changed. Okay. So we required internet gateway and then I need to save it. Done. Now my subnet, which subnet, guys? This subnet is able to access internet. Why? Because internet gateway is attached. I am hoping now you are able to understand that what is route table, how to attach it, deattach it, how to modify the routes. Did you find this entry? This entry is proof that you have access to the internet gateway. This entry is allowing you to show you that you are able to access the internet. Now, so I'm hoping great. Now, let me do one thing. Right now, I have a two route table. One router entry is this one, and one is this one. Just hold on, guys. Now, guys, tell me which server is able to access internet, A or B? And B is not able to access. Correct? Okay. So by seeing that, now you guys are able to identify that which one is a public accessible, which one is not public accessible. If you heard about one term, public subnet, private subnet, did you hear this term, public subnet and private subnet? Many people heard, many people not. So now by seeing this, are you able to tell me which one is a public subnet and which one is a not a private subnet? Subnet, which subnet is a public subnet? Subnet 1, or I will say A and subnet B. So if somebody going to ask you, what is the public subnet? What do you understand about the public subnet? The simple, straightforward answer is the subnet associated with the route table. And that route table contain the internet gateway entry. That subnet going to become a public subnet. The subnet associated with the one route table, and that route table doesn't contain internet gateway, it become a private subnet. Clear? Okay. I'm hoping now you are able to answer them. If route table contain the internet gateway entry, it will become a private public subnet. If the route table doesn't contain the the internet gateway, it is going to become a private subnet. Why we required different route tables? Why we are not using the main route table? In our use case, our web server and app server. Web server required internet access. App server required a security. Need to run in a private zone. So in which you're going to attach internet gateway, guys? In this route table, na? If we are going to use single route table, so that means both the route table containing the internet gateway. So via which your app server is also internet accessible. That is why we required a different route table for different applications. Or like DB, we require different route table. Application, we require different route table. And web, we require different route table. Great. Now you are expert in route table routers. Now tell me, guys, if there are two VPCs, let me do one thing. There are two VPCs. which is showing in this picture. Now, server A wanted to communicate to server C. Are they able to communicate? No. Okay. Are this A server is able to connect to the internet? Why no? Did you see here internet gateway? No. So I am hoping now you're able to understand the high level diagram. This is the HLD we are talking about. By seeing the HLD, you're able to identify multiple things. That I have a route table, I have a 2 servers, I have one internet gateway is not correct. So this is known as high level diagram, via which we are able to understand the flow of the traffic and how my infrastructure is look like in AWS. Now I'm going to again ask you one thing. Assume that IGW attach here, IGW attach here. It's contain IGW entry. It's contain IGW entry. It's only contain local. It's only contain local. Now guys tell me, are my A server is able to communicate with C? If I say yes, think logical and tell me how it is possible. Are this A is able to access internet? Are this C is able to connect to this internet? These servers are able to connect to the internet. To connect to the internet, what we required, guys? In our house, there are 2 different network, public, private. This CIDR is what? Private IP address. We also required what? Public IP. Correct, guys? Yes or no? If this server assigned public IP and this server assigned public IP, then you are able to connect how? Via this. Done? Yes or no, guys? Okay, because both are connected via internet. Now, are this B is able to connect with this D and C? No. Everybody agree? Great. Now, if they are connected through A and C is connected to internet, are this network is secure? Is a public area? Anybody can attack it? Correct. And tell me, if they are both are running in the Mumbai region, both the VPC are running in the Mumbai region. Take one example. Are they using the same data centers or not? Then why should I go outside using internet and then come into it? Do we have alternatives? Why should we are not able to connect to the privately? Same concept applies. Assume that you have a laptop, you have another laptop. This laptop wanted to communicate to this. You required a cabling, LAN cable. Correct, guys? Yes or no? After that, what? IP address here, IP address here. Are these both IP should be same or different? Tell me. It should be same or different? Different. Great. Similar way, consider this laptop as your VPC1. Consider this laptop as your VPC2. What we required? CIDR. But this CIDR should be different. No overlapping IPs. After that, what I required? I required a connectivity like a LAN cable. I required what? I required a peering connection. Okay. So what I need to do? I need to, let me remove it. I need a private connectivity between this that is known as peering. Okay. Once the peering is done, guys, now B is able to communicate with C or D. Tell me, guys, once the peering is done, if there is a cable between these two VPCs, as B is able to communicate to C and D quickly, you're missing one fundamental thing. You're missing one fundamental rule. What is the fundamental rule? You have a path. You have a path. As we created a gateway, when we created a gateway, are your router is available? There is a gateway. What is the fundamental rule? We created one path which is known as peering path, this connection. Are this peering connection is known by this router and this router? No, na. When they are going to understand it, we need to add a routing rule. That is a fundamental thing. We have to clarify it. Done, guys, clear? So what should I need to add? If B wanted to communicate to D, in the route table, what should I need to add? Route table, destination and target. In this layer, what I need to add? You're trying to connect from here to here. What is your destination? What is your destination? CIDR range of this VPC. Second VPC or subnet, whatever you require. If you need to restrict CIDR. And target is peering connection. ID of peering connection. In this case, what you need to modify? VPC CIDR for different VPC like 10.0.0.0.0/16 and then peering connection. I am hoping it is clear. Conceptual while. Once you have a route table, you are able to correct it. Let me perform the demo quickly. So we are in the same VPC dashboard and now I need to connect two VPCs. Where are you going to find it? Same left hand side you need to search and you're going to find the peering connection. Click on the peering connection. We don't have a peering connection. Create a peering connection.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC, and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel. Link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS Solutions Architect.
I need to create a peering connection to communicate between two applications. If your company configure separate VPC for separate application, yes, we require a peering connection. But it depends, either peering, either transit gateway. But consider right now we're talking about peering, so we require a peering connection. If your company say that, no, I only have a one VPC, then you don't require a peering connection. I'm hoping it is clear. Recommended approach to create a different account, different VPC for different application. But it's up to customer. Okay. Now we need to open VPC here, which everybody know how to access VPC now. How to create it, how to access VPC, what is dashboard, how the VPC dashboard is look like. Yes, if there is no VPC, then we don't require a peering. It totally depends upon the requirement. Na? On the left hand side, scroll down and you're going to find what? Peering connection. But first of all, what you need to see, in which region you are currently.
So choose your correct reason. So now my request for everyone, I think you already created one VPC and you created multiple subnet over it. So now your homework is create one more subnet. Sorry, create one more VPC and create at least two subnet. Why I'm saying that? Because we required two VPCs. We never recommended to use default one so that you are going to remember that and your practice will be completed. Create a VPC. Sorry, not a create a VPC. Create a peering connection. We don't have a peering connection. Create a peering connection. So until now, what we understood that we can connect VPC to VPC, but which VPC we can connect? Which VPC means are these two VPCs should be in the same region? Are this VPC is only belong to my account? Or I can, like for example, Naveen have one account, AWS account. Rohit have one AWS account. Rohit created this VPC. Naveen created this VPC in its own account. Are we able to peer them? Okay. So let's see when we are going to perform the demo. So once you creating a peering connection, you're going to identify first thing you need to provide the name. So I'm going to put here test. Once you create a peering connection, make sure you're going to delete it if somebody going to follow me. I have a phone. Naveen have a phone. Rohit know Naveen phone number. So what Rohit required? Phone number first. Now Rohit dial Naveen number. Then call is initiated. Is Naveen have full rights to accept my call or reject my call? Incoming call? Tell me guys. Yes, na? Same concept applies here. We have two VPCs. Consider that this is Rohit and this is Naveen. Now Rohit need to call or connect with Naveen. So what Rohit required? Phone number. Correct guys? Same thing. If Rohit wanted to connect their VPC, this VPC to Naveen VPC, what Rohit required? Rohit required CIDR detail as well as the VPC ID of Naveen as well as account ID of Naveen. Done guys? Once you have this, you're going to initiate, Rohit going to initiate request and saying that, hey, VPC A wanted to connect to, saying that VPC A wanted to connect to the VPC VB. So it is an incoming request for Naveen. So Naveen have a full rights to accept it or deny it that I don't require connectivity with you, like a phone call. Clear this concept. Coming to that point, let me show you here. Read here carefully. What is mentioned? Requester. Like in our example, Rohit is trying to call. Who is the initiator of the call? Who is the requester of the call? Rohit. Who is the initiator of the call? We have a two-person, Rohit and Naveen. Rohit wanted to call Naveen. So Rohit required phone number na. And who is initiating the call? Rohit. And who is rejecting the call, incoming call? Accept it, red button or green button na. So if you press the green button, means you wanted to talk to Rohit. If you press the red button, you means you are not wanted to talk to Rohit. Same concept applies here. If you see that one is the requester who like a Rohit who is trying to call it. Okay. So which VPC? So we need to select the VPC. Assume that I am selecting this VPC. Just take assumption. Now tell me guys, if how this CIDR I received, because from where you initiating from this region. We already selected it. We already selected the account. You are presenting in this account. So that is why it is able to give you the which CIDR or which VPC is running on the Mumbai region. Because currently you are in a Mumbai region. Clear? Clear? That is why it is automatically fetching the CIDR detail because you are the initiator. Now, come to this part. Are you wanna to connect? Because what? VPC1 wanted to connect to the another VPC2. The VPC2 are running in your own account. Which account? This account, or it is owned or running on different account. Like I'm talking about Naveen. If it is running on your own account, did you require to give account ID? No. Why no? Because you already log in into the same account. So account ID is not required. It is already you logged in. In case I need to connect to the other guy, other VPC, which is running on a other account, what I need to do? I need to select this account. Now, as Rohit wanted to call Naveen, what Rohit required? Phone number, na? Now Rohit wanted to connect to the other account. Are Rohit is aware about the Naveen account number? Where it's going to connect? No, na. So he need to connect with the Naveen and asking the, hey, could you please share me the account number? Then whatever account number you receive, you need to mention here. Account number means what? This is your account number. Okay. In the both case, either your own account, either your other account. What you required? Either your other account, either in. The requirement is in which region this other VPC is running. It is running in the same Mumbai region or it is running in another region. Okay. In my case, I have multiple VPCs in Mumbai. So your requirement to connect to Mumbai or Mumbai to Singapore, whatever you have. Now people are going to ask me, hey Rohit, Mumbai is a different data center and Singapore is a different data center. Then how they are able to connect and communicate? If you remember, I already informed you, AWS created their backbone network. Backbone network means in Mumbai, they have 3 different data centers, which is AZs, which is already connected with each other with a fiber optical cable. Singapore also have 3 different data centers, which is already connected to the fiber optical. Similar way, this Mumbai and Singapore is already connected. And this connection is already established by the AWS. Same way, this Mumbai is already connected to USA. This Mumbai is already connected to Australia region, Sydney. It is already connected to the Paris. So each and every region is already connected to the private connection. I'm hoping it is done. Okay. Assume that you are using a different person, Naveen account, or you wanted to, if you're going to, either you're using a other account or if you're going to use another region, so if I'm going to select other region, let me choose, I'm just going to give you simple example, Singapore. Why I am not able to select the VPC from here? Because right now I am in the Mumbai region. My URL is accessing which information? Mumbai information. Is this Mumbai information also holding Singapore data center information? Tell me, guys. No, it is not going to hold any information regarding how many resource, how many VPCs are created in the Singapore and another region. Similar way, if there is a one account you holding and one VPC you created, I am not aware how many VPCs and what is the VPC CIDR. That is why instance of asking the CIDR range, we need to mention the VPC ID. But if you select is same region, if you selected the same region, because it is a AP South 1, what is the URL say? AP South 1. So it's containing and maintaining the database. If you click here, it will going to find that all the VPCs are listed on this link. Okay. Automatically, the CIDR detail is also collected if we are using the same region. I'm hoping it is clear. What is the one requirement of the creative VPC peering? What is the one requirement? Did you remember CIDR? CIDR. Are the CIDR need to be same or different? Yesterday we discussed. This CIDR should be same or different? Different. When I say same, it's also contain overlapping IP. Okay. There is no overlapping means there is no IP conflict between this VIPC and this VPC. Then only you are allowed to create a peering connection. Let me show you. So assume that this is my one CIDR. Let me select other CIDR. This is my another CIDR. Might be somebody say that these CIDR are different. Correct, guys? By seeing that this is /16, this is /24. Rohit, this CIDR is different. I am able to create a peering connection. Is it true? Is it true? First of all, when we say is a different CIDR, that means there is no IP conflict. If you tell me, is this first IP is same on the both CIDR range? So are you going to say that these are the same different CIDR range holding different IPs? No, na. If it is no, so are it is going to be allowing you to create the VPC pairing? No. And somebody, I think, try to create a subnet and they are getting the overlapping IPs. That means some IP in the CIDR1 is already utilized in other subnet. And that is why the error is you received. I'm hoping now the concept is clear. Let me show you. Guys, tell me, do you see any error message? What is written? Overlapping CIDR, same error you received in your subnet creation. And it is not allowing you to create a subnet as well as it is not allowing you to create a VPC peering. Why? Focus here, VPC1 CIDR range, VPC2 CIDR range, they both are overlapping. This CIDR holding 65536 IPs. This one holding 256 IPs. But these 256 IPs are the part of this 65,000 IPs. Because starting IP of this is 10.0.0.0.0. Until when? 10.0.5.255.255. It is already occupied and given to this VPC. And what is the starting IP here? 10.0.0.0. What is the end IP? Or this range is already part of this range? Yes, na? That is why it is saying that overlapping IPs. So make sure whenever you're creating a peering connection, there should be no overlapping IPs, as well as when you're creating a subnet, there is no overlapping IPs which is already consumed by other subnet. What next I need to do? I just need to select a different CIDR to create a peering connection and create a peering connection now. If you wanted to give a tag, feel free to give a tag. Create a peering connection. Now, there is one thing is missing, saying that pending acceptance. What that mean? Now Rohit is trying to call Naveen. Now Naveen need to respond back and saying that yes, accept or reject the call. So what Naveen need to do? Naveen need to log in into their account. If I am using a different account ID, he need to go to the VPC dashboard, go down to the peering connection. Once peering connection dashboard will be appear, similar information will be visible to Naveen account if I'm using a different account. And Naveen need to click here and go to the action and saying that accept it or reject it. Why this is visible to my account? Because my VPC1 and VPC2 is running in same region and in same account. Clear, guys? Then what I need to do? I need to accept it. Because until now I didn't accept it. What that mean? That mean status is pending. It means initiation of the creating a communication between two VPC are initiated, but still the connection is not formed due to we didn't receive the approval. So I need to give the approval now. Accept it. It will going to give you the brief about it. Who is the requester VPC ID? Accept VPC ID. What is the CIDR range? From which region to which region you want to connect? And account to account. Which account you want to connect which account? VPC is a regional service. VPC hold all the AZs running in that particular region. That means if you're connecting the VPCs, what that mean? You automatically connecting your AZs as well. Yes, we need to give the approval. Why approval? Why approval? There are two different apps are running, app 01, app 02. App 01 running in the VPC1, app 02 running in a VPC2. VPC A say that I need to connect. but without approval, our application 1 is able to communicate to VPC 2. We need a solution board need to approve it. Yes, as per the solution, they need to communicate, and there are two different owners. Application owners, if anybody working, these owners need to approve that yes, we, as per the solution design, we have to communicate with each other, and that is why we require this connection. Once you approved it, what going to be happen? It's active. Till now clear, guys? Just give me 1 second. I'm just removing it. If the connection is completed, it will going to remain same until you're not going to terminate it. Now, guys, tell me. Now, server A is able to connect with server D. Tell me, guys. We have a peering connection. Our server A is able to connect to the server D. Tell me. We already done the peering connection now. Say yes or no. One reply only. Why no? Need to assign route table. Great answer. So now, in this route table, at this level, what information I need to provide, guys? At this level, what information I need to mention here? At destination level, at the target level. You need to tell me. Think and let me know. VPC CIDR, which VPC CIDR I need to mention here? Show this diagram, refer this above diagram and tell me the exact what thing I need to mention. The diagram is here. You need to tell me at this level, which destination, what is the destination I need to put? Refer the diagram and tell me. Correct. I need to mention 192.168.0.0.16. If you wanted to communicate to this complete VPC. If you say that, no, Rohit, we just require to communicate to this subnet. So what you need to do? You just need to mention the subnet CIDR. Correct? If you say, no, this server only. So whatever the IP of this server, you need to mention the server IP. And then what you need to mention? /32. /32 represent what? Single IP. Via which you can restrict particular subnet to access only one server, or access complete subnet, or access complete VPC. I am hoping you understand it. And in the target section, what are you going to mention? You're going to mention this peering connection ID. And in the both level, you need to modify the same. This VPC CIDR and PCX is the peering connection. So let me perform this in a demo. Where I need to go? I need to go to the route table. First of all, I note down which VPC I'm using. I am using demo VPC as well as ED8A 10.0.0.0/16. Now, where you need to go? You need to go to the route tables. Once you reach to your route table, you need to identify the which route table is running on the demo and in which your A server is running. Because in the case where server is going to communicate to the other server, so accordingly demo VPC. So first of all, you need to identify the demo VPC. We have two route tables, this one and this one. According to your use case, which subnet you wanted to access, then you're going to select that. For example, I selected this. I selected this route table. Once done, selection of the route table is done. Then what? You need to go to the routes. And then you're going to edit the routes. What is the VPC CIDR? What that mean? That means you need to enter this CIDR in this route table. So you're going to add a route and going to mention what? Going to mention CIDR block 172.31.0.0/16. Target, guys. Where I need to click? Where I need to? Peering connection. This is our peering connection. And save the change. And you're going to find that there is peering connection created. Same thing we need to perform it at the different route table, which is attached with my, like I'm taking this one, which is attached with my different VPC. Edit routes, add route, enter your CIDR range, and what you need to mention, peering connection. Done, guys. Clear? Now your complete network connectivity is done. Now you are able to communicate between subnet where this route table which you modify is attached to the subnet where the route table which you modified. I am hoping it is clear. Is I audible? Now, my next question is, I have VPC1, I have VPC2, and I also have VPC3. I done the peering connection between these two. I done the VPC peering between these two. One server A is running here. One server B is running here. Our A is able to communicate to B. Our A is able to communicate to B. If this A wanted to do SSH or RDP or ping to this B server, it is not able to perform. Directly, it's not able to access the VPC2. Clear, guys? But indirectly he can. What that mean indirectly? What that indirectly? He required one more server here. First, this A need to have access to server C. It sends some file to this C server. Then the person need to access this C server. Now you are not connected to this. Now you connected to this. From server C, whatever data you copy from A, then you are able to send it to B because we have a connectivity. But directly, it is not possible to send any data to connect to this server. I am hoping it is clear. Some A, B, C, D data is written here. Your task is to send this data to B. Are you able to send it directly? No. but you have to achieve it. Anyhow, this is the task assigned to you by your boss. How are you going to do that? First of all, you need to check, are this A is able to connect to this C? If you say yes, you have the connectivity, peering is there, you have access to this server, username password is working for you, you have rights to perform something on this server. From this server, you're going to send this ABC to this server. Can we do that? Yes, done. We have a connectivity, we have access. Now, from this server, are you able to connect to this? No. So what you need to do? You log out from this machine. Then you log in into this machine. Once you log in into C server and then looking for the path where you copy this ABCD, and then from this C server, you try to access and move the data to B. For B accessing, you required a access, you required a connectivity. Then you are able to copy this data here, but not directly. Clear? You required intermediator. When application is communicating, they are not going to send data here and then here. No. Application needed direct connectivity to communicate. API calls they are sending. So this connection should be there. So what you understand, if there is a 3 VPCs and they need to communicate with each other, how many peering connection you required? If 2, we required 1. If 3, we required 2. If there is one more VPC, then guys, one more connection, 2, 3 more connection, total 5. If one more VPC is added, now guys, how many peering connection? 5 we already have. 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. If 6 is there, 9 we already have, plus 5 more connection, 14. 7 is there, we require 20. 8 is there, we require 27. 9 is there, how many? Tell me guys, how many? If 10 is there, we require 45 peering connection. So via this calculator, what you understand, if the number of the VPC increase and they need to connect with each other, the peering number is also increased very in very big numbers. If there is a more peering connection, did you see some complexity here? Or it is feasible if we have a 10 VPC and handling 45 peering connection? It is very hard to manage it and track it. So it is not recommended to use this peering connection if you have more than 3 VPCs. But Rohit, in this case, if we require to connect to the VPCs, we have transit gateway, which I am going to cover once we have EC2 completed. Via this transit gateway, we are able to reduce the number of peering connections. Okay, this is the advanced level of networking. I will complete it once our EC2 section is done. Any confusion, guys? Now we are going to cover NAT Gateway. NAT Gateway. There are two type of NAT gateways are available, or we can say this connection type. There are two connection type is available inside the NAT gateway. One is the public, one is the private. So first of all, we are going to understand what is the use of this NAT gateway. Great. So now talk about NAT gateway. Assume that there is one house. In this house, there are 3 and 4 rooms. B is living here, A is living here, C is here, and 3 friends are living. Unfortunately, due to Corona, this A is affected with the coronavirus. So as per the Corona rule, so this person should be isolated. Yes or no, guys? If this person is infected with the Corona, this person should be isolated or not? Then this B and C decided and requested A, hey, could you please keep inside this room? You already have washroom. So the A, B and C is going to lock the door so that this A is never going to come outside. And they requested, hey, A, if you required food, anything, any material, we are happy to help you out. One day, during the isolation time, A feel that he need to eat pizza from particular shop. Are A is able to go there and order the pizza? No. Then how is able to achieve and receive this pizza? Somebody say that use Zomato, somebody say Swiggy. But if you go here, the Swiggy will be going to drop here only. Are this A is allowed to come outside this room? So what he need to do? He need to request either B or either C. Assume that B is the person who is accepting their request. And B say that don't worry, I am going to bring pizza for you. So B will be going out, coming to this pizza store, standing here and placing the order. Now tell me guys, are B required this pizza? Are B required this pizza? No. Who requested this pizza? A. Are this order, this guy who's standing or this pizza owner who is taking the order is able to identify that actual order is given by A? What he can understand, that order will be placed by this B. Yes or no? He never knows the order will be received by this A person, not by the B. For him, the order will be placed by this B. Correct or not correct, guys? Correct? Now, order is received by this B. B again come and then hand over this pizza, knocking the door and saying that your pizza is here, please eat. And then pizza will be bring to A. Concept clear? Same concept applies on the NAT gateway. Let me show you. Assume that we already know that we have a VPC. Now let me do one thing. Let me copy the icon. Where is my diagram? Now guys, we wanna to access google.com or download some software from internet. RB is able to do that. RB is able to do that. Consider this B, or I will take a A. Consider this A as the A which is infected from the coronavirus. Done. This is the private subnet. And this is your public subnet. This house is your VPC. Clear? This B is running in a public subnet, is able to go outside and coming in. Done? Understood? Now, if this B wanted to download some software from internet, how is able to do that? It is running in a private one. To resolve that issue, AWS introduced the NAT Gateway. AWS introduced the NAT Gateway. This NAT Gateway is going to run in the public subnet. This NAT Gateway is going to run in the public subnet. And if you remember, I talk about there are two type of connection we can form. Public NAT Gateway. When the NAT Gateway is chosen as a public NAT Gateway, it will going to run in the public subnet. Done, guys? Till now clear? And this NAT Gateway is what? Is a server. In the back end, there is some servers are running. And on top of that, there is some app software is installed by AWS. For us, we are not aware which server it is running, how it is configured. For us, we receive a NAT Gateway. Now, are this A is aware that there is a NAT Gateway? No, na. We need to do what? We need to modify the route table. Route table destination and target. Now think logically and tell me where this A wanted to connect. A wanted to connect to the internet. What is the destination here, guys? What is the destination we need to modify? Yes or no? This is my destination. And what is my target now? What is my target? If I am going to put IGW in the target, then this subnet is going to become a public subnet. But our case is what? We need to keep this subnet as a private subnet. Recall the example, which I just example. A need to send the traffic where? To the B, which is running inside the same VPC. Which is running inside the same VPC. So what type of connection is going to form? Private na? Yes or no, guys? Tell me. Great. So route table will be going to hold the NAT gateway information. What that mean? That means once you done the route table entry, now this guy need to access Google. Traffic sent to the route table. As per the route table, router will redirect to the NAT gateway, which is also a private network. Now, as our example say, on behalf of A, B will travel to the pizza store and bring the pizza. If this guy need to download some information, now NAT gateway will be going to coordinate with internet. Clear till now? Let me give you one more example so that you can understand how the functionality is there. Rohit is here, Amit and Sumit. Amit is very busy. He need to send the parcel to Sumit. So he write to Sumit from Amit, an address of Sumit. Rohit visited Amit house to meet Amit. And then Amit requested, hey, Rohit, could you please help me to courier this to the Sumit? Rohit said, yeah, why not? I can do that. The parcel will be handed over to Rohit. Now Rohit is so smart. To Sumit is keeping same. Address of Sumit is keeping same. Instead of to Amit, from Amit, it's remove and mention Rohit. Instead of from Amit, he removed the Amit name and putting their own name. And then courier this. And the parcel will be received to the Sumit level. Now tell me guys, once the Sumit receive this parcel, Sumit is going to understand what? Who sent this parcel? Rohit. He never going to understand that the parcel will be sent by Rohit. True or not? Sorry, sent by Amit. True or not true? After that, Sumit received one parcel from Rohit as per him. This is the Diwali gift. Now or New Year gift. Now Sumit need to reply back. What Sumit done? Sumit buy one gift, packed it, and say that to Rohit, address of Rohit from Sumit. Send back to Rohit. Rohit received this parcel. By reading it to Rohit by Sumit, our Rohit understand that this parcel is actually for sent by Sumit, which belong to Amit. Yes or no? Yes, he know na, because he changed the name. He sent some parcel and same parcel is reply back. So he know na, actually Sumit is returning the gift because Amit sent the gift where I change my name. So what Rohit done? Rohit done same thing. To Amit, address of Amit by Sumit. Change this detail and hand over to Amit. Amit understood that this parcel he received from Sumit. Sumit understand he received the parcel from Rohit. But this Sumit never understand that this parcel will be received by Amit. Same concept applies here. When the traffic will be sent here, NAT Gateway is going to remove the source IP address and putting their own IP address when requesting to the internet. So that this internet person never reveal the identity of this A server. I'm hoping it is clear. And the parcel will be sent back to Amit. Sorry, this NAT Gateway. And NAT Gateway already recording it. Yes, this parcel is basically received for B server. And it's going to send this data to A. What is the benefit we get? By using the NAT Gateway, your A server will be going to become a private server. He never going to reveal their identity on internet and never going to be accessed from the internet, but he can able to access internet through NAT Gateway. Clear guys? Yes or no? Yes, no, yes, no. Correct. Now, this is known as public NAT Gateway. What's about the private NAT Gateway, Rohit? You understand it is hiding the identity, changing the IP address, it's fulfilling the request for others. Correct? It's work like a proxy. Correct? Now, we have a VPC. We connect it to the on-prem data center. We connect it to the VPC, other VPC. In this case, NAT Gateway running here. And one server is also running here. I'm talking on private. Okay, right now I'm talking about private, guys. Where is my diagram? So this NAT Gateway is also going to run on the private. Your server is also going to run on the private. Now, there is one server B is running. A wanna to communicate to B, but don't wanna to relieve their identity. He say that I don't want to relieve identity to be that I am accessing you. How he able to do? A will be going to send the traffic to the NAT gateway. NAT gateway will be going to send to this VPC via peering connection or transit gateway. B will be going to respond back, and NAT gateway again going to send this traffic here. Clear, guys? Now in route table, what you going to do? This subnet or VPC CIDR, you going to mention what? NAT gateway. In NAT gateway route table, what you going to mention? You going to mention the CIDR of this server and peering connection. Clear, guys? Yes or no? Both are connecting to the same server, but the method of connectivity is different. Both are using the peering, but this server is sending the traffic to the NAT gateway. Then NAT gateway responsibility to use the peering connection. Clear? Concept wise clear, guys? Now, in the same AWS console VPC dashboard, on the left hand side, you're going to find the NAT gateway. Then what? Create a NAT gateway. If you already, as I already informed you, there are two type of NAT gateway you are able to connect. Public, private. Let me select this private one. What is written here? It's not going to reach means the internet. If it is not going to connect to the internet, which subnet you need to select, guys? Private one. But we are talking about the public one. So first of all, how are you going to create? Name of the NAT gateway. I will put test. Subnet of the where you going to create it. I will choose the subnet. I will say that this subnet I'm going to choose. Done, guys. After that, you can find that elastic IP address. As I mentioned that NAT gateway is handled and maintained by AWS. Are you aware how many servers are running in the backend? No, na. Correct? Are they, how they're configured, how they are running? We are not aware about it. Assume that they are running one server. Assume that if this server goes down, they are going to create one more server. And in AWS, when you stop the server and start the server, your public IP address is changed. That is a dynamic public IP address. But when we keep creating a NAT gateway, we have to provide the static IP address. It's going to remain fixed. In the AWS, how you going to get the static IP address? Static means what? It's never going to be changed. Either your server stop, terminated, again created, you are going to use the same static public IP address. We require public IP address to access to internet. How we are able to do that? Via this elastic IP address is known as static IP, public IP. Do we have static IP? No. Then how I am able to create it? Just click here. Public IP is not free of cost nowadays. So make sure if you're going to create anything, it's not a free. Done, guys. Automatically one elastic IP is created. I'm going to show you how and where it is created. For now, just hold on. Then what? Did I need to create anything? No, na. I just need to mention, as I'm writing down my subnet, I just need to create the gateway. Gateway takes some time for creation. See, it is in a pending. In the backend, some servers are creating and some configuration is going on. Meanwhile, let's talk about the elastic IP. If you see here, there is nothing is attached. No primary public, no primary private. Why? Because it is in creation stage. In the left hand side, you find that elastic IP. Did you see we have a one elastic IP? This elastic IP is a static one and it is a public IP address. And this is the ID. Like whenever we create a resource, there is one ID. Same thing whenever you create a elastic IP, that is a static IP, it will going to give you the ID. Done guys till now? Now, once our NAT gateway is ready, what we need to do? What we need to do guys, still is pending, is not created. We need to modify the route table. We need to modify the route VPs and sub. Which route table? Server A, NAT gateway. The route table associated with this server, which is try to connect to this NAT gateway and via which they need to access internet. This route table you need to modify 0.0.0.0.0/0 and NAT gateway entry. Clear till now guys? Any confusion? Any confusion? Now, see here, it is available, the IP address assigned and the IP, both IP addresses assigned. Great. So let me go to the VPC. We created in the demo VPC. Okay, this is created in the demo VPC. In the demo VPC, I need to go to the subnet and identify my private subnet. We created one private subnet as well, na? Or we just created one? Okay. We only created one. Yes. Demo IIT we created. We created on the demo IIT. See, both are the same. NAT gateway is running here. I choose the wrong one. So I need to go to the private subnet of the same VPC. Go to the route table and access this route table. And now in this route table, I need to modify the routing rule. Click on the routing rule. Edit routes. Add route 0.00/NAT gateway. We have a NAT gateway. Save the change. See here. Now any traffic is going to send to the NAT gateway. Now NAT gateway responsibility to connect to the internet gateway. I'm hoping it is clear. People are not speaking. I'm considering all okay. Now, the NAT gateway, I think concept is clear. You understand the peering connection. You understand the NAT gateway connection. That is known as propagated routes. The propagated routes need to be updated automatically in when you're going to use direct connect, when you're going to use the transit gateways. There are multiple options where the propagated routes will be there. But in this case, we need to modify manually. In this case, we need to modify manually. Now we are going to talk about network security. No, when you need to understand. There are two NAT gateways are there. Okay. one is public. So right now I am talking about the public NAT gateway. Now A doesn't require internet gateway. A will be going to send the traffic to NAT. That part clear, Venu? That part. A doesn't require internet gateway. Not required for A. But NAT gateway is running where? It is running in the subnet layer. Subnet layer, it is running in the VPC. So it is going outside from the VPC when accessing google.com. So or it is going to pass through the internet gateway. Yes, this subnet required internet gateway. This subnet doesn't require internet gateway. Clear? Clear, guys? Yes or no? Okay, great. Now we are going to talk about the security. Security, we have two things in the network security. One is the security group. One we have a NACL, which is also stand as network access control list. Before going to dig down more about NACL and the security group, first of all, we need to understand that what? We need to understand the incoming traffic and outgoing traffic. Hey guys, I'm again repeating it. There are two type of subnets are there. Public subnet, private subnet. You need to answer, guys, how this public subnet become public? How this public subnet become public? Tell me, guys. When the internet gateway is there, yes or no, attached to the route table. When this private become private, when there is no internet gateway, this concept clear? Now requirement here, this A need to access internet, but it is not able to do that because it is a private subnet, and requirement is this private subnet need to be private, but still it need to access internet. How you able to do that? For that, they create a NAT gateway. So NAT gateway is running where? NAT gateway is going to run here, guys. Where? In the public subnet. If this public subnet doesn't have any internet connectivity, our NAT gateway help you to connect? No, na. So please don't confuse about either we use a NAT gateway or either we need an internet gateway. Without internet gateway, you never going to access internet. Simple, straightforward rule. NAT gateway is just utilized when you need to hide your server identity. And there are two type of NAT gateway, public one, private one. In the private one, did this act as accessing internet? No, na. So then why you guys are confused that NAT gateway is alternative for the internet gateway? If you are using a private NAT gateway, it's only allowed to communicate privately. It is not allowed you to go outside. No public IP assigned to the NAT gateway. Only in terms of when we're using public NAT gateway, it's allowed to communicate to internet gateway. How? Because NAT gateway is going to run inside public subnet. I am hoping now it is clear. Yes, it is chargeable. Pretty simple. Just you need to select a private NAT gateway and nothing else. Only the IP address is not you are going to assign. If you say here, I'm not going to create it because it's going to charge me, but I'm going to show you. When I choose a private one, did I need to select IP address? Rest are the same name and subnet, and then you just need to click create. Nothing else. NAT gateway creation is not going to say that you are not able to create it. You can create the NAT gateway. But to use this NAT gateway, definitely you required a connectivity. If in your case, we say that we need to connect to the VPC to VPC, and I need to connect to the via NAT gateway, then the peering is required. So right now we are discussing about the security. Security, I already mentioned there are two things, security group and NACL. When we talk about network security, why I'm talking about network security? Because right now we are talking about network part. Before discussing about the network security, you need to understand what is inbound traffic, what is outbound traffic. Now guys, I'm going to ask you one question. When you connect to Google, or first of all, I'm going to ask you, what is the inbound traffic, what is outbound traffic? How many people are aware about it? Everybody aware? Freshers, non-IT guys? Inbound traffic, outbound traffic. So you have to reply na, so that I can understand. Okay, now you open the browser. You open the browser, and what you type, guys? You type google.com. Enter it. And then this page will be appeared. Correct? So are you going to consider, think logical and let me know. From your laptop, you open the browser, enter the google.com. As I mentioned, it will going to connect to the Wi-Fi, then ISP, then it's reached to the google.com. Yes or no? Agree or not agree? So are any traffic is going outside from your laptop? Tell me. The request is going outside or not? Everybody agree? So it is going to be considered as outbound traffic. Done? Clear? Did you see this page? And if I'm going to write Rohit Malik, I received some output. Now tell me guys, once Google received that information that Rohit is searching for Rohit, our Google is replied back yes or no with some data which is visible on your browser, yes or no? So can you consider this is the inbound? Now any confusion? Inbound traffic, outbound traffic. Now any confusion? Outbound means you're sending some request outside your laptop boundary. Inbound means you're receiving some information from outside your laptop boundary. And this inbound and outbound is very, very important when we talk about security. Assume that this laptop wanted to connect to the Google. How the connection will be formed, guys? Tell me how the connection will be formed. Any idea? Source IP, source port number. Source IP means what? Your laptop IP address. Your laptop IP address, yes or no, guys? Correct or not correct? In this case, request is an inbound or outbound? Traffic is going out. Outbound traffic. The source IP will be your laptop IP. Let me consider this is my laptop IP. Done. What is the destination IP, guys? IP address of Google. When you send it, you're going to receive the IP address via DNS. Consider this is your IP address. Done. Source port number and destination port number. How I am accessing the google.com? Via HTTPS. Everybody agree? HTTPS working on the port number 443. So I am trying to connect with Google via the HTTPS. So I am sending a request to the Google and saying that, hey, Google, I need to connect to you with 443 port number. Clear guys till now? Now you have a monitor or TV and you have a laptop. If you wanted to connect these two devices, are you going to use a HDMI cable? Correct? Or this HDMI cable is installed in the port here, HDMI port. Same way in the TV, we have a HDMI port. In TV, you can find that there are multiple HDMI port, USB port, multiples are there. Correct or not correct? There are two ports required, one at laptop level, one at monitor level. Same thing applies to our normal connection as well. Destination port number, we already know 443. From laptop, you wanted to connect to the monitor. Monitor port number, you already know. But you also required one HDMI port in your laptop. Same way, in the laptop, there are multiple ports are available. From that port, there is a temporary ports are there. According to different operating system, different temporary ports are there. This is the temporary port range. Out of this temporary port, it will go into select one port and try to connect with Google. Assume that it selected this port number. There is one connection form. There is one connection form. All the requests sent and received on these port number only. Clear guys, yes or no? Clear? Now tell me guys, simple way, many people say what is port? HDMI is what? Physical port. Monitor, laptop also have a physical port. How you connect it guys? Physical cable. Are you able to attach with a single HDMI cable multiple screen? Tell me guys. No, na. One physical connection will be only going to connect with one device. Same concept applies in the computer connection. If we have a LAN cable, two laptops are connected. If we say that this end is connected, and this connection is only utilize one application, sending one file, and you want to send another file, are you able to do that? No, na, because this cable is already used. That is why the computer genius came with logical port number, so that single connection, physical connection, will be utilized for multiple connections. Clear guys? Yes or no? This is the connectivity. When you call somebody, there is a connection happen between your phone to that guy phone or that person phone. If the connectivity break, your connection is lost and you are able to seamlessly communicate it. And in your network, in your house, your parents are using, your kids are using phones, and all are going to use the Airtel connection, and they are trying to call somebody in the same time. Are they able to establish a connection? Yes. How they able to establish a connection? Because they are working on the virtualization. Or there is a physical cable? Or there is a physical cable? No, na, but still you are able to connect. Same concept applies. Over the network, I have one cable installed. If this cable is only, we have one port number, it is only allowed you to communicate one connection. But you can find that Your laptop is able to open multiple tabs. You are accessing multiple websites. Each website connection is formed as a separate connection. How you are going to form this connection? Via this temporary logical ports, which is already available on your operating system. And from the temporary port, thus your operating system going to assign you one port number to create a connection with your destination. I'm hoping now it is clear. So every connection using one port number. Great. Assume that in this case, it is using 1427. Okay, 26, whatever you mentioned. Then connection received at Google. For Google, it is a inbound or outbound? Guys, reply na. Inbound. And for you, it is outbound. Google search your data and it will going to reply back with the output. Now, this connection will be, traffic will be inbound or outbound for Google now. It will going to become outbound. And now you receive a data from Google. It is going to become a inbound. So what you understand? Via this example, you need to understand a single communication having both type of traffic, inbound traffic and outbound traffic at the both level, your source level at the destination level. Clear, guys? Every connection which you're going to create, there is a temporary port will be assigned to that. That is simple, straightforward. Okay. If the new connection form, new port number is assigned until your connection is not disconnected. Now, at the outbound level, this is your source and destination. For Google, at this level, what is your source and destination, guys? You initiated the traffic, source IP, source port number, destination IP is there. Now Google is replying. The source IP and destination IP will be changed. Now your destination is what? Your laptop IP at Google level. So destination port in which Google receive a request, which port number? 1027. On the same port it will be replying. Done, guys, till now. So in this case, the source and destination is different. In Google level, the source and destination is different. Why I'm teaching you this? All the network security is depends upon the port number and the IP addresses. Let me change the diagram now. Let me say that this server is running on AWS. This server is running on AWS. If it is running in AWS, what we required, guys? If this server is running in AWS, what we required? Where the server will be going to run? Where the server will be going to run? AWS, I know. It's going to run inside the subnet. It's going to run inside the subnet. And then where? Inside the VPC. Now tell me, guys, if the traffic is initiated from outside, if the traffic is initiated from the outside, what we require to reach to the internet gateway? Great. Now you guys are experts. All the traffic we need to pass through this internet gateway. Now, you need to understand the concept now. Traffic will be go inside. There the two security layers are applied. One applied at the subnet level. One applied at the subnet level. Whatever the security applies at the server subnet level is known as NACL. And there is one more layer of security applies at the EC2 level. That is going to be considered as security group. Till now clear? Till now clear? Okay. If you see in this diagram, I'm just giving you, are this traffic is inbound traffic or outbound traffic? This traffic, inbound. This traffic is outbound traffic or inbound traffic? Outbound. So there are two rules applies. Inbound rule, outbound rule. In the both level. Because traffic is coming into your subnet, first need to check the security at the NACL level. Is my data is correct, port number is correct, which I need to know. Once it's done, it's enter into the subnet. SZ is a short form, which means security group. NACL stand for, and NACL stand for Network Access Control List. Both are the type of firewall. Both are the firewalls. These firewalls are basically used to secure or restrict access at VPC level, or we can say that network side. Okay. These firewalls are helping you to manage the what? It's going to managing inbound traffic and outbound traffic. So when I'm saying that inbound traffic and outbound traffic, what that mean? That mean that I am not talking about your laptop side. I'm not talking about your laptop side. Don't start thinking, okay, from my laptop, if the outgoing traffic will be there is some firewall is there. No, we are talking about at the AWS level, this portion. Okay, so the firewall rules which we are going to apply in either in the security group or either in the NACL, it will only going to apply at the AWS level. At the AWS level. And as yesterday we discussed, the security group will be applied on EC2 level and NACL will be going to apply it at subnet level. Whenever you create your VPC, the NACL and security group also created automatically, like your route table is created. Done. In this picture, I already explained you the NACL will be securing your subnet. Okay, but how it is going to securing your subnet? If you remember, we also say that one route table is associated with the your subnet, which is already created. Same way, when you're going to create a subnet, automatically one NACL is automatically associated or attached to your subnet. Let me show you quickly. So where we need to go? We need to go to the same VPC section. And everybody aware how to access the VPC. And once you scroll down a little bit below, and you're going to find the network security. In this network security, we have two things: network ACL, security group. Okay, but right now what I am focusing, I'm saying that we need to see the subnet. Whenever we create a subnet, the NACL will be automatically attached. So let me open my subnet. First verify your region. So we created our VPC on the Mumbai region. Let me go to the Mumbai region. Let me open my subnet. Either click here, either click here. Which subnet we created? I think this subnet we created. I'm not sure, or this IIT one we created. I think IIT one we created. IIT one we created, na? Demo IIT one. I think this one we created. So let me select this. Did you see here? Previously we checking this route table level, correct? Now we are checking the NACL. Once I click here, did you identify there is a one NACL is already attached or associated with this subnet? Are we done it? No, we didn't done it. Automatically, when the VPC is created, the NACL will be created, and that particular NACL is going to associate it with your subnet whenever you're going to create what, guys? You're going to create your subnet. As we are able to change our route table or change the association of the route table at the subnet level, and we are able to modify the routing rule, same way we are able to change the association of the NACL at the subnet level, as well as we are able to modify the inbound and outbound rule at NACL level. Any confusion till now? Okay, if you find below, there are two rules are there, inbound rule and outbound rule. Inbound and outbound, you already aware about it. So this is my subnet and this is my NACL. So when the traffic will be going to come inside, that is a inbound traffic. So which rule it's going to read? I already mentioned it is a firewall. Which rule it is going to be refer? It is going to refer outbound rule, or it is going to refer the inbound rule? Tell me, guys. Inbound rule. So before entering the traffic into the subnet level, the NACL will be going to execute and going to refer the inbound rule. Great. If it is clear, that means great. Now, how these things are working? So you need to understand one small difference between this NACL and security group. NACL is, so right now I am focusing on the NACL part. So let's talk about NACL. NACL is stateless firewall. Stateless firewall. Then security group is stateful firewall. Now, what is stateless, Rohit? What is stateful? This securing your EC2, this securing your subnet. But what is this stateless and stateful? Consider I have a building, office building. Now tell me, guys, if you're trying to enter into this building, are somebody going to check you are authorized or not authorized? So there is one person sitting here, security guard sitting here, it's going to check. Once you are authorized, you have an ID card or everything, you come inside, and when you going out, are this person is again going to check you? No. No means what? Why? Because this person already know that you already authorized to go inside. If you already authorized to go inside, that means you are also authorized to come out. So it's never going to check when the traffic is going to come out. Clear, guys? Small. Second one, or I will going to discuss the same thing in server level. This is your server. So if I am going to talk about server, so which firewall I am talking about, guys? If I am talking about server, so which firewall? Security group. Great. Security group applies here. Now traffic is coming in. Say that SSH. SSH, everybody aware? RDP, SSH. To access your Linux box is going to use SSH. RDP when you're going to access your Windows server. So once you coming in, security group going to check the inbound rule. Inbound rule for what? Are this SSH or this IP address from the CIDR range from your request will be coming? It's allowed it or not allowed it. If it is allowed it, your traffic will be going to come inside. Now, once you enter SSH IP address, username at the rate IP address of your server, then after the server received it, after the authentication is done, you're going to receive the console of that server. Everybody agree? You are able to access that server. What that mean? That means there is some reply came from the server. Server will be authenticate and sending a reply. So when the reply is going back at this level, security group is not going to check. Why? Because it's maintaining the state of the request. It say that, okay, I received one A request. I need to reply back to the same request. So that is why it is not going to check the at when you're going to reply back at the outbound level. Clear, guys? Only one time it's going to check the security at the inbound level, and it's maintain the state that definitely if there is an incoming traffic, your server will be definitely going to reply back. So that is why it's not going to check the outbound rule. Straightforward. Now you need to ask me here with, okay, this is the incoming traffic. For example, this server wanted to communicate to B server. So traffic will be initiated like this. Yes or no? It is the outbound traffic. Who is initiating the request? This server is initiating the request. If this server is sending the request, your laptop is try to access google.com. So who is initiating this request? Your laptop na? Same way, is if this server EC2 need to connect to other server, so the traffic is going out. In this case, or it is going to look for the security group. Tell me. Or it is going to look for the security group outbound rule. Why no? Why no? Why no? Think logically. Consider this first action. Your laptop is try to access this server. So traffic will be coming in. First time this server is going to receive the traffic. First time. The traffic will be land at the security group level at a first time. Na? It's receiving the traffic. So it is going to check at the inbound. And the same request is going out. So it is maintaining the state. Yes, I received a request and now my server is going to reply back. That is why it is not checking the outbound traffic. But in this second case, who is the initiator? This server itself is the initiator. The traffic will be going to hit at first time. So it will going to check your outbound rule. Clear, guys, or not clear till now? Now this server B server is going to reply back on the same communication, or it is going to check at inbound level. No. I'm hoping now you understood the concept of the security group level. It depends. Who is the initiator? Which initiator? Communication initiator or traffic initiator. If traffic is coming out from your server, then it's going to check at the inbound level. If the server itself requesting something, then it's going to check at the outbound level at the security group. This is the same concept which Office example I gave. No, I just talking about security group. Hold on. That is why it is known as stateful. It's maintaining the communication state. Yes, there is a incoming traffic. Yes, there is a outgoing traffic. And if it is a outgoing traffic, definitely I'm going to receive a reply on the inbound. If it is a inbound traffic, yes, I need to reply back to the outbound. That is why it is not going to check vice versa. Now, NACL. NACL, I mentioned that it's a stateless at the security group level. Now, there is one building, prison, jail, whatever you wanted to call it out, this building is. All the people are not allowed to go outside this building, okay? Because due to some restriction, laws, they need to stay here because I'm talking about prison or I'm talking about jail, okay? So if somebody wanted to meet this guy, this person, so the person will be going to come. Now tell me, at this inbound level, at the entry level, is somebody going to check it? Police guy is going to check now. You are authorized to meet this person. Are you allowed to meet? Correct or not correct? Okay. Once you meet somebody inside and going to come back, are the security team is again going to check you? Yes, they are going to check you because might be you change your cloth and the prisoner is going out. Correct? At the both level, they are going to check it again. Clear? Now, how this concept work on the NACL level? NACL is securing what, guys? NACL is securing what? Subnet. Great. So NACL traffic will be coming in. It's an inbound traffic. Or I'm going to check my firewall at this level, inbound level. Yes. And then traffic will be going back. Or it is going to check it again. Yes. Vice versa. If the initiator is from inside, the traffic is going out. The traffic will be checked at the outbound level, and then its reply came. It's again going to check at the inbound level. At both level, the traffic should be allowed. If there is no allowed at the outbound inbound level, it is not going to work. And that is why it is known as stateless. It is not maintaining any state of the communication. I'm hoping you understand the concept at least. How to do that, how to configure it, now we are going to learn. And using this both security group and NACL provide you the layered security approach. Both are the firewall. One is the stateful, one is the stateless firewall. And these are the network firewall basically. And by using this tool layer, security group and NACL of firewall, it's going to provide you the layered security approach. Why I'm saying it's a layered security approach? Because first layer of defense is where the first defense you are going to received at subnet level once you entering into the subnet. Second layer of defense at the EC2 level. Correct. Stateless means it is not going to maintain the state. State means what? If I am going to say hi to you, I am waiting for your reply. Yes, the communication happen two-way, na? I send something, hi Venu, hi Naveen. So definitely you're going to reply back. Yes or no? I know that you're going to reply back. If I am going to put one filter, I first reply hi. then the filter, there is a layer is there, is going to check this word is proper or not proper. The bad word is not used. If the bad word is not used, it is going to send to you, Naveen. And then Raveen is going to reply back. Okay. And this Naveen is replying back to me. At that time, the incoming traffic is not checked. So what that mean? That means I know that I am going to receive the reply. So that is maintaining the state. Only filtration is done where? At the outbound traffic, because I am the initiator. I am running inside the EC2. Done, Naveen. That is security group. That is maintaining the state. NACL. If I first say hi, it's again filter, and Naveen is replying back. NACL is never going to maintain a state. What maintain a state? That NACL just say that I send the traffic, I consider this traffic as separate traffic, and Naveen is going to reply, I'm going to consider as a separate traffic. It's not going to consider as a single traffic. It is going to consider the same communication but differently. No, I can't say that. I can't say that. Both are a different role, both are the different functionality. Now, in the secure EC2, let's focus on this diagram. Correct? In the laptop, either you connect it to the LAN port, either you use the Wi-Fi. Only one medium you use to connect via your internet. Assume that you use the LAN cable. Assume that you use the LAN cable. Now, guys, all the traffic will be going to come in and going out. From where it is going to come in and going out? Via this LAN cable and the port. Yes or no? Everybody agree? Great. If this LAN port is not there, are you able to communicate outside? Assume that you also don't have a Wi-Fi. Are you able to communicate, send any traffic, or attach your laptop into the any network? No. Correct. Now, if this is the only port from which you are able to communicate outside, this port. So where you going to place your security person? Like this is your house. In this house, this is your main gate. So where the security person will be sit? At this level, or you're going to place the security guard here? Or you're going to place security guard here? Tell me. The security guard will be sit at the main gate entrance only? Yes or no? Great. Same concept applied at the EC2 level. If your laptop containing some network port from which you are able to communicate, either LAN port or either Wi-Fi adapter, both are working as a one device is attached via which you communicated. Same concept applies to the EC2. EC2 containing one ENI. ENI. What is ENI, guys? What is ENI? Elastic Network Interface. Elastic Network Interface. What that mean, Rohit? You consider this elastic network interface. So you consider this elastic network interface as a LAN port or LAN adapter, which is installed in your laptop. If there is a something virtual LAN adapters are there, which is known as elastic network interface. Elastic means what? Virtual. Network interface means the LAN port which is attached to your laptop. Same thing. If we have a ENI, so from where the traffic will be go out and coming in? Via this ENI only. Via this ENI only. So where your security group basically going to attach? Your security group basically going to attach at this level, ENI level. Okay. because only via that ENI you are able to communicate outside or able to receive some network. But for the representation point of view, we are going to show the security group as complete EC2 is there. Okay. As I already mentioned, it is an elastic network interface. It is same adapter like your laptop containing the LAN port. In the LAN port, you have a one interface, one card is installed, one port is attached to your motherboard. Same way in the server, we have a elastic means virtual network interface. Why virtual? Because this EC2 is VM virtual machine. It is not a physical machine. I'm hoping clear, guys. Yes or no? ENI is elastic network interface. It is similar like your LAN port, which you receive in your laptop. It help you to communicate outside or connect to the network. All the traffic will be going to come in your EC2 or going out from your EC2 through this ENI. If ENI is the medium from which you are going to communicate outside and receiving the traffic, so you need the security group will be definitely going to attach at the ENI level. I'm hoping now it is clear. I already repeated 3 times. If still you don't have any understanding, feel free to ask question. Great. If you have a ENI, either 2 ENI, 3 ENI, 4 ENIs, still you require a security groups. 2 VMs are not going to use the same ENI. Are your LAN port is which is attached to your laptop? Are you able to attach to other laptop? Saurabh, are you able to use this for other laptop? Same concept, na? ENI is not going to create any security group. Whenever your VPC created, as I already mentioned, NACL and security group is already created by default, but you can create your own custom security group and NACL.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat is offering an AWS Solutions Architect certification course. This program is designed to help you master AWS services like EC2, S3, Lambda, CloudFront, VPC, and much more from the top 1% industry experts. With this AWS program, Intellipaat has already helped thousands of professionals achieve successful career transitions. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel. Link is in the description below. So if you're looking to start or grow your career in cloud computing with AWS, this course can be the perfect launchpad. Visit the course page link in the description below and take your first step towards becoming a certified AWS Solutions Architect.
If you're here, you already understand how crucial projects are when it comes to landing a job. In fact, did you know that nearly 50% of your interview questions will revolve around your projects? Why? Because projects showcase your practical skills better than any certificates or courses you ever could do. Whether you are a fresher or even preparing for an AWS architect role, you already might know how important it is for you to build projects. Now, what if I tell you that your resume itself can become your great AWS project? Yeah, you heard right. Instead of just attaching a PDF file, you send an actual live dynamic AWS powered portfolio seamlessly deployed with CI/CD mechanism in place. Just imagine the instant credibility this would bring you. Yeah, and that's exactly what my goal is for today. I will walk you through building and deploying your AWS portfolio using just 2 services. Yeah, you heard right, just 2 services. And not just explain it, we will actually build the entire project from scratch in this video. So make sure to follow along during the entire video to stand out in the pile of applications. Now let's get started. However, to inspire us to come up with more videos like this one, do make sure to subscribe to Intellipaat's YouTube channel, hit the bell icon as well. Before we dive in, all the project requirements and resources are documented in the link given below in the description. Just fill out the form to access them and build alongside me. Alright now, let's get started with the scenario. Every time you push an update like a new project, a skill upgrade, or it could even be the design tweak you want to add in your portfolio, Now, what if your portfolio automatically updates itself smoothly and the desired changes gets reflected in the real time as your portfolio is automated to the CI/CD, and top of it all, it is live on AWS. So you see, that's how things work here, with no need of manual uploads or deployment headaches, just pure automation. As until now, you might have understood that it's not just about hosting a portfolio, it's about proving that you can actually build, deploy, and automate like a pro. Now let's talk about what makes AWS great choice for your portfolio. When it comes to deployments, you might think about the free platforms like the GitHub Pages or Netlify. But since they come with limitations like restricted customization, traffic constraints, slow performance, limited scalability, and lack of backend support, especially as you grow. While AWS, on the other hand, offers faster loading times with CloudFront, scalability to handle unlimited users and visitors, complete control over your website and deployments. Hosting on AWS is about learning cloud deployment, a skill that is highly valued by employers and recruiters nowadays. Now, you might be wondering what actually is CI/CD and why do we need it? For that, let's go back to our previous example we talked about your portfolio that automatically updates itself every time you push any update or changes. That is only and only possible because of the CI/CD pipeline. CI/CD, which stands for Continuous Integration and Continuous Deployment. It ensures that each and every change that you make in your portfolio, that is the integrations, gets deployed seamlessly without any manual effort. And that is what deployments are. And that is exactly what CI/CD actually means. Without automation, every update means manually uploading files, hoping that everything must work right, and this can be slow and error prone, right? But with CI/CD, you only need to push your updated code to GitHub and the system does the rest. This approach saves you time by removing manual steps, reduces errors, and ensures consistency. It also adds the professionalism to your workflow. And here's the bonus tip. If you're aiming for software developer or even cloud DevOps roles, knowing AWS CI/CD will absolutely make you shine. And the best part is, it is easier than you actually think. Sounds unreal, right? Well, that's exactly what we are going to do and build today. Here, I will guide you through how to host your portfolio on AWS S3, set up CI/CD pipelines with GitHub Actions for the seamless deployments, automate updates so your portfolio stays fresh without any manual work. By the end of this tutorial, you will not only have a portfolio but a real-world AWS deployed pipeline-powered portfolio that works for you the best. Now let's see the execution part. Now that we have covered the concepts behind AWS CI/CD and why they are such a game changers for our portfolio, let's understand the architecture diagram depicting the flow of our project, where the user updates the portfolio, website code, or pushes changes or create files or uploads files and creates a pull request in GitHub. Next, the GitHub actions detect the update and run the configured workflow files. Then, moving into the AWS cloud environment with IAM, where an IAM role with necessary permissions allow GitHub Actions to interact securely with the AWS services integrated in this. Now, the uploaded portfolio files are automatically updated into the S3 bucket, and boom, the updates made are reflected on the live hosted portfolio via GitHub Actions in the real time. Now, let's take a look at the portfolio we will be building and deploying today. But as I said before, this isn't just about hosting the portfolio. It's the tool to demonstrate your expertise in web dev, cloud deployment, automation, and scalability. And that's exactly what we are going to do and build today. So here is our portfolio. And here we have a modern and a clean look with smooth scrolling effect for our homepage, which also introduces who you are, your expertise and passion for building scalable solutions. The download CV button here allows visitors to instantly view your resume, making it easy for recruiters or collaborators to get in touch. As you can see, here it is. Your CV is live with real time progress and easily accessible for the recruiters. Moving next, we have the About Me section where you can highlight the tech stack including web dev, AWS, DevOps, or any other key skills which you want to, which is also visually represented with the progress indicators giving a quick overview of our proficiency levels. Then, It also has a timeline section where you can add your education status, internships, or previous job profiles that you want to highlight. Now, coming to the soul of our portfolio, that is our project section, where you can showcase the projects with an interactive card layout, which also includes the links to live demos and GitHub repos, which demonstrates the real world application knowledge. Next, we have this blog section where you can share your experiences, tutorials, and insights on various projects and tech trends, which also helps highlight your thought leadership into the field of your expertise. Finally, we have the contact section, making it super easy for anyone to reach out, whether it's a potential employer, collaborator, or someone who wants to discuss the tech stuff or cloud solutions. They can simply fill out the form and connect via LinkedIn, GitHub, or email. And now, here is the bonus step. It also has a light mode and a dark mode, whichever you prefer. Now that was a complete walkthrough of our portfolio. Every section here is built with impact, performance, security, and scalability in the mind. Hosted on AWS S3. Also, do let me know in the comments if you like it. Now let's get into the real action, where I will be guiding you through the entire setup from front-end development to cloud deployment and CI/CD automation. We will cover it all. So first things first, let's create our project folder and set up the essential files that I have already did. This is it, and this folder contains all the necessary files we need for our project. Coming to our portfolio, let's see how we can begin. So first, go to your GitHub, click here on the new repo. Now here, give the repo name. I will keep the previous description as I have already created my repository. Make sure to add me a README file cause it provides the perfect documentation for your project. Click on create repo. And here, first we are gonna upload our file that we created previously, which contains all the project material that we want and our project files. So since it's a folder, I'm gonna minimize it and drag it. That's it. As you can see, all the files in the folder are being uploaded. Yeah, this takes a while though, as it contains a lot of files. So that you can see everything is uploaded. So now commit the changes. Alright, a folder is perfectly uploaded. Now let's create another file, which will be essential for our deployment purpose as it will contain our workflow file. So come here. And the code here, we will take it from my previous repo I have created. So copy entirely and paste it here. So this is our workflow file. And the main thing here is this word, that is the name of our source directory, should be matching with our project folder that we have uploaded on our GitHub repo. This website and this website is same cause this is the name of the folder that you have uploaded on your GitHub repo, which contains all the project files. Okay, so be careful about it. First we'll commit the changes. So this website folder here contains all the front-end files, that is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, also the included assets and images used in this project. And then this thing helps us to automate the deployment of our project. And this README file here is for the project documentation and easy resource access. This structure keeps our project clean and organized. Making it easy to manage files separately for deployment as well as the development. As you can see, it is failing because we haven't configured the files yet, right? So I will show you that in the further process. But before that, you must be wondering what exactly is workflow file and why does it play a key role in the GitHub Actions pipeline, right? So you remember previously we talked about automation. That's exactly what GitHub Actions is all about. It's a built-in tool that helps automate tasks like testing, building, and deploying code. So you can focus on the important stuff, that is writing the clean code. But how does GitHub know what to automate and how to automate? And that's where workflow files or YAML files come in. Think of them as a set of instructions that tell GitHub Actions what to do whenever you push changes to your portfolio. Let me show you that. And let's understand the YAML file first. In simple terms, the workflow files act as a trigger for the automated deployment of our project. So how this file works is, whenever it detects any changes or updates that has been pushed to GitHub, it updates your files to S3 automatically, ensuring everything is public and smoothly deployed. Thus, instead of manually uploading files and setting permissions every time, this workflow is what does it all for you, like an autopilot mode. So let's understand it. This over here contains the name of your workflow file, whatever you want to name it. It makes it easier to identify by the GitHub Actions. Second, this is called as triggering the events, where this workflow runs whenever you push changes to the main branch. It ensures that the changes made into your portfolio are automatically deployed whenever you commit and push new changes. And whatever the changes you made, as long as they are on the main branch, everything gets deployed automatically. Then comes the next thing, that is defining the jobs. The job is named here, that is deploy, and that will run on a Linux-based virtual machine. The machine that we have used here is Ubuntu latest in the GitHub servers. Then moving to the next steps, there are the steps to execute. The checkout repository fetches your repository code into the GitHub Actions runner, ensuring that the workflow has access to all the files in your project folder. Remember the website folder? Exactly that. It gives access to all the files in your project. Coming to the next step, that is sync files to S3. What it does it syncs your portfolio files stored in the website directory to your S3 bucket using the Jake Jarvis S3 sync action, which is provided by the GitHub Actions marketplace itself. And the arguments here, that is ACL public read, it ensures all the files are publicly accessible. Next, the thing is follow symlinks, which follows symbolic links in your projects. And then this delete argument removes files from S3 that no longer exist in your repository, keeping the S3 bucket clean and maintained. Now the last section contains the environment variables, configuring AWS credentials using GitHub secrets to authenticate the S3 upload. Now I'll show you how to configure this environment variables into GitHub Actions. So that was it. Simple, right? Now that our portfolio is ready, let's deploy it using the GitHub Actions and AWS. Let's go to AWS. Click on S3. Here we are going to set up an S3 bucket to host our portfolio. For that, come here, click on Create Bucket. Name your bucket. I will give it as Portfolio AWS. So this will be our name, Portfolio Bucket CI/CD. Then enable the ACLs, that is access control lists basically. Keep it as it is. Turn the block all public access off. Acknowledge it. Enable the versioning. So versioning is what helps us to keep all the versions of your buckets as it is. You can use it later when needed. Now click here. This was our bucket which we created just now. So why we choose S3, right? Because S3 serves as a storage for our website files, and it also helps us configuring the permissions correctly, ensuring the safety and security of our website as it is publicly accessible. Next step is using IAM. For that, go to the search tab, search IAM. Here it is, click it. Now this is the IAM dashboard. From here, go to users, create user. I'll name it as GitHub. We don't need to provide this whole access to AWS Management Console, so I'll skip it. Next, we have to attach the policies. Search here, S3 full access. Yeah, here it is. Next, you only need the S3 bucket permissions, so S3 full access is just fine. Now click on create user. Click on it. Go to security credentials. Here, create access keys. Click on other. Next. You can describe anything. For now, I'll give it as GitHub access. Okay. Create access key. And here, our access key and secret access key that we are going to need for the authentication of GitHub actions is here. Don't close this tab as we are going to need it for the further things. Now come to your GitHub. Click on your project. Go to settings. Scroll down here to secrets and variables. Click on actions. Click on new repository secrets. And here, AWS S3 bucket, as we have used it in our workflow files. Let me show you. See, this is needed for this. So let's configure the secret now. And for this, we are going to need the bucket name. So this is our bucket name. Copy it. Paste it. Add. Now again new for the access key. Now let's go to the IAM tab. Copy the access key and paste it here. Add it. Now again we have to use it for the secret key. Here, secret access key. Go to IAM tab. Copy the secret access key. Come to GitHub. Paste it. Add secret. Okay. Since everything is just working fine until now, now let's go to our portfolio repo and refresh this once. Now go to our S3. Okay, now come back to the our S3 bucket. Click on the permissions. Click on this edit bucket policy. As we don't have any, we have to generate one. Click on policy generator. Now here, click on S3 bucket policy. Effect allow. The principle should be ARN of the IAM user we have created previously. I'll open a new tab. Go to IAM. Users. This is our user. Copy the ARN of this. Go to the bucket policy. Paste it in the box of principles. Now here, select all actions. And now, this should be the ARN of our S3 bucket. Here it is. Copy it. all actions, generate policy. Now copy the whole policy, close it, and here paste it. Save changes, and here our bucket policy is successfully set. Now let's move to the properties, and we are gonna do the website hosting. Enable it. Keep it as index.html as we have already configured it in our GitHub repo. Yeah, so everything is perfect. Save changes. Here it is. And this will be the link for our portfolio. First, let me come to the objects, refresh it. As you can see, everything is deployed seamlessly, and here is a check. Let's check it once. So everything is working just fine, and everything is automated for now. Let's check our S3 bucket that everything is updated or not. Okay, refresh this, and here it is. Everything is updated and deployed. Now let's check the URL. And this final step completes our automation, as any feature updates will be there that will be deployed automatically with just a git push. Now every time you update your code, your portfolio updates automatically. No manual uploads or no extra efforts. Now let's check whether it updates in real time or not. Go to your website, index page. We'll change something. Software engineer, no, cloud engineer will be better, right? So coming here, just switch it to cloud here as well. Commit changes. Now this change will trigger a workflow file and it will redeploy itself. Let's see. Yes, it is in process. Let's check how things work in behind the scenes. Okay. All the jobs are running just fine. And here it is, the job is completed. It's deployed. Now let's check our portfolio. This was it, right? Refresh. And it has been changed to the cloud engineer. So everything is automated and deploying just fine. And that's a wrap now.